Chapter 1. The Tenant. Once again, Naruto found himself stuck on the streets of Konoha after dark. The carers at the orphanage had seen him running for the gates, trying to get back in before closing them. They were too fast for him this time, as they had gotten every other child in before him and closed the gates as he got there. Normally, Naruto wouldn't mind sleeping on the streets. It would mean he was safe from the violent wake-up call he usually gets from the other kids and carers, even if it meant braving the streets. Whenever he went out on the streets at night, if he was found by some drunks or angry ninja, he would get beaten, and if he was unlucky, they would stab him in the shoulder or somewhere else non-lethal. After that, they would leave him. Thing is, this night was different. It was the night of his birthday. It was this day that the whole village mourned the death of the fourth Hokage during the day and then celebrate his victory against the Kyuubi at night. Although for Naruto, it was what he liked to call the hate Naruto more than normal day. The past 3 years, it just kept getting worse every birthday. He would always be left on the streets at night, and when found, would get beaten and stabbed or cut with broken bottles or kunai. It was a sure thing on this day. He knew they were holding back on him because he was still only a child. Tonight, though, he was more fearful, for it was his 6th birthday, and he had grown taller, which made him look older, and he knew the villagers wouldn't hold back as much. Sure enough, while dumpster diving for some food, a group of drunks found him and started beating him senseless. After a while, they started using some broken sake bottles to stab and cut his back. As he was losing consciousness, he saw an ANBU with a dog mask jump down from the rooftops and knock out a few of the drunks. Later on, he would find out this ANBU had saved his life. Naruto opened his eyes slowly, expecting to see hospital lights or the afterlife. Instead, he was met with a very dim light source he could not identify and the sound of a steady drip of water in the distance. "Where in the name of Kami am I now?" thought Naruto as he got up and looked at his surroundings. "Guess I may as well have a look around, seeing as I probably won't be leaving for some time," Naruto thought as he started walking in the direction of the dripping sound. After walking for a while, Naruto noticed that the floor he was walking on was submerged in water. "Why didn't I feel the water?" thought Naruto as he checked his clothes and found them completely dry. "This is just getting creepy. I'm sure I was lying down when I woke up. So why aren't my clothes wet?" After what felt like hours of walking, Naruto came up to a dead end with bars blocking off the last 100 feet of the corridor. About halfway up the center of the bars, there was a piece of parchment with the kanji for seal on it. Stepping closer to the bars, Naruto peered inside, not sure what he was going to see. Shing! Without warning, a pair of large red eyes, with slits for pupils, snapped open, making Naruto jump back a few feet. Naruto could have sworn it sounded like someone had just drawn a sword. "So, Kit, you finally made it here? Wish it could have been under other circumstances, though," said the faceless being. "Huh? Who? What are you and where am I?" blurted out Naruto, panic evident on his face. "To answer your questions in order, I am the Kyuubi, and this is your mind, or rather your subconscious mind to be precise," answered the faceless being, now known as the Kyuubi. "What the hell are you doing here? You're supposed to be dead. The fourth killed you. Come to think of it, why am I here?" asked Naruto, a little calmer. "You ask a lot of questions, Kit, but I guess I might as well answer you. First off, I wasn't killed 6 years ago by the Yondaime. For one, it would be impossible for a human to truly kill a demon, and he just couldn't kill me because it went against his morals." As to Dash, "What do you mean he couldn't kill you?" Naruto cut in. "Damn it. Let me finish your other questions first, will you?" bellowed the Kyuubi, causing Naruto to fall back in shock. "You, sorry, Kyuubi-san. Please continue," Naruto said hurriedly. Cough. "Good. Now where was I? Oh right. As to why I'm here, it's because Yondaime sealed my and you to save the village 6 years ago." A look of understanding suddenly came over Naruto's face. "This kid's not as stupid as I thought," the Kyuubi continued. "Yes, Kit. That's why almost everyone hates you and treats you badly. The reason why the Yondaime couldn't kill me is because if he dealt a finishing blow, my chakra would disperse, and I would have simply reappeared somewhere else. Also, he was a friend of mine, and he had always promised to protect his friends and loved ones. Which leads to me being here, sealed in you." "But why were you sealed in me and not someone else?" asked Naruto. "I was sealed in you because you had just been born and your chakra system was still growing and shaping itself, which meant you were the best chance I had to survive inside a human without killing myself and my host. In the process of sealing me and you, though, the yondaime killed himself with the jutsu he used. Guess I should tell you that he didn't mean for your life to be hell. In fact, his last request was for you to be viewed as a hero, but most of Konoha wanted to blame someone for their loss and pain, and seeing as I was in you, they saw you as me and they had their target. Explained the Kyuubi. Wait, you said most of Konoha, and almost everyone hates me. I mean, the Hokage is nice to me whenever he sees me, but who else is there? Asked Naruto, surprising Kyuubi a little with his analysis, even though he didn't let it show. I got one answer for you, question Kit. Why do you think that ANBU saved you? Answered Kyuubi. Oh yeah, he was wearing that dog mask. Exclaimed Naruto. That's right. Anyway, before you leave, the reason you're here is because you have just come close to death. Don't worry though, I'm healing you as we speak. You're going to be fine. There is another reason though. I have become sick of seeing how the villagers treat you, so I'm going to teach you how to defend yourself and train you to be stronger. I am also going to teach you about your parents, what they gave you. Explained Kyuubi. Wait just 1 second. You knew my parents as well? Shouted Naruto. Yes, I did know them. But you're going to have to wait for now, kid. It seems our time in here is coming to an end. Answered Kyuubi. What a TT dash. All of a sudden, everything slowed down and came to a stop for Naruto, even his voice. Then all he saw was darkness. Well, where am I? Asked Naruto groggily with his eyes still closed. You're in the hospital, Naruto, came an all too familiar voice. It was the best thing Naruto could have heard at that moment. Ojiijisan, cried Naruto as he sat up quickly, and his eyes snapped open, looking for the Hokage. His eyes rested on his right side where the Hokage was sitting in a visitor's chair. Before he rested his eyes, though, he saw that the ENBU who saved him was also in the room, standing in the corner. It's good to see that you're feeling better, Naruto, but from what the doctors told me, you should not have woken up after at least another day of rest. Naruto gave him the usual foxy grin that he used around the Hokage. What do doctors know, Haaji-san? Replied Naruto, scratching the back of his head with his right hand. Oh, and thank you, ENBU-san, for saving me, said Naruto, looking over at the ENBU in the corner. Now that he looked at him properly, the first thing he noticed was the ENBU's hair. It was silvery gray and looked like someone had used a huge static charge to make the hair stand up and stick out to the ENBU's left side. No problem, replied the ENBU calmly from behind his mask. You took quite a beating from those guys. You were lucky that I was passing by. I have to say, though, I'm surprised at how fast you heal. Maybe you should become a shinobi with that talent. It should also help you defend yourself. That isn't a bad idea, Hataki-san, said the Hokage. So what do you say, Naruto? Do you want to enter the ninja academy? Asked the Hokage. Man, that sounds like a good idea, but what about the Kyuubi? He said he would train me so that I could defend myself. Thought Naruto. Actually, Kit, it would be a good idea to take the old man up on this offer. I mean, it would be a little suspicious if you suddenly knew how to fight, said a voice in Naruto's head. What? Who said that? Naruto thought. Kit, you really are slow, sometimes you know that, said the voice again. Wait a second, Kyuubi, is that you? I thought I wouldn't be able to talk to you unless I was in my subconscious. Well, surprise, Kit. While I was talking to you, I managed to set up a mental link to your conscious mind. This way I can train you easier. Explained the Kyuubi. Alright, that's great, exclaimed Naruto, surprising the Hokage and ENBU there. I'll take that as a yes then, Naruto, said the Hokage. What? Oh yeah, that's great, Aji-san, when can I start? Answered Naruto, while scratching the back of his head again. Damn, that was awkward, thought Naruto. God damn it, Kit. You don't have to talk out loud. Just think what you want to say to me. Barked the Kyuubi. Sorry, Kyuubi-san, thought Naruto. Well, it's the weekend now, so how does this Monday sound? Asked the Hokage. That's great, Aji-san, exclaimed Naruto. But what about school stuff? You know, backpacks and stuff like that. Don't worry, we'll make sure you've got what you need, explained the ENBU. Hokage-sama, maybe we should also move him into an apartment and out of the orphanage. At the mention of moving out of the orphanage, Naruto just jumped up and pleaded the Hokage. Yeah, please, Aji-san, can I move out of the orphanage? Seeing this, the Hokage simply sighed and said, very well. We'll need to find you an apartment fairly close to the academy then. Hataki-san, could you please go out and find him an apartment? As soon as you find one, give me the address, and I'll take care of the rest. After this, the ANBU simply disappeared in a swirl of leaves with a simple, "As you wish, Hokage-sama." Right then, why don't you stay here for tonight, Naruto? I'll send Hitaki-san to get you when we get that apartment for you. Don't worry about money for food. Either I'll send you a small allowance every week to pay for food and such. I'll also have Hitaki-san get you what you need for the academy. At this, Naruto simply jumped from the bed and hugged the Hokage. Thanks, Aji-san, exclaimed Naruto. Hey, Kyuubi-san, should I tell Aji-san about you? Actually, he already knows I'm sealed in you, but I guess it would be a good idea to tell him that you know about me. Just don't tell him that I can speak to you, okay? Answered Kyuubi. All right. Naruto took a breath and asked, Aji-san. Yes, Naruto? Asked the Hokage. I know why the people of the village hate me now, said Naruto in a somber voice. The Hokage simply raised an eyebrow at this and asked, Oh? And why do you think they hate you? It's because of the Kyuubi sealed inside me, isn't it? Upon hearing this, the Hokage's face fell. I suppose you would have found out sooner or later anyway, Naruto, but yes, that is why they look down on you, was all the Hokage said. Thanks for being honest, Aji-san. And thanks for not looking down on me like everyone else, said Naruto. It's all right, Naruto. I know you're just the container, not the demon. If anything, I have great respect for you, Naruto. You must shoulder this burden all on your own, and you have never struck back at the village for this, said the Hokage. Naruto just looked up at the Hokage and said, I've never had to carry this alone, Aji-san. You've been there and acknowledged me. That's lifted my spirits enough for me to survive. The Hokage smiled at this. That's good to hear, Naruto. You should get some sleep now, though you've got some busy days ahead of yourself tomorrow, said the Hokage while picking up Naruto and putting him in the bed. Remember, Hitaki-san will be here tomorrow to take you to your apartment. Good night, Naruto. The Hokage reminded Naruto as he walked out the door and switched the lights off. Good night, Aji-san, yawned Naruto as he fell asleep. Chapter 2. A Brand New Day. Naruto-san, shouted the dog mask Yanbiyu, known as Hitaki. Groaned Naruto, still half asleep, under the covers of the hospital linen. Naruto-san, I'm here to discharge you from the hospital and take you to your new apartment, explained Hitaki. The moment Hitaki finished that sentence, there was a small whirlwind and Naruto appeared fully dressed in his only clothes, a white t-shirt with a red swirl on the back, some blue shorts that came down to his knees, and a pair of worn sandals, and ready to go. What are we waiting for then, Hitaki-san? Let's get going. Hitaki just sighed at this and said, Follow me. As soon as Naruto and Hitaki left the hospital, Naruto employed the foxy grin he usually reserved for the Hokage. This caused Hitaki to ask, What's got you so happy? Well, apart from finally getting out of that orphanage, I know something that the villagers don't, explained Naruto. Really, what might that be? Asked Hitaki. Kyuubi-san, you there? Yawned Kyuubi. Yeah, I'm here, Kit, what's up? Should I tell Dog Mask here that I know about you? Asked Naruto. No, you've already told the Hokage. I don't think anyone else should know for now, explained Kyuubi. Afraid it's a secret, Hitaki-san. Can't tell ya, was all Naruto said. Hitaki looked at Naruto for a moment and thought, does he know about Kyuubi? Nah, he couldn't. It's illegal to talk about the Kyuubi, even to him. Must have been the Hokage-sama that told him something to make him happy. After this, Hitaki thought nothing more of it. Hitaki and Naruto finally came to stop in front of an apartment complex. Hitaki started up the stairs at the side of the building and stopped at apartment number 9 and handed Naruto a pair of keys, one being labeled spare. Hitaki spoke up before turning to leave. There's a backpack inside with school supplies already in it. There's also a set of kunai and shuriken. I suggest you don't start training with them until you get some basic knowledge from the academy. I also took the liberty of putting some food in the cupboards for you. Don't get too excited, it's just some instant ramen. If you need to get anything else like new clothes or some medical supplies, just take a look around town and you should be able to find what you need in some of the shops. Finally, here is your first allowance pack. Flicking the envelope towards Naruto, who fumbled about before catching it. You'll get another one at the beginning of every week. Try to save some of it every week. Now I have to report to the Hokage-sama. But at that, Hitaki just disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto just stood there for about 5 minutes taking in all the information he received. Finally, he just broke out in a huge smile, turned to the door of his apartment, stuck the key in the lock, and turned it. He opened the door and stepped over the threshold into the apartment. At first, he just dashed around finding out where everything was. The bathroom was next to the bedroom. The bedroom was next to the living room/kitchen. By some standards, it was a minimalist dream, but for Naruto, it was a safe haven. He wouldn't have to worry about staying out too late anymore. He could come and go as he pleases. It was at this moment that the Kyuubi decided to speak up. "Hey kid, I know you're still over the moon about all this, but do you think I could talk to you?" "Sure, Kyuubi-san, what's up?" "First off, no more of that Kyuubi-san stuff. If I'm going to be teaching you and training you, I would prefer it if you called me Kyuubi-sensei." "How about Q-sensei?" Okay, you can call me that." Secretly smitten with her new nickname. "Now then, I want you to sit down and close your eyes, that way we can talk face to face." "Okay," Naruto said while sitting down on his new couch and crossing his legs and finally closing his eyes. Naruto suddenly found himself back in front of the bars to Kyuubi's cage. The first thing to come out of Naruto's mouth was, "Do we always have to be in this place if you're going to be teaching me?" "Hey, that's up to you, it's your mind, kid," replied the Kyuubi. "Okay, let's see what I can do," said Naruto as he started to concentrate. Suddenly, the dank walls and submerged floor were replaced with a small room exactly the same as Naruto's new living room. The main difference being that the wall that usually led to the kitchen was replaced with the cage that held the Kyuubi. "There we go, that's better," said Naruto as he once again sat down on the couch. Q-sensei, do you have to always stay in that cage?" asked Naruto. "Actually, that was something I was going to go over with you. I will be taking a human form for the purpose of teaching you, so I just wanted to ask you, which gender would you prefer me to take?" asked the Kyuubi. "Gender?" asked Naruto, confused. The Kyuubi sighed. "Do you want me to take the form of a man or a woman?" asked the Kyuubi, exasperated. "Oh, well, I guess it would be better if you took the form of a man, I guess," answered Naruto. "Very well," said the Kyuubi. After a few seconds, a red mist-like substance leaked from the cage and formed into a man about the same height as Hitaki. The differences were, though, that Kyuubi had orange-red hair, which was styled similarly to Naruto's hair, except longer. The Kyuubi was barefoot with a red pair of pants that came down to his ankles and a shirt with a flame motif on it. He also had some bracelets on each wrist and a collar around his neck. His eyes, though, were exactly the same, red with slit pupils. In his current attire, he looked like a karate master, as he also had a black belt around his waist keeping the shirt closed. "All right, now that's sorted, I'm going to give you the full story of what happened and why 6 years ago when I attacked Konoha." The Kyuubi then went on to explain that he was in fact supposed to be Konoha's protector. He explained how the Yondaime, with the help of Naruto's mother, made a deal with the Kyuubi to protect the hidden village if the need ever arose. On the night of the supposed attack, it turned out that a certain clan member had found out about the deal the Yondaime was making with the demon and didn't like the idea of having a demon anywhere near the village. The clan member then went on to use his Kekkei Genkai to send the Kyuubi into a bloodlust rage and attack the village. "And during the attack, your mother gave birth to you, and the Yondaime had the idea of sealing me in you, which effectively stopped the attack and saved the village." "What happened to my mother?" asked Naruto with a sullen look on his face, probably already knowing the answer. "I'm afraid she died giving birth to you, kid. But since that night, I made a promise to protect you and make sure you grew up right. To be honest, I'm surprised you've made it this far without going mad from how you were treated," answered Kyuubi. What happened next shocked Kyuubi slightly, because Naruto had gotten up and given Kyuubi a small hug and said, "Thank you, Q-sensei, for finally coming forward and saving me from going bad." "No problem, kid. Now then, take a seat and I'll begin the lessons. Naruto, do you know what true strength is?" Taking a seat again, Naruto merely looked at Kyuubi, then started thinking. Eventually, he looked back at Kyuubi and said, "Admitting to your mistakes?" Kyuubi chuckled a bit and said, "That is one aspect of it, kid. But I believe that true strength is the will to get back up after being knocked down. Being able to knock your opponent down is one thing, but if your opponent keeps getting back up, then there's no point. Eventually you'll tire, which will allow your opponent to finish you off." There are some things that can help you with this will to get back up. One is someone you care for. Two is having a goal you wish to achieve with all your heart. And third and final is a nindo that you follow in your life. Seeing as you have very few you currently care for, do you have a goal? Again, Naruto thought a while about this and finally says, to be Hokage. He said with a determination in his voice that did not go unnoticed by Kyuubi. I see that's a pretty good goal to set for yourself. But why do you want to be Hokage? Asked Kyuubi. I want to be acknowledged by the people of the village. No matter how bad they've treated me, I'm still technically a hero because I had you sealed in me to save them all. So I want to be recognized for what I really am, answered Naruto. Again, good answer, Naruto. But you should know you're going to have to work hard for your dream. To be Hokage is to be the strongest shinobi in the village. You will have to endure many challenges to make yourself stronger physically and mentally, and you'll have to beat a lot of opponents to show that physical and mental strength. So do you still wish to be Hokage? Kyuubi asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, for I also have a nindo that I will also follow to make myself stronger, answered Naruto. Interesting, and this nindo will be what exactly? Kyuubi asked, raising his eyebrow again. This should be good, he thought to himself. My nindo is that I never go back on my word. So I will one day become Hokage, Naruto answered again with confidence. Damn, this kid is just like his father. Something tells me this kid is gonna be great, with a little help from yours truly, of course, thought Kyuubi. That is a good nindo, Naruto. Now the rest of what I wanted to do involves your training, so open your eyes and get back to the real world. I'll instruct you from here. Okay, Q-sensei. See ya, Naruto yelled before snapping back to reality. Hey, sensei. What gives? It felt like I was talking to you for a good few hours, but it looks like only an hour has passed out here, inquired Naruto. That's just a trick of the mind, kid. Time is an illusion that only occurs in the real world when in your mind. You could spend what feels like a day in your mind, and only a few seconds might happen in the real world. Kyuubi explained. Oh, okay, cool. All right, Q-sensei, what do I do? Asked Naruto in his head. First off, let's see how much you got with your allowance from the Hokage, said Kyuubi. As soon as Kyuubi said this, Naruto grabbed the envelope which he had left in the kitchen. He ripped it open, not expecting much. A little while after opening it, Naruto finally asked the Kyuubi how much was there. What, you can't count that. There's enough there to get a good amount of food for a month. Obviously, the Hokage expected you to buy some training equipment or something, Kyuubi exclaimed. Hey, it's not my fault. I hate math. So what is it that you were thinking of getting with the money? Naruto asked. Well, you're going to need to train your physical strength and stamina. I'll leave you to learn a few basics about chakra at the academy before I do anything about that with you. Now, there is a good way to train your physical strength and stamina, and that is by wearing weights. So let's go have a look at what they've got at the ninja stores. I guess it would also be a good idea to get some more food as well. Ramen's cheap, but not all that healthy. You're also going to need protein to build your muscles. Now then, let's get going, exclaimed Kyuubi. All right, let's see what I can find, Naruto also exclaimed. As Naruto walked down the street, he noticed that it was a little afternoon from where the sun was, also thanks to a little help from Kyuubi as well. First things first, he wanted to find some weights for his legs and arms. Eventually, he came across a ninja equipment shop, which had all sorts of weapons and other equipment, but the one thing wanted caught his eye as he was about to leave the shop. There in a glass casing was a set of weights with removable plates which allowed a person to increase or decrease the weight as the person saw fit. So Naruto asked Kyuubi if they would do. Yeah, those will do. It's got a good starting weight, which will be fine for your age, and the difference in weights will be good for when you're ready to up the weight. Plus the blocks are large enough for me to alter them once you're used to the max weight, so I can make them heavier, explained Kyuubi. Great. Now where's the shopkeeper? I gotta ask him for a set. Aha, there he is, Naruto thought, noticing the shopkeeper at the other end of the store polishing a weapon. Oh heyo, shopkeeper-san, can I have a set of those wrist and ankle weights, Chodai? Hi, give me a moment to get a set from the back, kiddo, said the shopkeeper in a tired voice. As he turned to look at his young customer before getting the weights, Naruto noticed there was something about the old man's look that wasn't uncomfortable, but it wasn't what he normally got from someone's look either. After the old man got back from behind the counter, he handed the box to Naruto and asked, Now why would someone so young want weights? I'm starting at the Ninja Academy this Monday, and I wanted to train myself, answered Naruto. You're very committed for one so young. Not many young ninja bother with this form of training because it's quite exhausting, but the end result of the training is always worth it," said the old man. "Good. 'Cause I want to be the strongest ninja. I'm gonna be Hokage." Naruto emphasized the last part, causing the old man's eyes to widen, seeing the boy's strong resolve. "That is good to hear, kiddo. I wish you luck on your way to be Hokage. Just remember where it all started and tell everyone about my shop. I like you, kiddo. I'll give you a 1/4 off the weight set that brings the price down to 1,500 Rio. A bargain," said the old man. "You're telling me. That is a good deal. To pay for the set, give the old man 3 of those greenish notes. They're each worth 500 Rio," announced Kyuubi. "Thanks, Q-sensei," Naruto said as he took out 3 of the greenish notes like the Kyuubi told him. "Here you go, Aji-san." As Naruto began walking out, the old man shouted in a happy voice, "Don't forget to tell your classmates about this place, and don't forget about it yourself either, kiddo." "Don't worry, Aji-san, I'll be back if I need anything," Naruto shouted as he walked onwards toward the markets to get some food. "Hey, Oji-san," yelled a feminine voice from behind the counter. "Yes, Tenin-chan. I can't hear you. I'm old, not deaf," replied the old man. "Who was that? A customer or just a friend?" asked Tenten. "That was a customer. You'll probably see him in the academy on Monday. He said he was starting there," replied the old man. "Oh, okay. I'm gonna go home now then, Aji-san. I moved everything like you asked." "But," said Tenten. "By Tenten-chan," yelled the old man as the kunoichi ran out the door for home. It had been about half an hour since Naruto had gotten back from shopping for a few essentials, one of which was a small frog-shaped purse. He couldn't keep using the envelopes to carry his money. He had just finished putting everything away when Kyuubi spoke up. "Hey, Kit, you better get those weights on now so you can get used to them." "Already on it," he replied, pulling them out of the case and figuring out how they were supposed to be worn. Turns out they worked the same as sweatbands. He just had to slip them on his wrists and ankles and tighten the straps at either end to keep them from slipping off. The color, though, in his opinion, could be better. They were a tan skin color, which he thought was a bit boring. "Hey, Q-sensei, should I add more weight to these things? It's just, they feel kinda light." "I guess me being sealed inside you affected you more than I thought. You currently have 1/4 of the weights from the set on your body, and that's supposed to be heavy for a genin," chuckled Kyuubi. "I guess you better put a couple more plates in each limb." Kyuubi paused while Naruto inserted the plates. "Better? Yeah, they feel fairly heavy now," replied Naruto. "Good. Now, get some rest, Kit. I'm gonna work you to the bone tomorrow." That said, Naruto got in his bed. Marveling at how soft it was compared to the one at the orphanage, he quickly fell into a deep slumber. The next day, Naruto was awoken by the shout of Kyuubi in his mind. He didn't complain. It was better than the usual wake-up call. The day went by quickly with all the workouts that Kyuubi had him do, and he asked about the weapons training, to which Kyuubi answered, "You can learn about that at the academy and train yourself from there. It's pretty easy. Once you learn how to throw the kunai and shuriken properly, it's just a matter working on your aim." Naruto just agreed silently and went back to his workout. Through the first week, Naruto had learnt quite a lot from being at the academy, even if most of the teachers had ignored him when he tried to ask them questions. One of the things he was most proud of was the amount of chakra he found out he had. He found out when the teachers had taught them to gather chakra for the purpose of doing jutsus, but as soon as the teacher told them to release the chakra, Naruto released the chakra through some of his tenketsu points unwittingly, causing a wave of chakra, which not only knocked over the students closest to him, but apparently could be felt up to a half-mile radius from the school. Or so he heard from the ENBU, who arrived shortly afterward to check what had happened. After the ENBU left, a teacher came over to Naruto and told him to be careful next time he tried that. That teacher was Irika-sensei, the only teacher at the school Naruto felt like he could trust because he didn't look at him the same way all the others did. On his first day, a girl with her hair up in 2 buns had come up and said hi to him. She explained that she was the granddaughter of the old man at the ninja store where he got the weights, and her name was Tenten, but he could call her Tenten-chan cause she thought he was cute. Before she left for her class, since she was a little older, she gave him a pat on the head and wished him luck on his first day. After she left, he blushed a little, embarrassed with the attention she had given him and how she said he was cute. There was one kid at the school he took an instant dislike to, though. That kid was Sasuke Uchiha. It wasn't the fact that it was a member of Sasuke's clan that caused Kyuubi to attack that made him dislike Sasuke. He knew Sasuke wasn't responsible for that. What Naruto disliked about Sasuke was the fact that he was always so moody and he always thought he was better than everyone else. Sometimes he wished he got a chance to knock him off his high horse. Little did he know he would get that chance in a few years. Then halfway through the week, Naruto managed to make a friend with another kid named Kiba, who always had a puppy with him, called Akamaru. Eventually, he also introduced himself to another couple of kids, a kid that always had a bag of potato chips called Chuji, and a kid that looked like he had a pineapple for a head called Shikamaru. They would talk during break time and lunch, but every time he tried to talk to any of the other kids at the end of the day, their parents would just drag them away with the same lame excuse. Your mother will kill me if I don't get you home now, so come on. And Naruto would be left on his own. Naruto asked the Kyuubi if he should try anything to change this, and all the Kyuubi said was, just wait, kid. Once you become a ninja and save one of your friends, it'll just mean their parents will be more ashamed of themselves for shunning you. Thinking about this, Naruto quickly formed another Nindo for himself and told Kyuubi, "Hey Q-sensei, I got another Nindo." "Which is?" asked Kyuubi with interest. "I will always protect my friends," thought Naruto fiercely. Kyuubi gave out a chuckle and said, "You know, Kit, you're so much like your father, it's unbelievable, almost." Naruto grinned at this and continued with his workout. The next few years carried on like this. Naruto would be woken up in the morning thanks to Kyuubi. He would work out, then go to the academy. At the academy, he learned the bare minimum he needed to pass because of his teachers not bothering to teach him properly. At the end of the day, he would go to one of the open training grounds near the academy and practice his aim with his kunai and shuriken. His aim steadily got better, and he had to buy many new sets of kunai and shuriken from the same shop he got his weights at because they eventually got too dull. Sometimes he would see Tintin there, and they would talk about weapons in school. After practicing with his weapons, he would practice his taijutsu until his knuckles were bleeding and his legs were sore from kicking the target so much. He did this because Kyuubi said it would make his knuckles and skin strong. Eventually, he also got some bandages to wrap his knuckles in because he was so tired of having to scrub the blood stains from his clothes and weights. Sometimes, though, he could swear it felt like someone was watching him when he was doing all this training, but every time he looked around, he couldn't see anyone. Sometimes on his way home, he would treat himself to some ramen at a place called Ichiraku's, much to the dismay of Kyuubi. Once at home, if he had not already had a meal, he would have instant ramen and something the Kyuubi suggested. Afterwards, he would practice the katas shown to him by Kyuubi in his mind. His apartment had also changed quite a lot. He had gotten a couple of scrolls to hang on his walls. One read in kanji, "Never give up," while the other read in kanji, "Will of Fire." He also had some manga littering the floor and different clothing he had bought. After the first year in the academy, Kyuubi had him running up trees with chakra, but he mastered this pretty quickly and moved on to water walking. He carried on with these practices until he could walk up a tree without much trouble and started to walk on water without a second thought. He had also increased his weights to the maximum amount halfway through his third year, about a month before his 9th birthday. According to Kyuubi, the maximum weight equaled around 500 kg, thanks to the seals he had placed on them. His birthday wasn't such a bad thing anymore either. He could easily get to his apartment to get away from the villagers. Not that the villagers tried to attack him anymore since they found out he was in the academy. They still liked to give him an evil stare, though. On his 9th birthday, though, Kyuubi did something he didn't normally do. Chapter 3, Revelations. Naruto's 9th birthday. Naruto had just finished at the academy for the day and was on his way to the training grounds when Kyuubi spoke up. "Hey, Kit, forget about the training for today. I got a present for you." "A present? What is Q-sensei?" asked Naruto, thoroughly interested. Kyuubi chuckled a bit. "I'm afraid we have a bit of a walk before I can give it to you, Kit." "Oh man, can I at least jump on rooftops to get there? At least then I can get a bit of training in, and it should be a little faster." "Why, Naruto?" Kyuubi just chuckled again and said, "Okay, Kit, but watch where you land. You're weighing in at over 500 kg with those weights now, remember. I don't want you falling through a roof and almost dying on me." Naruto put on a mock pout. "Oh, come on, Q-sensei. I'm tougher than that, and you know it. Now then, which way?" After about an hour jumping from roof to roof, Being very careful to go for the sturdier rooftops, Naruto entered the forest and started jumping from branch to branch, again being careful and going for the strongest ones, even though most had a gap of easily 100 feet, until he finally came to a small cliff face with a waterfall coming from the top and falling into a small pool, which lead to a small river. "This it Q-sensei?" asked Naruto, a little tired. "Yep, this is a kit. Now this is just the first part. See that small, circular stone coming out of the cliff face?" instructed Kyuubi. "I want you to get over there and channel some of my chakra into that stone through your hand." "Wait a sec, Q-sensei. How am I supposed to channel your chakra?" asked Naruto, slightly confused, while walking over to said stone. "I'm going leak some of my chakra into you chakra system. Don't worry, Kit, you'll know when it's in you system. It might be a little difficult to control it at first, but you'll get it done," answered Kyuubi. Naruto waited a while until he had a warm feeling coming from his stomach. He instantly started pulling Kyuubi's chakra into his hand. He even used some of his own chakra to help push it. Eventually, he got all the chakra to his hand and pushed it into the stone. As soon as the chakra entered the stone, a seal appeared underneath Naruto's hand, and the stone dragged itself into the cliff face. After the stone was completely inside the cliff face, a loud rumbling came from Naruto's right. He looked over, and what he saw made him think two words: sneaky bastard. "Language kit," scorned Kyuubi. "English and Japanese, what about you?" Naruto said jokingly, while he just grinned at his own joke. The wall behind the waterfall had started to move forward, revealing a large entranceway. As Naruto walked over to the entrance, the first thing he felt was warm air flowing out of the entrance. As soon as he entered, the door started to close behind him. Seeing this, Naruto panicked for a second, but came to his senses when he realized that it was Kyuubi that brought him here, so it was probably safe. When the door finally closed, Naruto was slightly surprised to find there was a light glow coming off the walls, giving off enough light to see by. Curious about it, he was going to ask Kyuubi, but his sensei, seeming to read his mind, explained before he could ask. "Me and the Yondaime built this place before he became Hokage. The two of us had actually been friends for quite some time, and we needed someplace where we could train together and basically have fun. Eventually, the Yondaime found this place, and we set to work. I worked on the actual formation of this place. I carved out the tunnels with my chakra and placed some chakra in the walls, creating the glow you see and heating the place, which is why it's warm in here. Your father worked on the entrance, creating that seal you saw, and security to make sure no one else could get in here. Currently, the seal will only accept certain people's chakra, mine, the Yondaime's, and your mother's. That's why I had you channel my chakra." As Naruto walked through the cave, he noticed that there were many rooms. Some had doors keeping him from seeing inside them. Others didn't have any doors, just a doorway allowing a full view of the things inside. Eventually, Naruto came across a room with some sofas in it and a fairly large table to one side. He decided to go in and take a seat since he was still tired from the running and the difficulty of channeling Kyuubi's chakra. "So, Q-sensei, what was up with the locked doors? What's behind them?" asked Naruto, his curiosity getting the better of him. "Before I answer your question, Kit, I want to explain to you why I brought you here. You and I both know at the current rate you're going at the academy, you're not going to pass the final exam and become a genin, mainly thanks to those so-called teachers. So I've brought you here so you can better learn the history and laws of Konoha. You're going to need to know these things if you want to be a good Hokage. I also brought you here to teach you some more advanced defensive jutsu. If you were found practicing them, you'd probably be taken away by the ANBU thinking you to be a spy." "Wait, why are you only going to be teaching me defensive jutsu?" asked Naruto. "I'm only teaching you defensive jutsu for now because I want you to be able to use these jutsu in the blink of an eye. Another reason for bringing you here is so you can receive the scrolls your mother and father left for you. They both wrote a short note for you before you were born and had me sealed in you. We're going to have to get back to the first door you came across if you want to read them." Naruto had gone back to the first door he came across on his way through the caves. It turned out the door was unlocked, and it led to a small room with a desk in the corner. There were two scrolls on the desk. One was sealed with the kanji for mother, while the other was sealed with the kanji for father. Naruto looked at each scroll and finally decided to read the one with the mother's seal. He opened the scroll and started reading. "Dear Naruto, while I'm writing this, Kyuubi is attacking the village. I'm writing this just in case the worst should happen and I die in the attack, or while giving birth to you. You should know I love you very much, Naruto. I hope you've grown to be a strong person and a proficient shinobi. You should know that if I am dead, you are now the sole heir to the Uzumaki clan from Yuzu no Kuni, the Whirlpool country. I have left all the clan's hidden jutsu and information on the Kekii, Jinkai you might inherit from me in the compound you found this scroll in. I have asked your father to place time seals on some of the more advanced jutsu in case you try to advance too quickly. I have also left all the clan's assets for you in a bank account in Konoha. Sorry for not being there to see you grow up, my little Naruto. I hope you find happiness in your life. Good luck, Naruto. Your mother, Kushina Uzumaki. A few silent tears fell from Naruto's eyes when he finished reading the letter. He knew at that moment this scroll would become one of his most precious possessions, not that he had many to begin with. Once he'd rolled the scroll back up and wiped his tears away, he placed his mother's scroll in his pocket, being sure to keep it in a safe place when he got home. He then reached for the other scroll, unraveled it, and started reading once again. Hey kiddo. I'm writing this because in a few hours I'm going to die while sealing away Kyuubi in you. Do not blame Kyuubi for my death, Naruto. He is a good person. If you don't already know, I'm afraid your mother died while giving birth to you. She loved you very much, Naruto, and I hope you realize that. I've left all my knowledge of jutsu and seals in the compound you're now in. I have placed a time seal on some of them, but with all the chakra you'll gain from having Kyuubi in you, I doubt you'll have much trouble performing the jutsu where chakra is concerned. You should also know that you are now sole heir to the Namikaze clan. I've left all the knowledge of the clan and its Kekii Jinkai with the jutsus I mentioned earlier, although there are no time seals on those scrolls. I've also left you the deed to the clan compound and details of the clan bank account. Hope this helps, kiddo. I'm just sorry I couldn't be there to help you grow. With the seal I used on you though, Kyuubi should be able to help you with training and stuff. Have a good life, kiddo. Protect those you care for. Find a woman you love. Live your life. And most importantly, never give up. See you around, Naruto. Your father, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage of Konoha. As soon as Naruto had read the final line of the message, he froze. It took a moment for what he read to sink in. As soon as it did, he had more silent tears coming from his eyes. He handled the scroll from his father just as gently and with as much love as he had with his mother's scroll, keeping it in the same pocket as his mother's scroll, being sure to remember to keep them somewhere safe later on. After returning to the living area he had found earlier, he lay down on the largest sofa and started talking to Kyuubi. Why didn't you tell me, Kyu-sensei? Why didn't you bring me here sooner? Asked Naruto, sadness evident in his voice. Because I didn't want you getting a swelled head and acting like that Uchiha Baka. I wanted to make sure you were willing to work hard for your skills as a shinobi. I didn't want you thinking that everything came on a silver platter because of who your parents were. I also needed to know you were mature enough to handle all this. Explained Kyuubi. Does anyone else know about my father? Or what he and my mother left me? Asked Naruto, a little happier seeing how much faith Kyuubi had in him. The current Hokage, your father's sensei, and one of your father's students knows you're the Yandame's son, but no one knows about what they left for you in this place. Replied Kyuubi, noticing Naruto's lifting spirits. So, you got any idea where they left the jutsu scrolls? Asked Naruto with his foxy grin. Don't you want more time to absorb this information, kid? I mean, you just found out your father was the Yandame, and you finally know who your mother is. Asked Kyuubi, a little surprised at Naruto's actions. You read the scroll Dad left me. He wanted me to live my life, not mourn their deaths for the rest of it. He wanted me to keep going. He didn't want me to give up. My mom wanted me to be happy. And you know I'm happiest when I'm trying to get stronger so I can be Hokage and protect those I care for. One way of getting stronger is learning new jutsu. So let's find the scrolls they left me. Answered Naruto. Kyuubi chuckled at this and told him, Kit, your father would be proud of you right now. I guess you're right. We should get started on your new training. Having said this, Kyuubi then guided Naruto to a door with the kanji 4 vault on the front. Kyu-sensei, are you sure about this? It's just this door doesn't seem all that secure. Asked Naruto sarcastically. Kit, this just leads to the vault door. Answered Kyuubi, scoffing at Naruto. Naruto just shook his head at this and opened the door only to see a long tunnel with a downward slope going deep underground. This is going to be a long trip, isn't it? Why, Naruto? Kit, just shut up and start wall. Actually start running. A bit more training for you. Chuckled Kyuubi. Naruto sighed and started running. On his way down, there were several twists and turns, and from what he could figure, he was already down around 200 feet. When he got around the 500-foot mark, he finally arrived in a large cavern with a boulder on the far wall and a parchment with a seal on it. He walked over to the boulder when Kyuubi spoke up. The door to the vault works exactly the same as the entrance to the compound. I'm going to leak some more of my chakra into your system so you can open it. Once we're inside, you can add your chakra signature to mine and your mother's and father's. That way you can open it with your own chakra whenever you want. Nice, thought Naruto as he forced Kyuubi's chakra into the parchment. A larger seal appeared behind it, and the boulder started moving to one side. Naruto jumped back, not expecting the boulder to move that quickly. Once the boulder had completely moved away from its original spot, Naruto noticed the small round opening about 2 feet up from the floor. That's just weird. One big door for a small doorway, thought Naruto as he walked to the opening. As soon as he reached the doorway and looked inside, all he could do was stare, open-mouthed in amazement at the number of scrolls in the large cavern. Okay, stop drooling, Kit, and let's have a look what jutsu they left for you, ordered Kyuubi, snapping Naruto out of his dazed state. Naruto walked in and looked around the cavern. The walls were covered in pigeonholes with a scroll in each one, and underneath the hole was a small label naming the jutsu in the scroll. There were also a few larger scrolls stacked next to a large table with a chair placed next to it on the far wall. He guessed those contained the Kekkei Genkai he might have and the signature jutsus of his clans. Next to the table, there was also a large pigeon hole holding another large scroll with the simple label contract underneath it. Obviously, this led to Naruto's next question. Q-sensei, what's that? That kit is a summoning contract for my clan. You can sign it if you want, but I suggest you wait until you're at least a genin, answered Kyuubi. Guess I should wait then, thought Naruto. After this short conversation, Naruto started looking through the jutsus on the walls. Don't you want to check out your family jutsus, Kit? I mean, you should have an easy time performing them, seeing as they were made for your family's bloodlines, inquired Kyuubi. Now where's the fun in that? Asked Naruto. Besides, if I started using jutsu from Dad's clan, people would start getting suspicious. Plus, you wanted me to concentrate on defensive jutsus, so we might find something useful to start learning in these scrolls, explained Naruto. Kyuubi just marveled at Naruto's thinking and thought, he's getting smart. It was that moment that Naruto had passed over a section of scrolls about Bunshin, clones if you didn't know. Kyuubi noticed this and called him to stop. What is it, Q-sensei? Asked Naruto. Go back a couple of columns there. 7th scroll up, the Ketsueki Bunshin no Jutsu, blood clone technique. Kid, I think I just found a better way of training you. Let's get your chakra signature placed on the lock to the vault and get back up to the 1st level and head for one of the training rooms, said the Kyuubi in an excited voice he tried to hide. Naruto quickly forced some of his chakra into a panel next to the doorway on his way out, as Kyuubi had told him. He then proceeded to lock the vault, ran back up to the 1st level, and found the training grounds Kyuubi had described to him. It was another large cavern, except it looked like it had been made naturally. The cavern was practically circular in shape. There were stalagmites and stalactites decorating one area, a waterfall coming out a hole high up in the wall and falling into a small pool, a small sand pit next to the pool, another hole high up in the wall directly above the doorway with a strong wind blowing out of it. On another part of the wall was a large area of rust, and, finally, in the middle of the cavern was a clearing about 300 feet in diameter. The cavern had obviously been altered slightly for such a large open area to be there, and the wind tunnel above the doorway. Naruto just looked in amazement at such a gathering of elements. You had all the materials in this one training area to perform almost any jutsu. Naruto finally got over his amazement, walked to center of the clearing, and started reading the scroll he had taken. After reading, he had found out the Ketsueki Bunshin no Jutsu used some of his own blood to make a real body for his clone, except it was fueled by chakra, not food. Because of this, the clone could stay in existence until the user dispelled the technique or ran out of chakra, where the clone would turn back into blood, but because of the nature of the jutsu, only one blood clone can be created at a time. Naruto thought about what he had read and figured it would require a lot of chakra to make a blood clone. From the sounds of things, this jutsu is going to need a lot of chakra. You think I have enough to use it, Q-sensei? Asked Naruto, still not understanding how this could help his training. Don't worry, kid. Just use the chakra I'm leaking into your system, answered Kyuubi, already leaking his chakra. Naruto set down the scroll and looked at it once more, making sure he remembered all the seals. He stood up, took out a kunai, and cut across both his palms. He then started going through all the seals, trying to finish before his wounds were healed by Kyuubi. When he finished the seals, ending on the rat seal, blood was being drawn from the cuts on his palms. After a few moments, he started feeling a little dizzy from blood loss and was relieved to see that his blood was no longer being drawn out. His blood was now a small blob on the floor. After a second of wobbling, it started to take shape, shooting up and sprouting arms. When the blood finally stopped shifting and changed its color to be a perfect clone, all Naruto could do at what he saw was shout, "What the hell?" Chapter 4, Serious Training. Last time, Naruto set down the scroll and looked at it once more, making sure he remembered all the seals. He stood up, took out a kunai, and cut across both his palms. He then started going through all the seals, trying to finish before his wounds were healed by Kyuubi. When he finished the seals, ending on the rat seal, blood was being drawn from the cuts on his palms. After a few moments, he started feeling a little dizzy from blood loss and was relieved to see that his blood was no longer being drawn out. His blood was now a small blob on the floor. After a second of wobbling, it started to take shape, shooting up and sprouting arms. When the blood finally stopped shifting and changed its color to be a perfect clone, all Naruto could do at what he saw was shout, "What the hell?" This chapter, Naruto stared at the blood clone in front of him. The clone looked nothing like him. Its hair wasn't blonde, but it was spiky. Its clothes were nothing like his, and it was well above Naruto's height. In fact, the clone in front of him right now looked like Kyuubi in Naruto's subconscious. Orange-red hair, longer than Naruto's, but in a similar style. Red eyes with slit pupils. A shirt with a flame motif coming from the hem. The shirt being kept closed with a black belt around his waist, and finally, red pants coming down to his ankles with nothing on his feet. The blood clone even had the bracelets on each wrist and a collar around the neck. To be modest, Naruto was freaked out. So, what? Kyuubi started in Naruto's mind. Do you think of this kid? Kyuubi finished in his new body. Naruto was so surprised he simply started spouting nonsense and then promptly fainted. When he came to, he found himself in a large king-sized bed. He looked around the room and saw Kyuubi leaning against the wall, looking like he was asleep. Getting over the shock of seeing him, he decided to wake him. Q-sensei. Kyuubi opened his eyes and looked over at Naruto in the bed. You're finally awake then, kid? I knew you'd be surprised, but fainting, come on, kid. I just don't get it, Q-sensei. How could you be out here? I thought you said if you try to break the seal and get out, that both of us would die. Asked Naruto. Kyuubi started to explain. That's true, but I haven't broken the seal. I am still very much bound to you, kid, as you can see from my shackles. Referring to the collar and bracelets. Right now, I'm just transferring my consciousness into this clone made with your blood. Don't worry, it's my chakra that's fueling the clone, not yours, so I should be able to sustain this clone indefinitely. Although using some of your chakra to sustain this clone would be a good way to increase your chakra reserves, said Kyuubi, musing out loud. So this was what you meant by finding a better way of training me? Now you can actually help my train in the real world, exclaimed Naruto. Yup, that's right, kid. This way I can teach you jutsus and other things much easier, explained Kyuubi. All right, finally I can learn things properly. Hey, wait a second, how long was I out? Asked Naruto, a little worried. A little over an hour now, kid. Don't worry, kid, I would have woken you if you stayed unconscious too long. Either way, you better get back to your apartment. You have to be ready for the academy tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll stay here, and I still have my mental link with you, so if you need me, just call. I'll probably be in suspended animation when you're not here, so I can save chakra. You also need to insert your chakra signature on the way out so you can open the entrance. It works the same as the vault. The panel should be to the right of the entrance. Oh, and kid, even though I'm going to help you get better, I want you to keep your grades just low enough not to raise suspicion, but high enough to pass, okay? Asked Kyuubi. What? But why, Q-sensei? asked Naruto. Because Kit, other shinobi will always look at your progress while in the academy during your first few years as a ninja. When they see that you only just passed when becoming a genin, this will most probably make them underestimate you and give you a trump card, explained Kyuubi. Naruto just nodded at this and started towards the door of the bedroom. The last time he saw of Kyuubi, he was sitting down on the bed Indian style. He closed the door. Instantly, he knew where he was in the compound and headed to the exit. As Kyuubi had told him the panel was to the right of the entrance, he forced some of his chakra into it, and the door opened much the same way it did when he first came in. When Naruto stepped outside, it was already dark. Looking at his watch, he cursed. It was already past 11 p.m. He was going to have to be fast if he wanted to get enough sleep tonight. He sighed. This is going to be exhausting, but hey, at least I'll definitely sleep tonight, he thought with a bit of glee. He started running at about triple the speed he had been running on the way to the compound. I'm going to have to find a way to get back and forth between my apartment and the compound faster. Otherwise, I'm either going to die from exhaustion or I'm not going to have enough time at the compound to learn much of anything, he thought as he was jumping from tree to tree. Eventually, he got back to the apartment by midnight. Once he got home, though, he went into his bedroom, and as soon as his head hit the pillow, he was asleep. For the next few days, Naruto would go to the open training area near the academy as usual, but he would then go to Ichiraku's to get something to eat before going to the compound. Because of the trip, Naruto would order more than usual, though, much to the joy of Tsuchi and a young Ayam. When the weekend finally came, he went to the open training grounds for a bit more target practice and taijutsu practice. After that, he went to Ichiraku's again and ordered a really big meal of 10 miso ramen, 10 beef ramen, and 10 chicken ramen. Once he finished his meal, he went to the supermarket for some food. The second time he had gone to the compound, he found out there was a small kitchen with basic cooking areas and storage areas. Seeing as it was the weekend, he decided to spend his weekend in the compound training. If he planned on staying that long, he would need to take some food with him. Once he had all he needed, he headed for the compound to get some serious training done. Over the weekend, though, he mainly studied in the library. He would study many subjects: law, history, even a little on basic seal making. He would come out of the library to get food and would sometimes enter the vault and went through the scrolls. It was here that he eventually found a seal his father had created, and he instantly found a use for it. It was a teleportation seal which would allow a person to be instantaneously transported from one seal to the other. All a person had to do was write the two locations in a certain area of the seal and place them in those two areas. Then when the person wanted to teleport, all they had to do was put some chakra in the seal. The amount of chakra needed to use the seal would differ depending on the distance between the two seals. He set to work copying out the seal onto two different scrolls, using the seal equipment his father had left him. He would leave one out in the compound wherever he was when he left and would keep the other in his apartment when he went back on Sunday. After figuring the transport problem out, he went back to his usual routine. After the academy was over, he would carry on his target practice. Even though he really didn't need it anymore thanks to the tips he got from Kyuubi, he still kept up the practice, as practice makes perfect. Iruka-sensei would always tell the class this when he was in charge of them. He also enjoyed the silence he got when he was training out there, even if the feeling of somebody watching him never went away. He could even swear he heard a gasp when he took his jacket and shirt off one summer afternoon because he was too hot in them. While he was at the compound, he would study, work on any new jutsus Kyuubi gave him until he could perform the jutsu in his sleep. For some reason, Kyuubi had him learn each and every one of the different clone jutsus in the vault. By far, his favorite bunshin was the Kage bunshin. For one thing, it didn't require any substance to create it, and any knowledge his clones gained while in existence was instantly transferred to him when they were dispelled. He liked to use them when studying because he could study up to 10 times the usual amount of scrolls he read when in the library, which is a big reason why he knew as much as he did. Although he didn't like to use them when learning new jutsu unless they were used to attack him or defend against him when using the jutsu. When he asked Kyuubi why he had to learn all the bunshin, he said that clones were useful as shields or when performing Korimi no jutsu, since they would be the same shape and size as him. It would be easier to substitute with them and escape attack. Even though he performs the other clone jutsus pretty easily, because they require more chakra to create, he still could not get the hang of the normal bunshin no jutsu. Kyuubi just figured this was because he had a large amount of chakra and the Bunshin no Jutsu required so little he would always overload the clones, making them useless. Out of all the clone jutsus, his favorite was the shadow clones. This was mainly due to the fact they didn't require any medium to create them, so he could make them anytime, anywhere. He also learned a few other jutsu. While at the compound, he did manage to read the scrolls left for him about his two clans. Suffice to say, he was impressed with the two Kekii Genkai, but he decided not to try them out until he made Jinin. Eventually, though, the weights he wore became light, and he needed to make them heavier, so he looked through the seals his father had made, and eventually found one that made things heavier, but from the look of it, he would have to put the seal on his body as a tattoo. At first, he didn't want to use the seal, but then he read that the seal would turn invisible and become passive, meaning it would stay on once Naruto used some chakra to activate it. He would also be able to increase his weight merely by using the ox hand seal and pouring more chakra into the seal. Each level the seal went up by, his body weight would be increased by 100 kg. If he needed to, he could also deactivate the seal completely, letting him go full speed and full strength. He would be able to use this as another trump card in a fight. So with the help of Kyuubi, he had the seal tattooed onto his back. When he first activated the seal, after taking off his weights and storing them in a closet at his apartment, he instantly had to increase the level of the seal to level 6. He got some strange looks when he went into the academy the next day. His friends, of course, didn't know they were weights, except Shikamaru. He figured out that they were weights the first day he saw Naruto. They just thought they were sweatbands he liked to wear. He explained by just saying he felt like a change. One thing that did surprise Naruto was when, on his 11th birthday, he walked out his front door ready to go to the academy in the orange jumpsuit he'd taken a liking to, when he almost stepped on a package that was left on his front doorstep. At first, he was a little wary, thinking it was some sort of trick sent by the villagers. When he couldn't sense any chakra in the package, he thought it would be safe to at least pick it up. Once he got a better look at it, he saw it was actually addressed to him, but the sender had left out their name. This fact alone struck the Hokage off the list of people that might have sent him a gift. He had always sent things through the ANBU or signed the package to show he had sent it, and it couldn't be Irika, because he just usually took him out for ramen or got him new kunai or shuriken. Naruto eventually just shrugged and opened the pack only to find a pair of goggles. He grinned and instantly put them on his forehead, just as he would with a Hittite. It felt good to wear them, so he decided to keep them on. Obviously, he didn't notice the blush that a certain Hyuga in his class had seeing him wearing the goggles. By his final year at the academy, he was very adept at using many jutsu, most of them defensive though. He also had very good knowledge of Konoha's history and laws. He also knew the rules of the being a ninja off by heart. Although he obviously didn't show this in his classes, he made it look like he knew only enough to pass. Even though he still had problems with the Bunshin no Jutsu, his weight seal had been very useful even if he had to increase the level every couple of weeks. Although he was sure he had broken through level 50 of the seal long ago, which places his current weight somewhere above 5,000 kg, he wasn't sure what the exact level was, but he kept going. He had even started using his own chakra to sustain the blood clone Kyuubi's conscience now resided in. Through all his training, he had become very strong, very fast, and his already large chakra capacity had grown to be even larger. He could now sustain the blood clone through a whole weekend, even being able to perform a few simple jutsu at the same time. On his 12th birthday, though he had been resting in the bedroom he now used whenever he stayed at the compound on the weekends. It was the same place Kyuubi had taken him a few years back when he fainted from shock at seeing Kyuubi in the blood clone. He was about to drift off into a power nap when Kyuubi burst in. "Get up, kid. I have a new jutsu for you. Actually, 3 to be exact." Naruto nearly jumped out of bed when he heard Kyuubi say this, all his tiredness gone from his eyes. "What are we waiting for then, Q-sensei? Let's get to the jutsu training area." Naruto had taken the liberty of naming some of the caverns since they didn't already have name. The one with all the elements gathered in it was called the jutsu training area, while another cavern, which had some target posts in it and a larger clearing for sparring. He just called it the taijutsu training area, not very imaginative, but straight to the point. When they got to the training area, Kyuubi had to explain a few things about these new jutsus before he was allowed to learn them. "I created these jutsu specifically for you to learn. They will be like a blood limit, if you will. No one will be able to copy them because you require my chakra to have been in your system at one point or another to use them. You will be able to use your chakra to use the jutsu, but they will be much stronger if my chakra is used. You may even be able to use the jutsu without the hand seals if you use my chakra. Naruto looked at Kyuubi with a twinkle in his eyes like he always did when learning a new jutsu. Kyuubi continued, "The first jutsu I'm going to teach you is a pupil jutsu. It's called Kitsune Busher no Jutsu, Fox Eye Jutsu, which will give you the power of my eyes. My eyes won't allow you to copy any jutsu like the Sharingan or give you a near 360-degree view of your surroundings like the Byakugan. What it will give you is the ability to see the chakra a ninja molds when using a jutsu. It will also tell you what kind of element the jutsu is, or when they are expelling chakra of any type to increase their abilities. It will also allow you to see fast-moving objects with relative ease." Now onto the hand seals. Kyuubi went on to do 3 hand seals, and then finished with some new seal Naruto had never seen before. The jutsu, of course, had no effect since he already had the fox eyes active. Kyu-sensei, I've never seen that last hand seal before. What was it?" asked Naruto, genuinely confused. "Glad you asked, Naruto. That seal was one I created for the sole purpose of activating these jutsus. I call it the fox seal." Naruto nodded at this and started the jutsu. When he got to the new fox seal, it felt strange using it. It was basically a variation of the tiger seal, except the index and middle fingers were held horizontal to the ground, and his thumbs were vertical, pointing upward. When he made the fox seal, his eyes started to itch for a few seconds as his irises turned red and his pupils became slits. When the jutsu was done, he saw something interesting about his body. Chakra was literally flowing out of him like the mist off of dry ice. He could see where his tenketsu were, because that's where most of the chakra was coming out of. He turned to Kyuubi. "What's up with my tenketsu, Kyu-sensei? They're not keeping my chakra in my body. I was hoping you would notice that. I think this is reason for your abnormal chakra reserves and your incredible stamina. Because your body has always been leaking chakra, your body has had to work to replace that chakra. It could also be because of your Kekii Genkai on your mother's side. Yes, I know about it. I'll teach you how to use it when you make genin," explained Kyuubi. "Now back to the eye jutsu. Watch as I perform a fire jutsu." Kyuubi sped through a set of seals, and as he was about to launch the attack, Naruto saw his chakra turn into fire. Kyuubi repeated the practice, but this time with a lightning jutsu, and again as he was about to launch his attack, Naruto saw the chakra turn into lightning. "So do you understand now what the eyes do?" Naruto nodded and deactivated the eyes. Now this next one is pretty multi-purpose. You can use it for attacking, defending, or simply trapping your opponent. Again, he ran through a set of hand seals and ended on Fox. This time, though, the jutsu did have an effect. 9 tails shot from the lower part of Kyuubi's back. Each tail was orange with a white tip. This is called Kitsune Biko no Jutsu, foxtail jutsu. Now then, these tails are a form of henge, but they are reinforced with chakra. You can control these tails with your mind. You can use them to stab or slash your opponent since the white tips can be sharpened or dulled to your liking. They can extend to 30 feet and more if you train with them. They are also able to block almost any attack as long as you're fast enough to block the attack. Now you try it. Naruto nodded, went through the seals, and felt the tails shoot from his lower back. "Whoa, that feels weird," he said as he had one of the tails come over his shoulder so he could get a better look at it. "Pretty fluffy. They'd probably be good when camping out to keep me warm." He then swished the tails round and struck one of the stalactites, which promptly fell. "Cool." He then used another tail to grab a stalactite and haul himself in the air. "I've got a lot of ideas for these things," he said, lowering himself to the floor. "You done having fun?" Kyuubi asked. "Yup," Naruto said as he jumped over. "Right then, this third one is made purely for attacking. It's called the Kitsune Tsum no Jutsu, Fox Claw Jutsu. Instead of explaining, I'll just show you." Kyuubi once again ran through several hand seals and finished on the fox seal. This time, what happened scared Naruto a bit. Kyuubi's hands were now covered with red chakra that had taken the shape of claws. This jutsu can be done with your own chakra as well, but the claws will be blue and not as powerful. This jutsu is the most difficult to perform. In the last two, you just had to activate the jutsu and add chakra if needed, but you have to keep a constant flow of chakra into the jutsu to keep the claw's shape and potentness. It is constantly releasing chakra, so any strike you land on your opponent will do damage. Think of it as an inaccurate form of juken. If you manage to land a cut on your opponent, but it is not deep enough to kill or incapacitate him or her, then the chakra coming from the claws will act as a poison and bring them down from the inside by interfering with their chakra systems and eventually render them unconscious or dead if you were to use my chakra in the jutsu. Kyuubi explained, motioning for Naruto to try once he had deactivated the jutsu. Naruto tried the jutsu as he had the other two, but once on the fox seal his hands were surrounded by a large set of chakra claws, which proceeded to flare up, then die out. Naruto looked at Kyuubi for answers. To put it simply, Kit, you used too much chakra to start the jutsu, and then you didn't release enough chakra to maintain the jutsu. You have to get the proportions of chakra you use just right to maintain the jutsu. Keep trying, Kit, you'll get it right eventually. Kyuubi shouted over to an excited-looking Naruto as he sat down to watch the orange-clad ninja practice this new jutsu and make sure he didn't kill himself from chakra exhaustion. The Kit can be very stubborn and impatient when it comes to new jutsu. Just like you, Kushina, you would never stop until you could do it right or collapse trying. Kyuubi let a small grin cross his face as he thought of his late friend and mother to his student. After 5 straight hours of practicing and some encouraging shouts from Kyuubi, Naruto had finally gotten the jutsu down enough to hold it for up to an hour while striking at the walls, which were now covered in claw marks. "How's that, Kyu-sensei?" asked Naruto, gasping for breath from exhaustion. Kyuubi simply nodded, and Naruto promptly fell into unconsciousness. Kyuubi sighed and thought, "You're just lucky it's a Friday, Kit." As he picked up the unconscious Naruto and took him to the bedroom he always used whenever staying over. Kyuubi placed Naruto in the bed and said quietly, "Good work, Kit. You've excelled further than I thought you would. You'll pass the Jinin test without the use of the regular bunshin while keeping the cover of an underachiever. You'll find a way. I know you can come up with something. You've surprised me even, sometimes with your alternative way of thinking." The Jinin exams at the academy were a few weeks away now. Naruto already knew which jutsu he had to perform to pass the exam. While he had no problem with the Kawarimi no Jutsu, he was dreading having to do the Bunshin no Jutsu. He still couldn't draw the small amount needed and kept on overloading the Bunshin, making them useless. He had thought about summoning more than just a couple of Bunshin. When he tried this, it did feel easier to create the Bunshin, but he couldn't make them look perfectly the same unless he created 50 or more Bunshin, and he didn't want to lose his cover as an underachiever. He was still thinking about this when a thought struck him. They don't have to see all the Bunshins I create. They just have to see 2 to 5 to let me pass. He quickly formulated a plan on how to get a passing grade on his Bunshins. He was in a better mood for most of the week. That was until Irika had decided on holding sparring sessions at the end of the day. By some cruel twist of fate, he had somehow gotten paired off with the Uchiha Baka. Not only that, but by the time it was their turn to spar, everyone else had finished their sparring and had decided to watch them. Chapter 5, Fall of the Uchiha. Before he got in the sparring ring, he was given a nod of confidence from Shikamaru and a pat on the back with a hearty "kick his ass" from Kiba. Chuji was sitting to one side, eating his chips. He turned to them and gave them a nod and a grin. He turned back to Sasuke with a serious look on his face. Sasuke just smirked at this and said, "You may as well give up now, dope. I'm not going to go easy on you. Having the pineapple head nerd and mutt boy backing your corner isn't going to help you one little bit." Sasuke's fangirls started giggling all around them. That was all the motivation Naruto needed. Nobody gets away with insulting my friends. Naruto thought fiercely, getting into the academy taijutsu stance. He would never use the taijutsu Kyuubi taught him against Sasuke, partly because he wanted to keep his cover, partly because wanted to embarrass Sasuke by only using basic taijutsu. Sasuke slid down into an advanced taijutsu stance. A moment passed until Sasuke charged at Naruto, jabbing at his face. Naruto, on the other hand, had not moved an inch and just blocked everything thrown at him with his left arm. Eventually, Naruto started using both arms to block and showed Sasuke's weak defenses to everyone. Kiba shouted, "Stop showing off and just finish him, Naruto." Naruto was all too happy to oblige. He blocked another hit aimed at his head, but instead of knocking Sasuke's arm away, he grabbed it. He pulled Sasuke in close and landed a swift right knee to Sasuke's gut. Naruto then let go of Sasuke as he staggered backwards, holding his stomach. After a second of heavy breathing from the Uchiha, he stood up straight and charged Naruto again. Naruto, still in his Academy Taijutsu stance, simply brushed off the attack and punched Sasuke in the gut again. Not letting up, he quickly spinned on his right heel and landed a mule kick right in Sasuke's chest. The last attack from Naruto had caused the Uchiha prodigy to fly a good few feet out of the sparring ring and into a tree, meaning that Naruto had won the spar. Naruto walked past Sasuke's fangirls, looking the Uchiha right in the eye. He snarled, "Never insult my friends. You got that, Uchiha Baka?" Emphasizing the word Baka. Having made his point, Naruto turned to leave when he felt a surge of chakra behind him. He then heard Sasuke say Katan. As soon as Naruto heard that word, he sped through a set of hand seals faster than the other students could blink, and before the giant fireball could hit him or any of the other students, a wall of earth erupted from the ground directly behind him, blocking the fireball, as he said quietly, "Doton. Daichi hei no jutsu." Earth wall. Once Sasuke's fireball died down, he looked at the wall in front of him and his jaw dropped. When the hell did the dope turn that? He thought to himself. He didn't have much time to think, because Naruto then dropped the wall and ran for him. When he got to Sasuke, he grabbed the scruff of his shirt, lifted him in the air, and started shouting, "What the hell do you think you're doing, TME? You could have seriously hurt everyone here with that stunt." "Put him down, Naruto," came a firm but understanding voice from behind him. He looked around to see Iruka-sensei glaring at Sasuke, having finally gotten over the shock of seeing Naruto's fight. Naruto lowered Sasuke gently onto the ground in front of him, then turned around and addressed Iruka. "Sorry, Iruka-sensei. I'm willing to accept my punishment for my outburst towards Sasuke-san." He said all this while bowing to Iruka. That's weird. Naruto runs away whenever he pulls a prank, but now he's owning up to his mistake. Guess the pranks are just for some attention, and he realizes what he did could mean expulsion if he had gone farther. He even used the "sen" suffix for Sasuke after all he did. Iruka thought while softening his look on Naruto. "It's okay, Naruto, I can excuse your action towards Sasuke, since you saved everyone from some nasty burns. I want to talk to you later about that jutsu you used though. Meet me at Ichiraku's in an hour." Naruto resisted the urge to smile at Iruka's words. "Sasuke though, I want you to come with me to see the Hokage about this. I could expel you for that stunt just now, but I'll let the Hokage choose your punishment. Come with me now. As for the rest of you, you're excused for the rest of the day." At that, he started towards the Hokage tower, Sasuke in tow. Sasuke, of course, didn't leave without first giving Naruto a quick glare. Once Iruka had gone round the corner and out of sight, everything went to hell. Sasuke's fangirls started shouting and hurling abuse at Naruto. Things like, "That was mean of you, Naruto. And you were lucky that time. My Sasuke-kun is way better than you." The Ino and Sakura girls were the ones at the front of the group, glaring at him. Although none of them dared try and attack him after they had seen what he could do. After a few seconds of this, he just turned to his friends and decided to spend some time with them, seeing as the academy finished early. Before walking away completely, though, he turned back to them and said, "I can't believe you guys are still fawning over that team. If I hadn't used that jutsu at the last second, it would have been me and most of you girls that would have been burnt the worst. Something tells me that shows you how much he thinks of you girls. Think about that the next time you try and get his attention." The fangirls went quiet after hearing this and simply walked away in their separate directions. Some looked like they were deep in thought. Seeing that his words had the desired effect, he turned back to his friends. When he turned around, though, he had a small shock to see that Hinata was there bowing in front of him. Thank you, and Naruto Keikuin, for blocking the F fireball," she said while hiding the blush on her face with the bow. No problem, Hinata. From where you were standing, though, I don't think you would have been burnt that much, but hey, at least there's one girl appreciating my help. I'm glad to see you're not part of those stupid fangirls either. You know, I think you may be the only girl that I actually respect, for the simple fact that you're not going after that Uchiha Baka. With that fact alone, it also means you have more brains than every one of those fangirls," Naruto said with a wide grin on his face. Hinata had listened intently on what Naruto had said and had turned several shades of red by the time he had finished his speech. She couldn't bear look up in case Naruto saw her face from all the blushing she had done. She quickly stood up, turned around, and started walking home while saying, "Thank you, Naruto-kun, but I must go home now," quickly over her shoulder. After walking several steps, she broke into a run. Weird girl, but at least she isn't always fawning over Sasuke. Naruto said to no one in particular. He then carried on walking to his friends. So, guys want to go do something until I have to go see Irika-sensei? He asked them all while wearing his usual grin and scratching the back of his head. Sure. How about we have a race? Suggested Kiba. Meh. Too troublesome, said Shikamaru in a bored voice. I'd rather just stay here and watch the clouds. Sounds good to me, Chuji said, putting in his 2 cents and lying next to Shikamaru. Same here, said Naruto, dropping down next to 2 of his friends. Damn, you guys are lazy, exclaimed Kiba, grudgingly lying next to Naruto, Akamaru jumping onto his stomach. A fair amount of time passed in total silence until Shikamaru broke it. So what was up with the Hyuga girl, Naruto? I saw you talking to her. Oh, she just wanted to thank me for stopping the team's fireball. Guess there's finally a girl with enough sense to not fawn over him, explained Naruto. Really? What did you say to her? Asked Shikamaru, still staring at the clouds, almost letting himself grin from what he knew. Huh? Well, I just said I respected her because she didn't fawn over him, and she had more brains than all those fangirls. Why do you ask? Questioned Naruto, looking over at Shikamaru, confused. Because from the look of her face, when she left, it looked like she was really embarrassed from what you said. I think she may be sweet on you, exclaimed Shikamaru, grinning mischievously. What? No way. She's a Hyuga. There's no way she could have something for me, exclaimed Naruto, sitting up quickly and staring at Shikamaru. Heh. Think what you want, Naruto. Oh, you better get going, by the way. Otherwise, you're going to be late for your meeting with Irika-sensei, Shikamaru said, turning his eyes back skywards to watch the clouds again. Damn, you're right. See you guys tomorrow. At that, Naruto took off toward Ichiraku's. Kiba looked up to watch him leave, muttering, Damn, I wanted to ask him about that Doton jutsu he used. Oh well, some other time. He lay back down. Naruto was walking down the street towards Ichiraku's, hands in his pockets and deep in thought. How could Hinata have feelings for me? I mean, she's cute and all. Wait, cute? Where'd that come from? Ark, I'm gonna have to think about this later. He quickly brought his thoughts back to the real world and noticed that he had already sat down and Ayam was asking for his order. I'll have just 1 miso ramen for now, Ayam-ne-chan. Thanks. Ayam turned around and started on his order. By the time his order was done, Irika had arrived. Naruto, the reason I wanted to talk to you was to find out where you learned that jutsu you used today. If it's a secret, I won't press the matter further, but I would like to know if you're deliberately holding back in the academy, said Irika with an understanding look in his eye. Naruto turned to Irika without touching the ramen. I'm afraid it is a secret, Irika-sensei, but you're right. I am holding back at the academy. Why though, Naruto? From what I saw today, you would have better grades than Sasuke if you wouldn't hold back, asked Irika, a slightly angry look in his eye, since finding out his favorite student was holding back. Because, Irika-sensei, grades aren't everything. Besides, could you imagine someone's surprise when they found out I was stronger than my grades at the academy would lead them to believe? I'm holding back so people underestimate me. That gives me an advantage. Plus, I don't want to turn into Sasuke, thinking I'm better than everyone because my grades are the best, answered Naruto, feeling guilty over the deceit he had used on his sensei and friend. Irika, noticing his guilt, smiled and ruffled his hair. Don't worry, Naruto. I forgive your lying to me. I'm glad to hear you're actually looking to future battles. To be honest with you though, I'm just glad I won't have to fail you in the genin exams. Could I get miso ramen, please? Thanks. What are talking about, Irika-sensei? Asked Naruto, slightly confused. If you can perform that Doton jutsu I saw you use today, I'm sure you can find a way to pass the test next week, replied Irika, smiling while grabbing some chopsticks for him and Naruto. Naruto gave off his foxy grin to his sensei, then turned to his ramen. He clapped his hands together like Irika and they both said, "Itadikamasu," before they both dug into their ramen. Naruto was walking back to the apartment. He had stayed with Irika and talked about some other things while also eating lots of ramen, of course. By the time he had finally decided to get home, it had started getting dark. Guess I should skip training at the compound tonight. It's getting too late. Oh no, you don't, kid. As soon as you get over to the apartment, I want you to get your ass over here with that transport seal. I saw what you did today. Kyuubi barked in Naruto's mind. Naruto started sweating profusely and stammering back a reply. Kyu-sensei, I was going to tell you about today. Honest. I bet, replied Kyuubi. Naruto started running to the apartment. Once there, he went straight for the transport seal. Once he arrived at the compound, he noticed Kyuubi was already next to the seal with his arms crossed. Well, I'll excuse the use of the Doton Jutsu, since it was life and death. Also, you're lucky that your Irika-sensei is very understanding. I was also glad to see that you trust him enough to tell him you're deliberately holding back, and he has faith in you. But you were foolish to show your skill against the Uchiha in the first place. I was defending my friend's Q-sensei. I couldn't stand by and let Sasuke team insult them, replied Naruto. Kyuubi sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Goddamn. I guess I can't blame you, kid. I would have probably done the same. Still, you could have handled the situation better. I have to admit, though, I enjoyed the look on the Uchiha's face when you lifted him into the air. Kyuubi laughed a bit at this, as did Naruto. Alright, since I would have done the same, I'll go easy on you. Only 500 laps around the taijutsu training area, and I want you to do 500 sit-ups and press-ups. If you still have enough time, you can go to the hot springs near the kitchen after you're done. Thanks, Q-sensei, Naruto shouted as he ran towards the aforementioned training area. Naruto had gotten back to the apartment with a slight bit of pain in his body from the punishment Kyuubi gave him. By the time he finished his shower and got to bed, though, all the pain was gone. The last thing to go through his mind, though, was, I hope Hinata passes the Genin exams. He then fell into a dreamless sleep. Throughout the last few days before the exam, everything went as usual. Naruto kept up his training and his facade in the academy, even though everyone that had seen the fight between him and Sasuke knew he was holding back in terms of skill and strength. His friends didn't treat him any differently because of this. There were a few differences, though. Sasuke would glare daggers at Naruto every time he thought the knucklehead wasn't looking. Sasuke also had a lot less fangirls following him around now. Even the Ino girl had stopped going after him. Naruto, though, was sure he had seen a few girls following him, and he could have sworn he heard a group talking about him, but once he got close enough to hear more, they suddenly went quiet. After a while, he decided to ignore it and carry on. It was the day before the exams, and Naruto was jumping from rooftop to rooftop, trying to get away from the ANBU chasing him for his latest prank. Obviously, he could easily hide from them or just create some bunshin of some sort to distract them. But of course, he thought, where's the fun in that? That and the fact he had raised the level of his weight seal again that morning, so he needed some way of getting used to it without having to just run laps. Eventually, though, he was caught, only after deciding to let them, of course. He had once again painted the Hokage faces, this time making them look like kabuki actors. Once again, his only punishment was washing all the paint off the monument. It didn't take him long to clean up. Since he used a water-soluble paint, it was pretty easy getting it all off. The fact that it was Irika watching him again only made it easier, since he allowed him to use a Suite Unjutsu to clean most of the paint off. Afterwards, they went to Ichiraku's and had a few bowls of ramen together. Before they both left for home, though, Irika spoke up. Naruto, you do have a plan for the exam tomorrow, don't you? Yes, I do, Irika-sensei. If you want to find out what it is, though, you're going to have to wait until tomorrow, and if you could, Irika-sensei, will you make it so I get to go last for the test? Asked Naruto with a glint in his eye. I'll see what I can do, Naruto. Now get home and get some rest. I don't want you showing up late for the academy, answered Irika. At that, Naruto started running home while shouting, Thanks, sensei. See you tomorrow, over his shoulder. The next day, Naruto made sure to wake up early, get washed and dressed, get breakfast from Ichiraku's, and get to the academy before it even opened. He waited outside the gates for an hour while Shikamaru and the guys arrived and talked to them for a while. During this time, he also realized that Sasuke was watching them from a tree with a swing on it across the road from the academy entrance. He wondered if he should confront the Uchiha about it, but voted against it on the grounds it would be too much trouble. Once the gates to the academy opened, he went inside with everyone. Once in, he went straight for the list that said when he would be tested. He was happy to see Irika had managed to make his test last. For most of the day, he carried on talking to his friends and noticing the glances he got from some of the kunoichi in training. Everyone who went into the exam room came out with their own Hittite. Thing is, he knew that most of them would be back in the academy in a few days if they didn't pass the exam the Jounin instructor gave them. He knew all about the second exams and a lot of the techniques that were used to find out if the three-man cell would have good teamwork. Eventually, his turn finally came. He walked into the room and was happy to see it was small enough for him to carry out his plan easily. He turned to the two instructors across the room, and a grin spread across his face seeing that Irika was one of them. After a second of getting warmed up, he signaled he was ready to begin the exam. Chapter 6. First Real Fight. Last time. Eventually, his turn finally came. He walked into the room and was happy to see it was small enough for him to carry out his plan easily. He turned to the two instructors across the room, and a grin spread across his face seeing that Irika was one of them. After a second of getting warmed up, he signaled he was ready to begin the exam. This chapter. All right, Naruto. First off, I want you to perform the Kawarimi no Jutsu. You can use anything in the room to substitute yourself, announced Irika from behind the desk. Naruto looked around the room quickly, then turned back to both instructors. He went through the hand seals fairly slow and finally yelled, "Kawarimi no Jutsu." He promptly disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Once the smoke cleared, it showed a very surprised-looking instructor, and where he had been sitting, a very smug-looking Naruto. Not bad. I guess I can pass the Kawarimi, mused Naruto, acting like an instructor. Irika just gaped at Naruto sitting next to him. How much has he been holding back? A Kawarimi like that is ranked as a high Chunin level jutsu, thought Irika, quickly closing his mouth. All right, Naruto, very impressive. Please go back to your place for the second test, Irika said while motioning for the other instructor to come sit back down and then writing something on his clipboard. Naruto got up and went back to standing in the middle of the room. Okay, the second jutsu I want to see is the Bunshin no Jutsu. I need you to create 2 to 5 Bunshin for me. As soon as Naruto heard this, he started concentrating, trying to control where the Bunshin would appear. He went through the seals after a few minutes and produced 5 perfect clones of himself in the room. Excellent, Naruto. You passed the test. Here's your Hittite, Irika said while picking up the last Hittite from the table and walking around to Naruto to give it to him. Yes, I knew I could make it work, yelled Naruto while taking the Hittite and jumping in the air. When he finally calmed down, he spoke to Irika. Irika-sensei, could I talk to you alone for a second? Irika understood what he wanted to do. He turned to the other instructor and signaled him to leave the room. Once the other instructor left, Naruto spoke again, but in a lower volume, and he still had not dispelled the clones. If you want to find out how I managed the Bunshin no Jutsu, Irika-sensei, just look out the window. Irika did just as Naruto suggested and looked outside. What he saw surprised him, to put it simply. In the training grounds outside the academy window and hiding in some of the trees around the academy building were upward to around 100 Narutos, all of them either just standing or trying to hide. Irika started to ask questions, but was then drawn back to the site before he could finish the question. The sheer number of clones astounded him. After a full 5 minutes turning to Naruto and then to the site outside, Naruto finally decided to dispel the clones. Once all of them were gone, Irika finally managed to calm down and talk straight, but before he said anything, he just turned to Naruto and gave off a huge smile. So I'm guessing you've been practicing on where the Bunshin appear when you summon them, haven't you? That's why you took a few minutes before performing the jutsu. You got it in one, sensei, answered Naruto with a huge grin. I won't even ask about the number of Bunshin you summoned. Either way, good work, Naruto. Now come on, I gotta give instructions to everyone about what happens next, explained Irika while leading him out of the exam room. By the time Naruto and Irika arrived at the classroom, Naruto had lowered the goggles so they were now around his neck and had tied his Hittite around his head, now adorning where his goggles used to be. He grinned at the guys and took a seat next to Kiba, who was giving him a thumbs up. When everyone went quiet, Irika started his speech about how they should always work hard and never stop practicing even though they had become genin now. Eventually, he got to the part about what they had to do now. Tomorrow morning, you are to come back here and find out which teams you are going to be in. You will then be picked up by your new Jounin instructors, and they will be in charge of you from there on. All right, you're dismissed. As soon as the last word left Irika's mouth, everyone started filing out and going home to tell their families about their success. Naruto, of course, simply said his goodbyes to the guys and started towards Ichiraku's for some celebratory ramen. Once he got there, he was given a hearty congratulations from both Ayum and Tucci, and to his delight, was given a free first bowl of ramen of his choosing. Obviously, he went with the biggest bowl with the most toppings, the Ichiraku Supreme Ramen. Even after the first bowl, he managed to pack a few more bowls in until by his fourth bowl, Kyuubi spoke up. "Hey Kit, get back here. I got something for you for passing the Jinin exam." Naruto mentally nodded at this and had a fifth bowl before finally paying for it and heading to the apartment. When he got to the compound, Kyuubi told him to head for the bedroom he used. When he got there, the first thing he noticed were the clothes on the bed. He especially noticed the gauntlets/forearm guards laid on either side of the jacket. "Now that you made Jinin, I don't want you wearing that jumpsuit anymore. Don't complain, it's for your own good. The suit is practically screaming, 'Hit me.' I'm an easily visible target. Now try on these clothes. They used to be your father's, so they should fit you. Once you're done changing, meet me in the jutsu training area. We'll start working to see if you have either Kekkei Genkai. Although something tells me you have your mother's Kekkei Genkai, I'm not sure about your father's." Having said what he wanted to say, Kyuubi left for the training area. Naruto took off his jumpsuit, so he was wearing only his boxers, goggles, and a tie-it. He pulled the pants on first. They were slightly shorter than his usual pants, except they were black with an orange stripe going down the outer leg. Unlike his old pants, they didn't require a belt to hold up, as there was elastic in the waistband and around the ends of the legs, meaning they wouldn't catch on anything. Even though a belt wasn't needed to hold the pants up, there were still loops to hold a belt in place. Once he had them on, he grabbed the two kunai holsters and strapped them to both thighs. He then grabbed a belt which had another two utility pouches on them and a few special pouches for holding scrolls and seal-making equipment. The belt fit loosely on him, which made the pouches drop slightly, since he had long since burned the baby fat off his stomach and had a well-toned six-pack. He then grabbed a sleeveless steel mesh shirt and pulled it on. He didn't really like it at first because it didn't cover him up much. He grabbed a set of straps with kunai holsters on it and figured out they were to be worn underneath the jacket, so he put it on and made sure to tighten the straps and close the buckle that went over his chest. When he got to the jacket, he was fairly happy because it had the red swirl, although it was a slightly darker red. He loved on the back. It was roughly the same as Shikamaru's, except the sleeves had been ripped off. It was black like the pants and made of leather. The inside, though, was lined with a white cotton fabric. When he had the clothes on, he looked in the mirror to right of the bed. "Not bad, I guess," he thought, while looking at his shoulders and biceps. He was muscular, but also lean. The muscles didn't look out of place on him thanks to this. He turned back around and pulled on a pair of ninja sandals exactly like his old ones, except they were black. He then took the gauntlets. The underside was padded with the same white cotton as the jacket, except they weren't completely blank. There were seals on the underside, but there was something strange about them. It took Naruto a few minutes, but he figured it out. The seal had been flipped over, which meant that whatever was sealed in it appeared above the metal plate side of the gauntlet. He wondered what it could be, but just slapped them on instead. He had already taken too long. Kyuubi was probably getting impatient. When Naruto got to the jutsu training area, Kyuubi was sitting in the clearing with the scrolls on the Kekkei Genkai to either side of him and a few smaller scrolls in front of him. He looked up at Naruto and smiled. "You look like your father now, kid, and a true ninja. Something tells me you noticed the seals on the bottom of the gauntlets. Before you ask, just try unlocking the seal." Naruto looked at Kyuubi, surprised he could read him so easily. He did as Kyuubi said and unlocked the seal on his right gauntlet, and there was a puff of smoke. To Naruto's surprise, there was now a blade about a foot and a half long, now curving along the top of his arm. "Whoa, cool," was all he managed to say. He then sealed the blade back in the gauntlets. "It's the same with the other before you even try the left one." Naruto frowned and pouted at him mockingly. "Don't give me that face, Kit. We're here to find out if you have those Kekkei Genkai your mother and father had, not to check out your new clothes. Now then, from what I've noticed with my eyes, and you've already seen yourself, your tenketsu are always releasing a steady flow of chakra, whether you're trying to release it or not. I've also noticed that your chakra is a little denser. It's not as translucent as other chakra I've seen. This means you already have your mother's Kekkei Genkai. It's just a matter of harnessing it. As you've already read in the scroll, you have to use these hand seals to make the chakra surround your body instead of roll off it." Kyuubi unrolled the Uzumaki clan scroll at this point. Once you've used these clan hand seals, you can manipulate the chakra to spin and block attacks, or you can push that chakra out and make it an attack. For now, just use the hand seals, and we'll see what happens. Naruto nodded to Kyuubi and looked over the hand seals. They were all different to the 12 he had learned in the academy. Some didn't even require both hands. After memorizing each one in sequence, he went through them slowly. There were 20 in total. When he completed them all, he suddenly felt full of chakra, and his skin felt itchy. That's it, Kit. Your tenketsu are narrowing. There's less chakra coming out, and the chakra that is coming out is sticking to your body. All right, Kit, activate the Kitsune Busher no Jutsu, so you can see for yourself. Naruto did as Kyuubi suggested and went through the seals. When he activated the fox eyes, what he saw excited and shocked him. Just a few centimeters above his skin was a layer of his chakra. It wasn't falling off him like it did the last time he activated the eyes. It was like a second skin. You're going to be really glad I made the Kitsune Busher no Jutsu for you, Kit, exclaimed Kyuubi. Why is that, Q-sensei? Asked Naruto, looking up from his new second skin, tilting his head to one side. Because this way it'll be easier for you to learn to control your Rasen Kiku, spiral armor, the Kekii Jinkai you inherited from your mother. Using the eyes, you can see the chakra that's covering your body. This will make it easier to control it and master the Kekii Jinkai. Now I'm going to throw a light punch to your chest. Try and spin the chakra to block it, Kyuubi said while getting up and walking over to Naruto. He waited a second for Naruto to get ready and threw his punch. Naruto was surprised, to say the least. He had managed to spin the chakra at the last minute, but it wasn't nearly enough to block the attack. When Kyuubi's punch connected, he had at least expected to fall on his ass, but all he felt was a light tap. You're lucky, Kid. The spin and the dense chakra was enough to slow down my attack. I suggest you carry on practicing with some sort of clones for now. I'm going to prepare for the awakening of the Namikaze Kekii Jinkai if you have it. As Kyuubi had suggested, Naruto summoned about 30 shadow clones and had all of them punch him one at a time while he stopped and restarted spinning his chakra skin. Every time he restarted the spin, it felt easier to start and speed up. After a couple of hours, Naruto could block multiple hits on different parts of his body from his shadow clones. Eventually, he even asked Kyuubi to hit him again with more force and was, to Kyuubi's surprise, able to block it easily. Seeing as you're so confident with your defending, let's try your attacking with the chakra. All you've got to do is force more chakra out of the point you're attacking with while spinning your chakra. It should do a large amount of damage to your opponent. Once this was said, Naruto went back to practicing with his shadow clones. He had them attack him, and instead of just spinning the chakra, he also forced a lot of chakra out. What he saw thanks to the Fox Eye Jutsu, he liked it a lot. The first time he tried it, he found it difficult to keep the chakra spinning, but it got easier. Every time a clone hit him, it instantly poofed out of existence with a satisfying pop. Eventually, he got bored of just forcing chakra out, though, and tried shaping it more. He soon got to the point of making a ball of chakra covering his fist instead of acting like a second skin. He also made the chakra spin lots of different ways instead of just the one way and condensed it more until he knew it was visible to human eyes. He knew because he deactivated the fox eyes to check it every now and then. He tried punching a stalagmite with the finished product and was happy to see it blew up the stone spike. Of course, this didn't go unnoticed by Kyuubi. When he saw Naruto form the ball and slam it into the stalagmite, though he had one thought go through his head. Son of a dash. Either he just thought that up, or he's been looking through too many offensive jutsu scrolls and found his father's Rasengan. Hey kid, what did you just do there? Asked Kyuubi, his voice full of surprise. Naruto turned round and saw Kyuubi staring at him wide-eyed. He thought he was in trouble at first, but then saw that it was shock that was in Kyuubi's eyes. Well, I got bored of just forcing chakra out, so I decided to play around a bit with shaping the chakra and condensing it. A ball was the easiest shape to make, and it was easy to make around my fist. I wanted to see what kind of damage I could do with it, and that's how this happened, said Naruto, motioning to the pieces of rock strewn around the floor. I was going to try to just make a block of condensed chakra next that would just be a hard and heavy hitter. Thing is, it's really easy to make stuff out of chakra with the fox eye jutsu you gave me, because I can see the chakra take shape without having to condense it. That ball I just made had chakra spinning around in it, so I think that's what made the rock blow up. I think a block of condensed chakra would probably just smash it instead of make it blow up. I also want to try and push out some chakra and flatten it, then sharpen it, making some kind of chakra sword or blade coming out of my hand. And Naruto carried on like this for a few minutes while making gestures with his hands of how he would attack using these different shapes and densities of chakra. All Kyuubi could do was smile at Naruto's imagination. He's already trying to make it different to the usual Kekkei Genkai by using jutsu he alone possesses. This kid is going to go far. Just then, Kyuubi heard something in the forest outside the compound with his sensitive hearing. Kyuubi interrupted Naruto's train of thought with a SSH kit. There's something going on outside in the forest. Sounds like 3 people and they're fighting about something. We better take a look, kit. Kyuubi guided Naruto to the entrance and opened the door. Thankfully, the waterfall covered the noise of the opening door, which meant unless you were standing right next to the door, you would never hear it open. When they got out of the compound, they noticed it was already dark. Kit, over there, by the 2 largest trees to your right, whispered Kyuubi to Naruto while they were sliding along the wall, getting out from behind the waterfall. Naruto looked over to where Kyuubi had told him. Thanks to the fox eyes, which were still active, he could see fairly clearly in the darkness. He could clearly see 3 figures, one on the floor being held down by another while the third was talking to the one being held down. Kyuubi signaled to be quiet because they were going to get closer to see what was happening. They took to the tree branches and jumped silently closer, using the mental link to talk if the need arose. When Kyuubi stopped on a branch almost directly above where the figures were standing, Naruto could feel Kyuubi's rage through the mental link. He started wondering what was wrong. That was until he landed right next to him and saw the 3 clearer. Standing up was Mizuki, a Chunin instructor Naruto had seen in the academy. On his back was a couple of large Shuriken and a large scroll the same size as the clan scrolls from the compound. Naruto didn't particularly like him since he had always ignored Naruto during any lessons he was teaching. Naruto couldn't tell who the one holding the third person was because he couldn't see the person's face. The third person on the floor, though, he could see the person's hair, and he instantly knew who it was on the floor. Naruto now understood Kyuubi's anger and shared it. On the floor was Iruka, the only instructor at the academy to respect and have faith in Naruto, Kyuubi's kit. Before Kyuubi could do anything, Naruto jumped down and knocked out the ninja holding Iruka in a blind rage. He then turned to Mizuki. Well, speak of the devil, or should I say demon? I was just wondering how Iruka could have believed in a demon gaki like you. You know what he said? He said it was because you aren't the demon, that you're just a child that grew up parentless because of the demon, just like him. Now that's a laugh. I have to say I was surprised he didn't kill you the first day he met you. You know why? Because it was you who killed his parents, demon. And now I'm going to do something he didn't do and something the village should have done 12 years ago, namely kill you. Mizuki said as he detached one of the Shuriken from his back. I'm going to have to kill Iruka after you, of course. Somebody just can't steal the Hokage's scroll of jutsu and leave a witness. Mizuki threw the shuriken at Naruto upon saying this. Mizuki, of course, didn't know that Naruto could just block the shuriken with his newly mastered Rasen Kiku. Sadly, neither did Iruka. Just before the shuriken hit, to everyone's surprise, Iruka had put himself between the large shuriken and Naruto, blocking the shuriken. Naruto looked in horror at the pained look on Iruka's face and caught him as he fell. Iruka-sensei, you didn't have to do that. The shuriken dash. Yes, I did have to do that, Naruto. Iruka broke in. I don't blame you, Naruto, for my parents' death. I know you are merely the jailer, not the demon. I've seen that. I saw the first day I met you. It was in your eyes. You were sad, lonely, and lacked the love a mother and father gave. It was the exact same for me when my parents were killed by the Kyuubi all those years ago. Tears were streaming down Iruka's face now. I don't care what the villagers think of you. You will be Hokage, and the villagers will look up to you. Now run. Get away and find somewhere to hide so you can survive and realize your dream. Iruka passed out a few seconds after saying this. Naruto looked at the motionless body of his sensei, the closest thing he probably had to a father, and something in him snapped. How can I run? If I run, the villagers will never look up to me. I'll be looked upon as a coward who left his sensei to die in the middle of a fight. He said to no one in particular, Mizuki, you will pay for your treason to Konoha and your treachery towards your fellow shinobi. I have estimated the sentence of such crimes to be death. Naruto looked up. He had now tapped into Kyuubi's chakra, for he had activated the kitsune, some no jutsu, without the hand seals, and the claws were red. Mizuki looked in horror at what he saw, for it wasn't until that moment that he saw Naruto's red eyes, and his fear only increased from the appearance of the chakra-made claws. Naruto then continued to make earth clones, water clones, and shadow clones, and issued one single command: attack. All hell broke loose at that moment as Mizuki tried to block the attacks of the clones. Some had the same glowing claws as the real Naruto. Even though he managed to defend himself, just about, he was just too outnumbered to keep it up. Eventually, he was hit by a particularly strong kick to his back and was jumped on by the clones in his defenseless state. He was further kicked, clawed, punched, and even had Naruto's new Kekkai Genkai attack used on him. It was this moment that Kyuubi decided to step in. He placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder and gave him a solemn look. Naruto knew exactly what Kyuubi was trying to tell him, and he calmed, instantly dispelling the clones with large splashes and pops, and crumbling as they all returned to their original raw materials. After the smoke cleared, it revealed a very bloody, bruised, battered, and very much alive Mizuki. It is not your place to judge him, kid. If you killed him now, you would only be proving him right in that you're a monster, but you're better than that. Leave his sentencing to the Hokage. Now let's send a flare for the ANBU to find you guys. I'm going to go back to the compound. I don't want you to be any more trouble. I'll watch what happens through the mental link. See you later, kid. At that, Kyuubi ran back to the compound and established the mental link so he could watch over Naruto. Naruto sat down next to Iruka-sensei and quickly went through some hand seals. He sent a flare up from his hand, and ANBU arrived within a few minutes to find him holding Iruka and crying silent tears. When he saw them, he instantly asked them to take care of Iruka, asking them to use any healing jutsu they knew on him to stem the flow of blood from the gaping wound in his back. That night, Naruto stayed in the Hokage's office after the ENBU had escorted him there to be questioned. He lied, obviously, to cover up the fact that he was being trained by Kyuubi. He told the Hokage that he had been jumping around the village rooftops because he was happy about making genin and couldn't sleep. How he had seen Mizuki and the other Nin take Iruka from his home and drag him to the forest to frame him for the theft of the scroll. And finally, how he had jumped in to try and save Iruka only to be saved by him, and then take revenge for his fallen sensei by using his Kekkai Genkai, which he only found out about that night during the fight, leaving out all the clones and activating his fox-based jutsu for obvious reasons. The Hokage believed every word and immediately sent Mizuki and his partner in crime to be incarcerated until further notice. He then informed Naruto that Iruka would be okay, that Iruka just needed a bit of medical jutsu and a blood replenishment pill, and he would be back in the academy in the morning to work again. Naruto brightened up at this piece of information and thanked the Hokage as he dismissed Naruto. Leaving the Hokage tower, Naruto noticed that the sun was already rising. He decided to go to Ichiraku's and see what he could get for breakfast. When he got there, he was happy to see that they just opened up for the day. What? Naruto-kun? What are you doing here so early? Anyway, I'm afraid I haven't even started on the broth yet, so I don't have any ramen, explained Tsuchi. Naruto looked up at the old man with a grin and said, "That's okay, Aji-san, I'll just have some ohagi and some green tea." Onaga. Tsuchi looked at Naruto with a kindly smile and said, "Coming up, kiddo." He turned around and started to walk into the back while shouting, "Hey, Iam, get some ohagi and green tea made for our #1 customer." A few minutes later, Iam walked out with a tray full of ohagi and propped it in front of Naruto. Wow, what happened to Naruto? He usually wears that jumpsuit of his. Guess he thought it wasn't good to wear if he was going to be a ninja, but wow, a body like that. I shouldn't complain, and none of the girls at the academy aren't going to complain either. I wish he could be just a few years older. Arigato, Iam-chan, he said in a cheerful voice and started munching down on the food. You're here early, Naruto-kun. I know. You were probably too excited at becoming a genin to sleep last night, and probably stayed up all night, didn't you? Naruto just nodded at this, not wanting to worry her with the truth. I knew it. You're so full of energy all the time, I'm surprised if you can sleep at all. I'll be right back with you green tea. Okay. She left with her usual cute grin. Man, I'm glad I found this ramen place back when I started the academy. Not only do they have great food, but they don't fear or hate me here either, and it's nice to have a girl look at me with a smile instead of just hit me and tell me to bug off. Naruto thought as he waited for Iam to get back with the green tea. A few minutes later, and she came back and placed the cup next to the tray. Naruto finished the ohagi he was eating and drank some of the tea. He just stayed there for a half hour talking to Iam and enjoying his breakfast. Eventually, he looked at his watch and decided it was time to go. He grabbed the last ohagi and finished off the tea. He thanked Ayam and Tucci, paid for the food, and started walking toward the academy. When he got there, he found the gates already open early and walked straight for his class while he finished his breakfast. When he got there, he sat down and waited for everyone else. The next person to get there was Sasuke, which he had already guessed would come in early. Sasuke looked at Naruto wide-eyed at first, surprised to see him wearing anything other than his orange jumpsuit and actually early to class. He then just went to sit down in his usual spot by the window. About half an hour after that, he saw Hinata walk in the back door and take her usual seat in the corner. After that, some of Sasuke's remaining fangirls arrived and argued over who would sit next to him. They didn't even look at Naruto as they came in. After that, another group of girls walked in. They saw him, and all of a sudden, they were fawning over him like Sasuke's fangirls were for him. At the front of this group was the Ino girl that used to fawn over Sasuke until the fireball incident. At first, he just sat there blushing while they were grabbing his shoulders and biceps, feeling how firm they were and squealing with delight. After a while, they started arguing who got to sit with him. It was at this time that he decided to sneak away and sat up at the top, all the way at the other end of where Hinata was sitting. Seeing him closer, of course, she noticed his new clothes and how the mesh shirt showed his toned upper body and the jacket showed off his muscular arms. She, of course, kept getting drawn to his open jacket, seeing his chest and stomach. After a few seconds of staring, she quickly turned away as she had a small nosebleed and a very deep red blush. After a while, Kiba and the guys walked in and noticed that Naruto was up at the back and called him to come back to the middle. His new fangirls noticed this and immediately rushed to him at the back of the classroom and restarted the initial attack all over again. Naruto made a mental note to get Kiba back for that later. While Kiba, Chuji, and Shikamaru stared in shock at Naruto's newfound popularity. They later noticed his new getup and figured out why the girls went crazy for him. And he saved a lot of them from Sasuke's fireball earlier that month. Thankfully for Naruto, Iruka decided to walk in at that very moment, and after getting over the initial shock of seeing Naruto's new fan club and his new ninja uniform, called for everyone to sit down. Naruto managed to get stuck with Ino and another girl sitting either side to him happily. Naruto had never thought of getting a girlfriend because he was always so busy training at the compound. Sure, he thought some of the girls were cute, but he never asked any of them out. In fact, he didn't want to have a girlfriend until he was at least Chunin. Then he figured he could spend more time with her because he could choose his missions more freely. Iruka shouted, "All right, I'm now going to sort you guys out into your 3-man teams and assign you your team number. Once I'm done, you will sit down with your new teammates and wait for your Jounin instructor to pick you up. Now then, Team 1 dash." Chapter 7, A Familiar Jounin. Last time. Iruka shouted, "All right, I'm now going to sort you guys out into your 3-man teams and assign you your team number. Once I'm done, you will sit down with your new teammates and wait for your Jounin instructor to pick you up. Now then, Team 1 dash." This chapter. Iruka carried on like this for a few minutes. Naruto didn't care much for finding out the rest of the teams, so he just zoned out and tried to ignore all his new fangirls looking at him. When Iruka finally called out his name, and he snapped back to reality. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke. You will make up Team 7. At the moment of hearing this, Naruto contemplated committing seppuku right then and there with a kunai. Can't hurt that much, can it? Dreading the thought of having to be in the same team as the squealer and the stuck-up. Sakura was inwardly jumping for joy because she was on the same team as Sasuke. All right, I'm with Sasuke. He's bound to ask me out now. Sasuke was thinking why they had to be put in a team to begin with. If they get in my way, I'll kill them myself. Every girl in the room, including Hinata, thought the same thing about Sakura at that moment. Lucky forehead girl. I should be with Naruto/Sasuke. The three then sat down together so everyone else could be put in their own teams. After Iruka was done, he told them all they had to wait until after lunchtime for their new instructors to pick them up. At that, everyone got up and walked with their teams to get lunch together. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke did walk out the building together, but as soon as Sakura asked Sasuke if he wanted to eat lunch with her, he disappeared. Naruto spoke up. I would ask you if you want to join me for lunch, seeing as we're teammates now, but something tells me you're going to say no. Sakura turned on him and started shouting, Naruto, shut up. You're so At this point, she had finally turned around and taken notice of his new clothes. She obviously also noticed how his new clothes showed off the body he would usually cover up with the jumpsuit. She just stood there open-mouthed and gawking at his body. Naruto waited a couple of seconds expecting her to answer him. He then waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Sakura-san? Hello." When she didn't answer, he just shrugged and walked off for Ichiraku's. When he turned the corner, Sakura managed to snap out of her shock and sighed when she saw that Naruto had ditched her in her shocked state. She then went to find a bench where she could enjoy her lunch. Naruto just walked back the same way he had come from that morning to get back to Ichiraku's. It had gotten a lot more busy since the morning. He could see that a lot of the villagers still glaring at him, but he also felt another sort of stare on him. He just couldn't shake it or understand what it was about, until he remembered what it felt like when those fangirls were staring at him. When he figured that out, he instantly took to the rooftops, in case he might get swarmed again. Thanks to his little detour to the rooftops, he managed to make it over to Ichiraku's in record time. He managed to sneak under the curtain and onto the stool without being noticed by the young female villagers, thankfully. He ate a few bowls and then decided to leave before he was found. He decided to find Sasuke to have a talk with him about being in the same team. He took to the rooftops again, hoping to see Sasuke somewhere on the way back to the academy. Where would the team go to eat lunch? He was thinking while going from one roof to another. I'm gonna have to up the weight again when I get to the compound tonight. I feel too light. He kept up his pace while also taking a few detours, checking out likely places for Sasuke to be. Eventually, he did find Sasuke moping around and eating some gohan in what looked like his apartment. Naruto jumped down to be outside the window and got Sasuke's attention. "Hey, Sasuke team." Sasuke, being surprised, choked on the bite he had just taken. "What do you think you're doing, dope?" "Wait, scratch that, why are you here?" asked the Uchiha with a glare after he managed to cough up the rice. "I wanted to talk with you. Since we're going to be teammates, could we at least forget we hate each other during training and missions so we don't get each other killed?" answered Naruto, looking the Uchiha in the eye. "What's the matter, dope? Afraid I won't protect you?" said the Uchiha with a smirk. "You're right," said Naruto under his breath. "I'm more afraid of you being too arrogant to ask for my help and getting yourself killed," replied Naruto with a bit of venom lacing his words. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at Naruto now and said, "Fine, but don't get in my way or I'll kill you myself. That goes for that pink-haired fangirl that's always following me around as well." Naruto sighed and started back for the academy. Guess that was the best I could have hoped for with his arrogance. Not to mention his obsession with killing his brother. "Something tells me he'll be more trouble than he's worth, Kit," Kyuubi offered. "Something tells me you're right, Q-sensei. I'm still gonna try though. As you know, I never give up," Naruto told Kyuubi as he grinned. Team 7 had been waiting 3 hours now for their new Jounin instructor. Everyone else had already been picked up by their instructors. Naruto was sitting at the back where he went to try and escape the fangirls, while Sasuke was sitting in the usual spot. Sakura, on the other hand, was torn. She had no idea who she should sit next to. She was now infatuated with Naruto because she had seen his well-sculpted body, but she was also infatuated with Sasuke because he had that mysterious air around him. She did the only thing she could think of doing at that moment, and that was sit down in front while looking at the two. "What do you think's up with Sakura, Q-sensei?" asked Naruto to Kyuubi. "If I didn't know better, Kit, I would say she's wondering which of you looks better, and depending on her decision, she's now going to be that person's fangirl," answered Kyuubi matter-of-factly. "Well, the team can have her. She's too prissy for my liking," Naruto thought, not liking the way she was looking at him like a piece of meat. "I wouldn't worry about it, Kit. From the look on her face, she's going to take her time deciding," Kyuubi comforted Naruto. Naruto relaxed a little more on hearing that. He started wondering why the instructor was so late when Kyuubi spoke up again. "Think about it, Kit. You've read all those ninja statistics that your father left you. Try and figure out who it is from that. It'll help with your problem-solving skills." Naruto liked the idea. It would at least keep his mind busy. "Alright, so we know it's not Sarutobi Asuma or Yuhi Kurenai. They would have been top of my list of wanted instructors from what I read about them. The other Jounin that came here weren't anything special. Our Jounin is late though. Now which Jounin have I read about can be late some?" "Ah, hell. What is it, Kit?" asked Kyuubi, slightly alarmed. "I think I just figured out who our instructor is going to be. The only hint I'm going to give you is that he knows who my father was. replied Naruto. Ah shit. I was hoping you wouldn't get his lazy ass. Knowing the village council, they probably set it up like this so he could train their precious Uchiha on how to activate and use his Sharingan. Figured Kyuubi. Doesn't matter, I got you to train me. He'll be good enough to help protect us during missions, won't he? Plus, I'll finally get to thank him for saving me that night 6 years ago. Reason Naruto. You still remember that kid? Exclaimed Kyuubi. I guess you're right though, he is good enough to protect you guys while on a mission. At that moment, Naruto felt the door behind him open. He instantly grabbed a kunai from one of the holsters under his jacket and threw it over his shoulder. It embedded itself in the door frame right in front of the Jounin's face. Both Sasuke and Sakura looked at him strangely. You're late, sensei, Naruto said as he turned around to see the Jounin walk in with his one eye not giving any emotion away. He grabbed the kunai and tossed it back to Naruto, who caught it with ease and placed it back in the holster under his jacket. Now that wasn't a very nice greeting. I wasn't that late, he said in a sort of monotone. Either way, I want to meet you all on the roof now. At that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke, but not before a thought passed through his head. That was an interesting greeting. Naruto looked at Sasuke and Sakura and contemplated the use of the same jutsu to get to the roof and give them a surprise, but decided against it. We better get going, was all Naruto said as he got up to leave. When the three got to the roof, the Jounin was already there sitting at the far end. He gestured for the three to sit down. All right, how about we get to know each other? Introduce yourselves, he said in the same monotone voice. Sakura raised her hand almost instantly. Sensei, what should we say? Well, you should obviously say your names. Maybe then you could say your likes and dislikes, your hobbies, and maybe your dreams, replied the Jounin. Why don't you go first? We can't keep calling you just sensei, suggested Naruto. Okay, my name's Hatake Kakashi. I have no intention of telling you my likes and dislikes. As for my dreams, I have few hobbies. Secretive guy? All we learned was his name, thought Naruto. But I already know some other stuff about you, Kakashi. Sasuke and Sakura both thought the same thing. All we learned was his name. Okay, what about you with the pink? Kakashi said, pointing towards Sakura, who was sitting in between the other two. I'm Haruno Sakura. The person I like is. And my hobbies are, well, my dream is to. She hid her face with her hands at this point, in embarrassment and confusion. All the time she had been saying this, she had been looking between Naruto and Sasuke, not sure which one to settle on. Anything you hate? Asked Kakashi, still not giving away emotion. I know, pig, she shouted instantly. Oh, that's perfect. A fangirl that likes both her teammates and can't choose which is better. That's gonna be annoying, Kakashi thought. Okay, what about you, Blondie? He said while pointing at Naruto, to the left of Sakura. The name's Uzumaki Naruto, shouted Naruto with confidence. Like you didn't know that already, Kakashi. He thought briefly. I like ramen in training. I dislike the 3-minute wait after adding water to the ramen cup when making instant ramen. I got some hobbies, but I ain't saying what they are. My dream is to be Hokage. He yelled the last part for emphasis. Sakura was looking at him with hearts in her eyes. Sasuke just narrowed his eyes at him, and Kakashi just looked bored with his only revealing nothing. He's grown up strangely. I was expecting to be more bitter, thought Kakashi before turning to Sasuke. All right, emo kid, you're up last. I'm not emo, Sasuke yelled, his eyebrow twitching. This elicited a chuckle from Naruto. Fine, just get on with the introduction. Everyone thought that Kakashi had finished at that, but Naruto managed to hear the quiet, emo kid, that Kakashi had said under his breath. This caused Naruto to stifle another chuckle. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I hate. There aren't a lot of things that I like. Also, I have an ambition that I have no intention to leave as just a dream. Both Sakura and Naruto were now listening intently to what Sasuke was saying. Kakashi just looked on as usual. The revival of my clan and to kill a certain man. Sasuke is so cool, thought Sakura. Ah, Kami, please tell me he isn't gonna do something stupid to kill this guy. Naruto thought at the same time. Kakashi, though, simply thought, just as I thought. All right, you three have unique personalities. So far, I like that, Kakashi said while looking over the three of them. We're going on a mission tomorrow. It's something the four of us can do together, some survival training. Sakura raised her hand instantly and asked, "Why are we going to train when it's a mission? Didn't we get enough training at the academy?" Naruto resisted the urge to smirk at this. He had already read all about the second set of tests in his father's scrolls, but Sasuke and Sakura had no idea what was coming next. This is no ordinary training. If I say this, I'm sure the three of you are going to be surprised. Out of the 27 graduates, only 9 will become genins. The other 18 will be sent back to the academy. In other words, this training is going to be a very hard test with a dropout rate of 66%. Sakura looked shocked at this new information. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the jounin. Naruto just smirked. Not exactly the reaction I was hoping for, but 2 out of 3 isn't bad, thought Kakashi looking at Naruto's expression. Naruto got up slowly, the smirk still evident on his face. "Bring it on, Kakashi-sensei. The 3 of us will take on whatever you're going to throw at us," Naruto said while gesturing at the other 2. This elicited an excited, "Yeah," and punch in the air from Sakura. Sasuke just did his usual HN of agreement. Kakashi looked over the 3 again and said, "All right, the test is going to be at Training Ground 7 tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Oh, before I go, I suggest you don't eat any breakfast." He started going through some hand signs quickly until Sakura asked another question. "Why is that, sensei?" He looked up and simply said, "Because you'll puke." He then vanished in a puff of smoke. Sasuke and Sakura got up and started walking away when Naruto addressed them. "Don't listen to his advice about breakfast. Have what you usually have for breakfast. Don't worry about the time of the test. He'll be late again tomorrow. We might as well wait until tomorrow to make a plan. Oh, and Sasuke, I'm only going to say this once. We have to work as a team, so don't even think of going against him on your own. See you guys tomorrow morning." Naruto started jumping from rooftop to rooftop at that point, wanting to get to the compound. "I'm dope," said Sasuke as he walked away again. Naruto was walking through the compound on his way to the ninjutsu training area. Kyuubi told him since they didn't get a chance to check for the Namake's Kekkei Jinkai the other night, they would do it tonight. He walked into the cavern and saw Kyuubi as he had been the night before, except the Uzumaki clan scroll had been put back in the vault since he had already established he had the Kekkei Jinkai. "All right, Kit, let's get this over with. You've already read the clan scroll. You know what the Kekkei Jinkai will allow you to do. I gathered these 3 scrolls from your father's seal library. They're useful seals, but they're also very simple, so it should be easy for you to use them if you have the Kekkei Jinkai. First, I have this one." Kyuubi took the first scroll and opened it up. It is a basic paralysis seal. You can use it to capture enemies or targets depending on the situation. It can be broken if the target has a strong enough will, though. Second is this one. He took the second scroll and opened it up. It is a simple chakra draining seal. Using it on yourself probably wouldn't do much to your chakra levels since you have so much of it. It should be useful against other genin and maybe some chunin though. Finally is this one. He took the third scroll and opened it up. It is a seal made for sealing items within scrolls or anything you put the seal on really. You simply place the item in the center of the seal and use a half-ram hand seal. Insert some chakra and it will be sealed until you simply use your chakra and think or say Kai. Release. There, that should be enough to copy for now. Give it a try. You remember how the scroll instructed, don't you? Naruto nodded, stepped up to the 3 scrolls, and sat down in front of them. Naruto remembered what he read in the scroll very clearly. There weren't any special seals like the Uzumaki Kekkei Jinkai. All he had to do was concentrate on the seals in front of him and feed chakra into his eyes. While doing this, the Namake's Kekkei Jinkai should activate if he had it. The first ability was being able to copy the seals. His pupils would turn red then back to black when he had copied it. Kyuubi suddenly spoke up. "There it is, Kit. Your pupil just turned red for a second. Guess you have both Kekkei Jinkai. Now which seal were you concentrating on?" The paralysis," Naruto said dumbly. It hadn't felt like he'd copied it. In fact, it felt like nothing had happened. "All right, try the other 2 now just in case I was seeing things. Although I highly doubt it." Naruto did as Kyuubi said. When looking over the other 2, his pupils flashed red again, and he thought he felt something. "No doubt about it, Kit. You have the Kekkei Jinkai." "Yeah, I felt something in my eyes this time. I guess I'll get better at telling when I've copied them with time though, right, Q-sensei?" Asked Naruto with a big grin. Most probably Kit. Now for the second use. Give it a try, replied Kyuubi. The second ability depended on the use of the first ability. Once Naruto copied a seal, he should be able to print the seal with chakra for a temporary period. Once this is done, he could leave the seal to dissipate or use seal equipment to make the seal permanent. To print a seal, all he had to do was think of the seal he wanted to print, gather chakra in his hand, and eventually the chakra would become visible and may change color, and the symbols for the seal would appear on his hand and move all over it. Once this happened, he wouldn't have to concentrate on the chakra anymore. His hand would stay like this until it touched something or he consciously stopped it. The chakra in his hand would form the seal and activate it when he used it. Naruto thought of the paralysis seal and gathered chakra in his hand. After about 5 seconds of doing this, his hand suddenly glowed a purple color and some symbols were moving all over it. Alright, it worked. He yelled in victory. Good, Kit. Now dispel it, and you can try the third ability, Kyuubi said with a smile. Naruto tried to dispel the seal. It didn't go away. He tried concentrating harder on stopping it. It still didn't go away. Kyu-sensei, we may have a problem here. The seal won't go away, Naruto announced in a panic. Let me see your hand, Kit. Naruto walked over and presented the glowing hand. That's interesting. Your other Kekkei Genkai, causing your chakra to be condensed, has made it so you can't dispel the seal. At least that's what it looks like to me. Guess you'll just have to use the seal on something. I know summon one of those Kage Bunshin and use it on one of them. Doing this will also tell us how long the seal will last, and thanks to your chakra being condensed, something tells me it will last long. Naruto did as Kyuubi said and summoned a Kage Bunshin. He wasn't afraid of using the seal on himself because it had said in the scroll that you couldn't print a seal on yourself using the Kekkei Genkai. He placed his hand on the Kage Bunshin and the symbols rushed onto it. They started forming the paralysis seal and shined the bright blue color of regular chakra. The Kage Bunshin instantly froze once the seal was complete and collapsed onto floor, not moving a muscle, so he looked like a statue. Naruto chuckled at the sight. I have another idea, Kit. Bring out another Kage Bunshin and use the paralysis seal on that one too, Kyuubi said, slightly smug with the idea he just had. Naruto did as Kyuubi said, and soon they had 2 Kage Bunshin collapsed on the floor, looking like fallen statues. Now we'll leave one clone to follow the course of the seal to see how long it lasts. You can use the other clone now to try out the third ability. I want you to disrupt and destroy the seal using the third ability. Naruto recalled the third ability from the scroll. Using the third ability, he could analyze any seal and find a way to either make it more effective or destroy it and make it useless. It activated in a similar fashion to the first ability, but he had to say or think, analyze, while concentrating on the seal in order to activate the third ability. His eyes are supposed to change with the third ability apparently. Parts of his iris are supposed to extend into the pupil and create a crosshair shape. Blood vessels are supposed to be drawn to his iris at strange angles, making them seem robotic, and when analyzing a seal, the iris is known to turn randomly, making the eyes seem even more robotic. The iris color is supposed to stay the same though. Naruto sat down next to the clone, concentrating on the seal. He gathered chakra to his eyes and thought analyze with all his might. The next second he felt his eyes begin to itch and he knew they were changing. Once the itching stopped, the symbols of the seal in front of him suddenly raised off of the clone, and he could see what each symbol and marking did for the overall seal. He looked over each symbol and marking. He finally stopped at a symbol and decided, looks like if I destroy this symbol, the whole seal will be destroyed, but I'm not sure. What the hell? Let's try. He came out of his thought and used some chakra to destroy the symbol. To Kyuubi, it looked like Naruto was touching empty air. At first, he thought Naruto was playing around until he saw the seal on the Kage Bunshin's chest just disappear. Alright, it worked, Naruto shouted, punching both fists in the air. Good work, Kit. Looks like you understand exactly how to use the third ability. Although it looked like you were doing something in front of you in midair. What were you doing exactly? Asked Kyuubi with obvious interest. Naruto looked at Kyuubi, not understanding what he was talking about until it hit him. Only he could see the symbols when they were raised, thanks to the Kekkei Genkai. Oh, well, I was destroying the seal. When my eyes activated the seals, symbols raised from the clone and spread out. Then I looked over the symbols and found the one I had to destroy to get rid of the whole seal. Guess I must have looked crazy just prodding at empty air like that, huh? Naruto dispelled the clone at this point. A little bit, Kit, but that doesn't matter. You managed to use all 3 abilities. All we need to find out now dash. Kyuubi turned to look at the remaining clone. Is see how long the seal lasts once you've printed it. Anyway, you might as well go home. I'll tell you when the seal dissipates. I don't want to tire you out with training tonight. You're going to need to be on top form for tomorrow's test. All right, Q-sensei. See you tomorrow after the test. Asked Naruto. You better, Kit. We'll be going right back to the usual training, and once you've passed the test and become a fully fledged genin, I'll let you learn some of the offensive jutsu from the vault. Replied Kyuubi. All right, Q-sensei. See ya. Naruto ran for the scroll with the transport seal as soon as the last word left his mouth. Kyuubi chuckled as he watched the blonde leave. Maybe I should have given him some training tonight. He has way too much chakra to spare. Oh well, guess I might as well make myself comfortable until that seal dissipates. 5 hours later. Damn, how long is this thing going to last? I might not get any sleep if it doesn't dissipate soon. A good few minutes later, the seal finally dissipated. Finally. Guess I'll wait till morning to tell the kid, though. He's probably asleep by now. Kyuubi lay down on the ground as he said this and nodded off to sleep. Chapter 8. The Test. Last time. At that moment, Naruto sneezed. He was currently running through the village. He couldn't sleep, so tried tiring himself out with a run around the village and adding a few levels to the weight seal, of course. He just carried on running after the sneeze and hoped he was tired enough to sleep now and hoped he wouldn't end up being later that Kakashi that would just be embarrassing. This chapter. Naruto woke up a little after 7 a.m. He took a shower and got dressed fairly quickly, in the new ninja gear he got from Kyuubi, making sure he remembered the kunai holsters under his jacket, the goggles around his neck, and a couple of breakfast bars from the cupboards in his kitchen. On his way out the door, Kyuubi spoke up. Hey kid, I was hoping to get you before you got to the training grounds. About the seal last night, it lasted somewhere over 5 hours. If you're going to be using it, make sure you want that person to stay paralyzed for a while unless you're willing to destroy the seal. Got that, Kit? Yeah, I got a Q-sensei. Thanks for the info. Naruto thought back as he carried on out the door and turned around to lock it. Afterwards, he went straight for Ichiraku's and ordered only one bowl since it was for breakfast. When Ayam and Tucci asked why he wasn't eating more, he just said that he had to get to a training session, and they left it at that. Naruto finally arrived at the training grounds at 8:45 a.m. When he arrived, the first thing he saw were 2 very tired, very hungry-looking genin hopefuls, namely Sakura and Sasuke. They hadn't taken his advice about eating breakfast or getting there purposefully late, and it had taken its toll on them. Each looked like they were about to collapse in fatigue. He just sighed and walked over to them. I thought as much. Neither of you took my advice, did you? You do realize Kakashi-sensei only suggested that we skip breakfast? Also, you did notice how late he was yesterday. Naruto sighed at the 2 again. Well, it's a good thing I brought these. He pulled the 2 breakfast bars from his pocket and handed one to each of them. Eat up. It's not much, but it should help you during the test. Sakura took the bar with a silent arigato, Naruto-kun, and continued on to eat it. Sasuke, on the other hand, looked at the bar like it was his worst enemy. I'm not going to eat this. If I eat this, Kakashi-sensei will most probably fail me straight away. Listen, Sasuke team, think back to the academy. Every time we went out on survival training, Iruka-sensei told us to have a hearty breakfast to make sure we would have enough energy to get our own food when we were in the forest. Think about it. Kakashi-sensei is probably trying to use our hunger to his advantage, and unless you eat something, you're going to be a liability. Now eat that bar before I shove it down your throat. It's for your own good, lectured Naruto. Sasuke just glared at him and ate the bar slowly. In a tree, a few 50 feet away, Kakashi was watching with interest at what was happening in the training ground before him. So Naruto's got the teamwork part down. Even if he does have to force it on the emo kid. I think this squad might actually make it, maybe, thought Kakashi. He then used the Shunshin no Jutsu to appear before the 3 preteens. Sorry I'm late. Started Kakashi. Liar. Don't even try it, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto broke in. Kakashi looked at Naruto with a fake hurt expression. You didn't even let me try? Oh, well, on to the test. It's pretty simple. All you have to do is get these bells off of me before noon. He took out 2 bells and held them up for the 3 to see. He also took out an alarm clock and set it for noon. But Kakashi-sensei, there are only 2 bells and 3 of us, Sakura pointed out. Exactly, only 2 of you can pass. Once you have a bell, you pass. If you don't get a bell, then you fail, and you have to watch as whoever did pass eat these 2 lunches I prepared. Kakashi pulled out a pair of bento boxes. Sasuke and Sakura looked at the 2 lunches, and a small, almost inaudible growl came from their stomachs. While Naruto just looked at the boxes uninterested, since he had gotten a pretty good breakfast at Ichiraku's. Also, if you fail, you have to go back to the academy. Although I'm guessing you already figured that out from what I said yesterday. Kakashi walked over to 3 posts on the other end of the training grounds and placed the 2 bento boxes and the alarm clock on top of the middle post. So, when do we start, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Naruto with a smirk. Well, first, I should tell you, if you want to get these bells, that you're going to have to come at me with everything you have. That means you have to have an intent to kill. You can use anything you want, kunai, shuriken, and anything else you may have, replied Kakashi with an eye smile. But that's too dangerous, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura yelled in fear for the Jounin's life. Don't worry, I'll be fine, he replied. By the way, the test starts now. At that, all 3 sped into the trees for cover. They have a pretty good grasp of stealth, thought Kakashi. Naruto, in his hiding place, created 4 Kage Bunshin. He ordered 2 to find Sakura, and for 1 to bring her to the meeting place he specified, while the other performed a henge to take her place. He ordered 1 to take his hiding place, and the last to follow him in order to get Sasuke. The 2 Bunshin sent for Sakura found her quickly and explained the situation to her once she got over the shock of seeing 2 solid Narutos. 1 quickly performed a henge to turn into her and take her place, while the other guided her to the meeting place. Sasuke, on the other hand, wasn't so cooperative, and the real Naruto ended up knocking him out and dragging him to meet Sakura, while the Bunshin took Sasuke's place under a henge. While all this was going on, Kakashi was raising an eyebrow in surprise at sensing the 4 new presences. What's going on? A clone technique of some kind. Guess I'll just have to find out, he thought as he started for the 3 still in the trees, and he felt the other 4 moving away to the west. He found Naruto first and went through the usual plan. Ninja Lesson 1. Taijutsu, he said when he appeared behind the clone. The clone just looked at him unimpressed and got up to face the Jounin. Kakashi took out his copy of Ika Ika Paradise and went on to say, Taijutsu no Ugi, Senin Goroshi. Kakashi then appeared behind the clone and plunged his fingers into its rectum. Unlike what he usually gets from that technique, which is a genin hopeful flying away, he was surprised to get a face full of smoke. Kage Bunshin. When did one of them learn that? He thought in surprise. He had read the 3 genin hopefuls' personal files, and it didn't mention anything about any of them learning the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. If this was a Kage Bunshin, then something tells me the other 2 still here are the same. I'll have to go after the other 4. He didn't get the chance to follow, though, because the other 3 Bunshin appeared in front and behind him, having gained the memories of their fallen brother. Their mission now was simple: keep Kakashi distracted for as long as possible. Elsewhere in a small clearing in the forest, the real genin hopefuls were just finishing their plans. One obviously not liking the fact that he had been dragged into this. Okay, then now that that's sorted, you guys get going on the traps. I'm going to find a place to hide and wait for Kakashi. Hopefully one of the Kage Bunshin will be able to survive long enough to lead him to this place, Naruto said as he began to turn away and head for the trees. Wait a second, Dobe, why is it you who gets to go after Kakashi? Asked Sasuke, a little angry. Because I have the perfect way of bringing him down, team. And don't worry, you 2 can have the bells for all I care. I just want to see the look on Kakashi-sensei's face when I use my technique on him. Now get going. He's already gotten rid of 2 of my Kage Bunshin, ordered Naruto. Sakura went on to start on the traps with Naruto's weapon pouches and kunai holsters in hand. Sasuke, on the other hand, just walked behind her, grumbling to himself. Kakashi had just tried to use a Jinjutsu as lesson 2 on the clone that looked like Sakura, and it had gone up in smoke. Another clone? Why doesn't that surprise me? He thought, turning to the other 2. After each trap was set up perfectly using all the kunai and shuriken they had created a menagerie of traps to keep Kakashi occupied. While they were looking over their handiwork, they heard Naruto whistle signaling that Kakashi had dealt with all but one of the Kage Bunshin and was currently on his way toward them. The two quickly hid behind the bushes where they could set off all the traps. A few minutes later, another Naruto landed next to them and quickly explained he was a clone, not the real one, before they could complain. They then got up to see Kakashi standing a few feet from the bushes staring straight at them. All right, time's almost up. Now are the real yous going to finally try and get the bells from me, or what? Kakashi asked, turning to his orange book about halfway through his speech. The three smirked at him and said in unison, "Hi." As soon as the word left their mouths, a multitude of shuriken and kunai were thrown at him. Traps, huh? That was their big idea. I would have at least expected the emo to try a katana on me. Kakashi thought as he took out a kunai and blocked each and every weapon thrown at him, not once looking up from his book. As he was still blocking the projectiles, Naruto and Sasuke jumped in to attack him. They both hit their mark only to have it turn into a log. The barrage of weapons had stopped now, so the two looked around trying to figure out where he had gone. Where is he? Sasuke thought while Naruto was also looking around. All of a sudden, the ground beneath both of them crumbled, and Kakashi's hands came up, grabbed both their ankles, and pulled them under, leaving only their heads above ground. Kakashi knelt down in front of the two as he said, "Ninja Lesson 3, Ninjutsu, Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu," and was about to get up when suddenly he couldn't move. What's going on? He asked no one in particular. His question was partly answered when the Naruto in front of him went up in smoke. Another Bunshin? I was sure this one was the real one. So where? He was thinking, wide-eyed, when Naruto stepped out into his field of vision. I couldn't even feel his chakra. He's better than he's letting on, or was letting on at least. How do you like my paralysis seal, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked the immobile Jounin while he summoned some Kage Bunshin to get Sasuke out of the ground. Naruto went over to the Jounin and unfastened the two bells. I'll take these. Hey Sakura, catch! He yelled, throwing one her way, then holding the other out to Sasuke when he was out of the jutsu. Sasuke just glared at Naruto and snatched the bell from him. So this means that they pass, right, Kakashi-sensei? Yes, Kakashi answered. Good. Well, see you guys. I'm going back to the academy since you two have the bells, and I don't. Naruto said with a grin as he turned around and started for the academy when Kakashi spoke up. Stop, Naruto. You all pass. Kakashi told him. Naruto already expected this and would have grinned, but instead held it back, while Sakura and Sasuke just looked surprised and confused. You realized the purpose of this test and got the three of you to work together to take me down. The purpose was to see if you could work as a team, and you did. You knew that me telling you not to eat breakfast was so I could use your hunger against you, so you brought food for your teammates. There is a saying I like to follow. Those who break the rules are scum but dash. Those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. Naruto finished. Kakashi did an eye smile and answered, exactly. Now that you all passed, could you please take the paralysis parchment seal off me? Kakashi asked with an eye smile. Why don't you just break it? Being a Jounin, you must have a strong enough will to break it. I mean, it's a pretty simple seal, replied Naruto, hands behind his head. Kakashi simply replied, I'm too lazy. Naruto sighed while the other two had a large bead of sweat appearing on their forehead. Okay, give me a second. Naruto walked back over to Kakashi. Once his eyes were out of sight of Sasuke and Sakura, he activated his Kekkai Genkai and quickly destroyed the seal. Coming back from behind Kakashi, who stood up, he pretended to stuff something into his jacket to make them think it was the parchment seal. Now then, you three can have tomorrow off. I need to get some paperwork done concerning you three becoming Genin. Meet me here the day after tomorrow at 8 a.m. and we'll start on your training and missions. Dismissed, Kakashi announced and started to leave for the Hokage Tower while Sasuke and Sakura were leaving the training grounds. He would have carried on, but was stopped by Naruto. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, can I talk to you for a second? The blonde asked his new sensei. Everyone turned to look at Naruto at that point. He quickly told Sasuke and Sakura to go on without him and that he would catch up. Sasuke humphed and carried on walking. Sakura nodded and followed Sasuke. Once they were gone, Kakashi spoke up. So what is it you wanted to talk to me about? I wanted to talk to you about my father and to thank you for saving me 6 years ago, Naruto replied. Not many things can shock Hatake Kakashi, and this statement was one of the few that did. Well, I'm surprised that you remember that. No problem, by the way, I was just following orders. But why do you want to talk to me about your father? Drop the act, I know that my father was your sensei. I know who my father was. So there's no point acting stupid. I found a place my father left for me thanks to a little help from a friend. I know my father was the Yondaime, the fourth Hokage, announced Naruto. Kakashi looked at Naruto with slight awe now. So is this place where you learn the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu? Among other things, yes. Naruto answered. I was also trained by the same friend who led me there. He trained me to the ground and helped me awaken my Kekkai Genkai, both of them. Kakashi was staring wide-eyed again at Naruto. Both Kekkai Genkai? He asked in an incredulous tone. That's right. I gained my father's Kekkai Genkai and my mother's. I'm telling you this now so you don't find out later and question me. I have a good understanding of both Kekkai Genkai. In fact, it was through my father's Kekkai Genkai that I was able to paralyze you and remove the seal. If I hadn't removed the seal or you hadn't broken it, you would have probably been stuck like that for about 5 hours, by the way. Naruto informed the stunned Jounin. This friend you're talking about, it's Kyuubi, isn't it? Kakashi asked, the awe still present on his face. Not lazy enough to figure that out, are you? Yeah, Kyuubi trained me and everything, and from the fact that you're not shaking in your boots from talking about him, I'm guessing you know he didn't mean attack the village. Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, I know all about how he went on the rampage thanks to someone from the Uchiha clan using the Manjikyu Sharingan on him. Minato-sensei explained it to me before he sealed Kyuubi in you. He wanted to be sure I wouldn't blame Kyuubi for the attack, and I don't. Explained Kakashi. Good to know. So we won't have any problems with each other? Naruto asked. No, I haven't got a problem with you or Kyuubi. I am afraid to say, though, that at your current level, I probably couldn't teach you much anyway. Something also tells me you weren't even trying in the test today. You could probably take me on and have a good chance at winning. Kakashi replied with a small-eyed smile. Naruto grinned at this and went on to say, Don't worry, I know you were probably forced to take on Sasuke as your student so the council could get their Imo Uchiha to be stronger. Kyuubi says he can still keep training me as well. Knowing him, he probably hasn't taught me half the stuff he knows. Plus, I still got the scrolls in my dad's library to go through anyway. Naruto's grin turned into a frown at this point. I have got some concerns about Sakura, though. She isn't strong enough physically. She has book smarts, that's obvious, but she needs to do more physical exercise and get her chakra reserves up. She's going to be a liability at the best of times. Kakashi nodded at this thoughtfully. I know what you mean. I'm going to be busy training Sasuke, so I probably won't have that much time. That's not the only problem, though. She's a fangirl for the emo, and I think she has her eyes on you too. Fangirls are always more interested in going after their idol. Maybe you could train her? She might listen to you, and you could train her away from emo kid. Naruto thought about this for a second. Guess it wouldn't be too bad. At least then I wouldn't be wasting my time when he's training Sasuke. Then again, we'll be doing D-rank missions for a while, which means there will be next to no risk. Maybe I can get something out of this. Naruto got a foxy grin on his face. What's in it for me? If I have to train her when you're supposed to be training all 3 of us, I should at least get some of your paycheck or something like that. Wait, I know. After every training session, you have to take me out for ramen at Ichiraku's and pay for at least 5 bowls of ramen for me. Deal. Nice one, kid. Less money you have to spend. Kyuubi chuckled. Kakashi sighed, had a large bead of sweat forming on the back of his head, and damn, near fell over all at the same time. Sneaky little Gaki. 5 bowls of ramen a day. I only get paid monthly, and from what I can figure, that ramen is going to take away at least a quarter of my paycheck straight away, and I'm not going to get much from the D-rank missions we'll be doing. Stupid council. I'm going to have to ask for a pay rise or something. Oh well, doesn't look like I'm getting out of this. Kakashi dropped his head in defeat. All right, Gaki, I'll get you your 5 bowls of ramen, but only on days when you've actually been training her. I will be checking. So we got a deal. Kakashi held out his free hand, his other still holding his Ika book. Okay. Naruto grinned as he shook his new sensei's hand. After that was done, they both said their goodbyes and Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke while Naruto walked to the entrance of the training area. When he got there, he was greeted by Sakura and noticed that the Uchiha was gone. So where did Sasuke team go? Naruto asked the downcast Sakura. Well, he said he didn't want to waste his time on a dobe and an annoying fangirl and walked off. She replied near tears. Hey, don't worry, Sakura. Come on, I'll take you out for ramen since we passed. My treat. Naruto announced with a grin and putting his hands behind his head. Sakura blushed at this and asked innocently, You mean like a date? Naruto paled a little, not really thinking of it like that or wanting it to be like that. No, not a date. I mean, you want to get Sasuke, don't you? If he sees you out with me on a date, he might not want to go out with you. Let's just call it a meal between friends. How does that sound? Naruto managed to get out before Sakura glomped him in happiness. Sakura looked a little less happy about that, but saw the logic behind it. All right, let's go then, Naruto-kun. She screeched while grabbing his arm and leaning on him. Naruto looked a little pale at the high-pitched voice, but carried on walking to Ichiraku's. The thought of a few bowls of his favorite food let him get over the banshee on his arm. Oh, wait a second. Do you still have my weapon pouches and stuff? Naruto asked, suddenly remembering about the said pouches. Oh yeah. Sakura thought out loud while she reached into her dress and pulled out the 2 utility pouches and all the kunai holsters. She handed them to Naruto with a slight blush, realizing what she had just done in front of him. Naruto accepted the equipment and quickly reattached it to the various pieces of clothing and limbs. Putting the kunai holsters that went underneath his jacket on, though, got the most attention from Sakura, as he had to take off his jacket, revealing his upper body under the mesh shirt. Naruto noticed her stare. He quickly pulled his jacket back on. While walking through the village towards Ichiraku's, Naruto with Sakura attached to his arm, he luckily, or unluckily, depending on your point of view, came across Ino, who had also passed her test, making her a genin. The moment she saw Naruto, she ran over and attached herself to his free arm and started a glaring contest with the pink-haired Kunoichi on the other arm. What are you doing with my Naruto-kun? Shouldn't you be following Sasuke somewhere? Ino asked Sakura with a bit of venom in her words. Sakura just glared back at Ino and said, We're going to eat lunch together, since we both passed the test as well. I'd almost say it's a date, but I still want a chance with Sasuke-kun. Ino visibly seethed at this. Naruto quickly realized what the outcome of this conversation would be and quickly invited Ino along for a meal as well. Ino quickly brightened and turned to the blonde. Are you asking me out on a date, Naruto-kun? She asked in a teasing way. Naruto quickly shook his head. No, just another friend going out on a celebratory meal. Wait, shouldn't you be with your other teammates? Well, they were behind me, so they should be over there. Ino replied, turning her head and pointing to a spot a few yards away. Naruto looked over and saw a very tired and bored-looking Chuji and Shikamaru, who were now walking over. Hey guys, how'd you find the test? Was it troublesome or just HN? Naruto asked the two, using Shikamaru's favorite words for describing something. Troublesome. Shikamaru replied simply. Wasn't too bad. Chuji replied, taking a break from eating his chips. You guys want to join us? We're going to Ichiraku's to celebrate. Naruto asked with a look in his eye that screamed, Please help me out. I don't want to be stuck with these two alone. The look didn't go unnoticed by Shikamaru, who instantly broke into a smirk and contemplated leaving him to the fangirls. Eventually his friendly side won over and he nodded his head in a yes while muttering troublesome. The 5 continued their trip and got to Ichiraku's without any other problems. They all had a couple of bowls except for Chuji and Naruto, who had 10 bowls each. They all got a congratulations from Tuchi and Ayam. Ayam, of course, smiling at the blonde with the 2 girls either side of him. Obviously expecting this to happen the morning he came in his new clothes. After everyone finished their meals, they headed back home. Naruto had to go home with the 2 girls attached to his arms. When they got to his apartment, though, they both unlatched and went to their homes. Naruto sighed when he got inside and went straight to the transport seal under the carpet and got to the compound. When he arrived, he met up with Kyuubi and they went over the plans for his training of the pink-haired banshee. Naruto also asked Kyuubi about copying the seals in his father's library with the Kekkai Genkai and about learning some more jutsu from the vault. When they were done, Kyuubi guided him to the seal library. Naruto thought for a second that they would be starting on the seal copying. Oh, how he was wrong. Kyuubi went over to the seals and started mumbling to himself. I was sure he would put it somewhere near that weight seal. Where the hell is it? As Naruto was going to ask him what he was looking for, he suddenly cried, Huh, found it. Come on, we're going to need some seal ink and the tattoo equipment. Naruto groaned at this. It wasn't that the first seal on his back hurt that much. It's just that it took so much time and he hated sitting still. He followed Kyuubi over to the seal equipment and asked the obvious question. So what am I getting this time? A stronger weight seal? Kyuubi smiled at his container's question. No, the weight seal you have now is good enough. It lets you progress steadily and you can keep going exponentially, so you'll be keeping that seal. The seal, or seals I should say, I'm going to put on you now is so you don't give away the fact you have the weight seal. Right now, I'm guessing the seal is increasing your weight way above the 6,000 kilograms mark. Eventually, you'll start making craters with each footstep if this keeps up. The seals I'm giving now are for your feet. They're cushioning seals. Having these seals on your feet will make it seem like you're a normal weight. Even when people are holding you up or carrying you, to them you'll feel like you're a normal weight for a person your size and age. Naruto just looked uninterested and slightly annoyed at the amount of time he would have to waste getting these seals done. Okay, I guess it's a good idea to get this done. I want to know something though. Will it be possible for me to deactivate the seals if I want? Naruto asked as a foxy grin came over his face. You're already thinking of ways to use this in combat, aren't you, kid? You're as cunning and sneaky as a fox. Maybe I've had too much of an influence on you. Then again, that isn't exactly a bad thing in the ninja line of work. Anyway, you can deactivate it if you want. After all, it's your chakra that will be activating it. You'll be in full control of the seal, don't worry. Kyuubi explained to the slightly happier Naruto. Well, let's get the seals done, then, so we can go back to training. Naruto announced with his usual enthusiasm. The seals only took a couple of hours to do, thankfully. After the first half hour, Kyuubi got annoyed with Naruto because he kept moving. He came up with a way to keep Naruto occupied, though, by giving him a few seals to copy and analyze. It kept busy enough that Kyuubi was able to do the seals without any more trouble. Naruto, of course, didn't feel any different when he activated the seals, but he didn't think anything of it, and the two just went back to the usual training regime all the way into the second day. Chapter 9. Birth of a Useless Jutsu. Last time. The seals only took a couple of hours to do, thankfully. After the first half hour, Kyuubi got annoyed with Naruto because he kept moving. He came up with a way to keep Naruto occupied, though, by giving him a few seals to copy and analyze. It kept busy enough that Kyuubi was able to do the seals without any more trouble. Naruto, of course, didn't feel any different when he activated the seals, but he didn't think anything of it, and the two just went back to the usual training regime all the way into the second day. This chapter. Naruto woke up in the middle of the taijutsu training area. He and Kyuubi had trained until he collapsed, and Kyuubi just left him there. He could have at least moved me to a softer piece of ground. Naruto yawned. Better get something to eat if I'm going to do any more training today. Naruto made his way through the compound towards the kitchen. He checked the cupboards but couldn't find anything appetizing. Hey Q-sensei, I'm going to head back into town to get something for breakfast. I'll be back in an hour or so. All right, kid. While you're in town, could you get some food for the kitchen and some Pocky for me as well? Requested Kyuubi. Pocky? I thought you didn't need food. Naruto asked, confused. I may not require food, but even I like my treats. Haven't you noticed that some of the sweeter things you buy seem to disappear fairly quickly? Kyuubi asked. That's a relief. I just thought that I was eating too much or eating in my sleep or something. All right, I'll get you your Pocky. Naruto replied before using the seal to get back to the apartment. He headed out straight for Ichiraku's, determined to get some good ramen. What Naruto didn't expect, though, was to find a patch of fencing that was completely wrong. He wouldn't have said anything, but it was just such an awful attempt. You know that's an awful Kakaremino no Jutsu. The fence posts aren't lined up properly. Even the color is wrong, so why don't you drop it? Naruto announced loudly. The jutsu was dropped slowly, revealing a small child with a muffler and something that made his hair stick out at the back. Oh, yeah. What do you know, Blondie? Yelled the boy. I bet you couldn't do better. Naruto frowned at the boy and quickly did the Shunshin jutsu, only to reappear on the fence behind the boy. You bet I couldn't do better than you, huh? Look to either side of you. Naruto did a quick Kage Bunshin jutsu and created two clones either side the boy. Both were hidden with the Kakaremino no Jutsu, except they were perfectly hidden, unlike the boy. The boy looked to his right and left. What are you talking about, Blondie? I don't see anything. Exactly. That's how that jutsu is supposed to work. Look again. Naruto informed the boy. The boy looked again and was surprised to see copies of the boy above him appear from underneath some cloaks. How'd you do that? I haven't even seen my sensei do that. Simple. I made Kage Bunshin and used the Kakurenmo no Jutsu. Only difference is I did right. Naruto announced with a grin. Wow. Hey, could you be my sensei? I don't like the one I've got now. The boy asked with a frown. Kid, I only became Jinin yesterday. Besides, I don't think your sensei would appreciate it. Who is your sensei anyway? Naruto asked the boy. He's a closet pervert. He keeps reading this book when he thinks no one is looking. My grandpa says he's an elite jounin, but he doesn't act like it. His name was Ebichu. No, wait, Ebiku. At that moment, a ninja wearing sunglasses, dark clothes, and a bandana appeared in front of the boy. Honorable grandson, where have you been? You will never be the next Hokage without my training. I am your shortcut to being the next Hokage, announced the new ninja. Well, that's a load of bull, Naruto announced loudly. There aren't any shortcuts to being the Hokage. Only hard work and training can make someone the Hokage. The ninja looked at Naruto, and one thought went through his head. The demon child. Come, honorable grandson, you should not associate yourself with this hoodlum. The ninja started walking away. Naruto noticed the stare he got from the ninja and instantly didn't like him. No, I want Blondie and Isan to be my new sensei. The boy shouted. A kid, the name's Naruto, not Blondie. Now that I think about what's your name, there is no way I'm calling you honorable grandson all the time. Naruto asked a little confused. The boy looked at him and smiled. My name's Saratobi Konohamaru. I was named after the village. Honorable grandson, please come with me now and stop associating with the hoodlum, the other ninja asked. You know we're going to need to get rid of your old sensei for a second. Naruto jumped down and put his hand on Konohamaru's head. He then performed another shunshin, taking the two to Ichiraku's. There we go, that should give us some time. Come on, I want some noodles. Hey, I am Nachan, can I get a miso ramen for me and my friend here, please? Naruto asked the ramen girl. She nodded with a smile, turned to make the ramen. All right, I'm not going to be your new sensei Konohamaru, but I will teach you something that will put that closet pervert of a sensei you have in his place. First though, I need lunch. Naruto told Konohamaru with a grin. Konohamaru just grinned back, excited to be learning something new. The two ate a few bowls of ramen. While Naruto had 9, while Konohamaru had 2. Alright, this technique is basically just the Henge no Jutsu. Except you have to turn into something specific for it to work. Naruto explained. The thing is, Naruto had found a stash of books and magazines in the bedroom he used, and some would be very useful when he got a girlfriend. The magazines are what gave him the idea for this jutsu though. It was perfect for perverts and closet perverts alike. It would shock them, but that was about it. Alright, I'll give you a quick demonstration. Naruto made the seals and turned into naked blonde girl with a very nice figure in a very seductive pose. When he changed back, he explained how this would work. This should get a perverted reaction from your sensei, and if you get really good at it, you should be able to knock him out from blood loss. Naruto chuckled at the last part. Now try it. They worked at the jutsu for 2 hours straight until Konohamaru finally got the form correct. They headed back into town when they were done to get some drinks and more food. They had just come out of a grocery store when Konohamaru spoke up. Hey Naruto and Ai-san, what do you call this technique anyway? You know what, I don't know? I've never really thought about using it until now even. If I had to call it something, I guess it would be called the Oiroke no Jutsu. Then again, it isn't really a real jutsu, so there's no point. I doubt it'll be of any use for me in combat either. Naruto mused. As they rounded the corner though, they came face to face with Konohamaru's sensei, the closet pervert. Honorable grandson, I finally found you again. You better not have done anything to him, Uzumaki. Hey Konohamaru, why don't you try the technique I taught you on him now? Naruto suggested with a grin. Hi, Oiroke no Jutsu. Konohamaru yelled and turned into a brunette in the same shape and pose Naruto had been. What in the name of the Hokage is that jutsu? Yelled the sensei with a small nosebleed forming. That is a disgraceful jutsu. Drop it at once, honorable grandson. Konohamaru changed back with a defeated look on his face. Oh, it didn't work like you said it would, Naruto and Ai-san. He's a tough one, but I think I have a way to expose his perverted side. Naruto dropped the bag he was carrying and quickly performed the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, producing at least 20 more Narutos. Now then, I call this the harem no jutsu. All the Narutos yelled at once and turned into the blonde girl again. They all quickly ran toward the instructor, grabbing any part of his body and yelling "Sensei." The instructor was then jettisoned into the air from all the blood coming from his nose. Naruto quickly dispelled the clones and turned back to normal. Wow, guess I went a bit overboard, huh? Naruto chuckled. That was awesome. I bet he feels really stupid now. Konohamaru exclaimed, looking in the direction of his sensei. You should probably go help him, Konohamaru. Tell him if he doesn't shape up, I'll come back and use that jutsu again, okay? Well, I better get back to training now since I'm going to be the next Hokage. See you around, kiddo. Naruto picked up the groceries he had dropped and started walking away. Konohamaru had a surprised look on his face, but finally found his voice again. Wait, Naruto and I-san. If you're trying to be Hokage too, then that means we're rivals from today onward. Naruto looked over his shoulder at Konohamaru and grinned at him. Whatever, kid. Keep up the training, and you might be able to surpass me someday. Naruto yelled back and carried on walking. Kid, I hope you're not planning on using that jutsu anymore, because if you are, I'm going to stop teaching you. Kyuubi said, completely serious. Don't worry, Q-sensei. That was just some fun. Besides, I know you liked the look on that guy's face when he started flying away, and don't tell me you didn't laugh. Replied Naruto. Fine, just don't use it for combat or in front of women. Even I might not be able to save you from what they do. Naruto gulped at that and made a mental note to check who's around before using that jutsu again, if ever. Now get back here. You've slacked off enough for today, and I want my Pocky. Naruto just chuckled at that and continued onwards. When Kakashi was finally done with the paperwork, Team 7 got started on their training and missions. For the next few months, they would gather at Training Ground 7 and train for the first few hours of the day. Kakashi would train Sasuke, while Naruto would train Sakura. Naruto had no idea how Kakashi was training the Uchiha, but to be honest, he didn't care much. Naruto would train Sakura in chakra control, which she took to very easily as he thought she would. Finding this out, he proceeded to train her strength, endurance, and chakra reserves. He did this by giving her his old weights. He had to warn her not to put chakra in them in case she activated the seals, and some chakra draining exercises. He also gave her some defensive jutsus to learn and master. He also gave her a few of weak medical jutsu that he failed to master because he didn't have good enough chakra control. Once she was used to the weights, he started on her taijutsu training and helped her on her form more than anything. So far, she was doing good thanks to separating her from the Uchiha. They still had to train all together occasionally, though, in order to work on their teamwork. The D-rank missions they were stuck doing were pretty usual things for D-rank. Picking up trash from streams, weeding people's gardens, and quite a lot of capturing a certain cat. Naruto knew exactly how many D-rank missions they had to complete before they could do anything more difficult, and he was keeping count, so he could request one as soon as possible. He was getting tired of doing things that normal civilians could do, but were just too lazy to do. Even his patience had a limit, even after all the meditation lessons with Kyuubi. There was a small advantage to the missions, though. He learned to dislike Sasuke less. He was already used to Sakura from all the training he gave her. Once the days were over, Naruto would go over to Ichiraku's with Kakashi for his agreed 5 bowls of ramen. He'd also meet other people on the way and ask them to join them. Usually it would be someone from another team who were going home. Sometimes he even managed to catch Irika there. He would often do this so no one would think he was a hermit that always stayed at home. That, and even he needed some time off training. He would always be joined by Sakura, Ino, and many other fangirls. Even Hinata came to Ichiraku's with him a few times, but it was with her team at the time, so she didn't get much alone time with him. After a while, the fangirls even stopped following him all the time because they knew they could talk to him almost any time they wanted because he didn't keep running away like the emo Uchiha. After being out with someone at Ichiraku's, he would go to the compound and keep up his training. He learned several offensive jutsu and even managed to create some of his own seals and copy them after some work. One thing that bugged him was Kyuubi kept bugging him to use Kage Bunshin to learn new jutsu. Whenever Kyuubi brought this up, though, Naruto always gave the same answer. I don't like using Kage Bunshin to learn new jutsu, Q-sensei. It just feels wrong to learn a jutsu like that. There's no fun in it. I'll use Kage Bunshin to master using it, but until I can do it myself to at least some degree, I won't use Kage Bunshin. Naruto was real stubborn about it. He liked being able to figure out the basics of a jutsu and being able to use it before he would leave it to using Kage Bunshin to master it. Team 7 were walking into the Hokage's office to report on their latest mission and drop off the package. A very annoying cat that didn't like Naruto one bit, so he used a smaller and stronger paralysis seal he created on said cat to keep it from hurting him anymore. As soon as he gave the cat back to its overweight owner, though, he released the seal for obvious reasons. He also liked to watch the cat squirm in the woman's embrace. Very good work, Team 7. Now I have some other missions here for you. You can decide which one to take, though. You can babysit Yoju-sama's boy, grocery shopping, weeding a garden dash. The Hokage was cut off at that point as a shrill cry of, "Tora-chan, come back," was heard through the open window. The Hokage carried on. Or you can catch Tora-chan again? Hearing his options, Naruto stepped forward with a small frown on his face. Aji-san, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but could we please move on to C-rank missions? This was our 50th D rank, which means we should be eligible for C-rank missions now. These D rank missions are too easy and boring. The Hokage thought for a second and seemed to have come to a conclusion. All right, Naruto. Since you're so eager, I believe I have just the mission for Team 7. It involves escorting a bridge builder back to Nami no Kuni, the land of waves. You will depart from here as soon as possible. Now for the person you're escorting, Tazuna-san, you may enter now. The Hokage shouted so Tazuna could hear him from the other side of the door. After a few seconds, an old man with a bottle of something alcoholic in his hand, and from the way he was moving, he was probably intoxicated. What? These brats are going to escort me? They look like they couldn't stop a kitten, let alone bandit. That short, dumb-looking one looks even more useless, the old man announced. Naruto, of course, knowing his height compared to the others in the team, knew exactly who the drunkard was talking about. A small vein popped out of Naruto's forehead while he was holding himself back. Old man, I could kill you about 10 different ways right now if I wanted to, so watch what you say if you know what's good for you, Naruto said as calmly as possible. Kakashi, noticing the problem unraveling, quickly put his hands on Naruto's shoulders to hold him back at least a little if he decided to attack, and said, Naruto, you're not allowed to kill the client, so please refrain from trying. Kakashi looked to the bridge builder. Don't worry, Tazuna-san, they are more than capable, and I will be leading them as well. I'm an elite-level jounin. You have nothing to worry about, Kakashi explained plainly. Tazuna looked over the group again. Fine, I guess you'll do. Kakashi did a nice smile. Excellent, we will start tomorrow morning to allow my students time to prepare. Kakashi turned to look at the team. We will leave from the East Gate at around 9 a.m. Make sure to get plenty of sleep and remember all your equipment. See you in the morning. Kakashi quickly shunshined away. Tazuna-san, don't worry if you're late tomorrow morning. Our sensei is always late by at least an hour, Naruto advised the bridge builder. Tazuna looked at him strangely, shrugged, then walked off. Man, no need to thank me or anything, Naruto shouted after him. Nobody cares what you have to say, dope. Just don't get yourself killed, Sasuke said before he walked out. Sakura walked up to a now frowning Naruto. What an emo. It's like he has a huge stick up his ass all the time. Sakura looked over to Naruto and gave him a small smack on his shoulder. She didn't dare do anything else because she knew how strong and skilled he was from all the training he gave her. Please don't talk about Sasuke-kun like that, Naruto-kun. Fine. Well, you want to grab some ramen? It's probably going to be a couple weeks before I can get any more after tomorrow, Naruto asked with a grin. Sakura's only reply was a smile and a nod. They walked over to Ichiraku's together as they usually do after finishing missions for the day. They managed to pick up Team 8 on the way and a couple of other fangirls. Naruto was just glad that Team 8 was there as well, especially since Hinata managed to grab the seat next to him and protect him from the fangirls. What he didn't see was her activating her Byakugan to scare the other girls away so she could have the seat. Once she turned back to Naruto, though, she turned back into the shy girl she usually is around Naruto. When he got back to the compound, he went at his training with a bit more enthusiasm. He was psyched up at getting a chance to go outside the village. After the usual workout, Kyuubi had him go through water jutsu that would come in use. Since he was going to the wave country, he figured there would be a lot of water to use for the jutsus. The training went well, and by the time he was ready to go home, it was obvious he would get a good night's sleep. When he stepped up to the transport seal, though, he was stopped by Kyuubi. What's up, Q-sensei? Got some last-minute advice or something? Actually, Kit, I got something more useful. Kyuubi reached into his shirt and pulled out a scroll. He set it down and unrolled it, revealing a complex seal with an empty spot in the middle. Naruto looked at it with the analysis eye and was impressed to see multiple layers of symbols. From what he saw in the symbols, it was some sort of storage seal. I'm guessing you've figured out what kind of seal it is, seeing that you've activated your Kekkei Genkai. It is a storage seal that I've created so that this blood clone can be stored within it. I had to make the seal special so it could withstand my demonic chakra. Using this scroll, I can come with you outside the village and help you. If you ever get in trouble outside the village, but only use it if it's a dire situation, I'll even tell you when you should summon me. What do you think, Kit? Naruto looked up at Kyuubi with a frown. But what if I'm knocked unconscious, Q-sensei? I wouldn't be able to release you then. I know. Don't worry, there is a way for me to release myself. You forget that I'm mentally linked to you. If I want to, and you allow me to, I can see and feel everything you do. I'll know when you're in trouble. So, what are you waiting for? I need you to seal me in the scroll and keep it in one of the scroll pouches on your belt. It does no good if it's kept in your backpack. Kyuubi stepped onto the middle of the seal while saying this. Naruto stepped up to the scroll as well and kneeled so he could channel chakra into it. Seal, Naruto shouted, and a large plume of smoke enveloped Kyuubi. When it cleared, there was now symbol in the middle of the seal. It was a kanji for blood clone. Naruto rolled the scroll up and placed it in one of the scroll pouches on his belt. Think you could train me while we're out there as well, Q-sensei? Only if we can find somewhere safe to do so. Otherwise, there shouldn't be a problem. Now get some rest, Kit. You're going to need it for the traveling you're doing for the next few days. Kyuubi replied. Naruto nodded to himself and went back to the apartment. The next morning, Naruto arrived at the east gate a little before 10 to see a tired-looking Tazuna and a bored-looking Sasuke. Sakura showed up from a different street before Naruto reached the other two, and she ran up to him, waving a greeting. Ohayou, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun. Ohayou, Tazuna-san, she said to everyone when she and Naruto stopped by the other two. Sasuke chinned at her greeting, while Tazuna just nodded slightly at the two. Naruto was the only one to give her a proper greeting. Ohayou, Sakura. Hey, Sasuke team. I thought you would have learnt your lesson by now. Kakashi-sensei is always going to be late unless it's an emergency. Why do you keep insisting on being on time? Naruto asked the Uchiha. All he got in reply was the usual H-in. Naruto was about to ask Tazuna something, probably about why he hadn't listened to his advice, when Kakashi made the usual appearance of arriving in a puff of smoke. Yo, sorry I'm late, but I had to help this old lady dash. Liar. Both Naruto and Sakura yelled at the same time. Kakashi-sensei, could you cut that out and just let us get on with the mission? Naruto asked in slight annoyance. Fine, let's get going, Kakashi said, defeated. They all started walking out the village. After a few steps out of the gates, Naruto suddenly jumped up, fist in the air, and yelling, finally. This, needless to say, got a little jump out of Sakura and Tazuna. Sasuke and Kakashi just came to a stop and looked at him. Sakura got out of her shock and asked him, what was that about, Naruto-kun? They all started walking again when Naruto replied, well, this is the first time I've been outside the village walls, Sakura. I'm just excited about getting to see more of the world. Sakura frowned as if in thought. But we went on a few survival exercises in the academy, where we would spend time in the forest outside the walls. Didn't you do the exercises too? Naruto shook his head in a negative fashion. No, I never got to do those. You had to get a permission slip signed by your parents or guardian to be allowed to do those exercises. Being an orphan, there was no one to sign them for me, so I wasn't allowed to do them. Naruto shrugged. No big loss, though. I got some advice from Iruka-sensei and Aji-san to make up for it. Naruto grinned at her. Sakura looked at him with slight awe. How could he have grown up to be so cheerful without parents? She thought to herself. She never asked him out loud about it, though, and they just carried on walking. Chapter 10. A lot of demons in one day. Last time. Sakura looked at him with slight awe. How could he have grown up to be so cheerful without parents? She thought to herself. She never asked him out loud about it, though, and they just carried on walking. This chapter. Team 7, plus Tazuna, had been traveling for about a day and a half at this point. They were nearing the docks where they would take a small row boat across the water into the land of waves. So far there had been no attacks by bandits, robbers, not even a rabid squirrel. The night that they camped out had been uneventful and pretty safe thanks to all of Naruto's shadow clones keeping watch. Naruto was starting to think there wouldn't be any action at all on this mission. He had all but given up until he spotted the puddle. Maybe this won't be as boring as I expected. He dropped back to talk to Kakashi. Hey Kakashi-sensei, do you think there's a storm coming? Naruto asked in a cryptic manner. Kakashi instantly picked up on his real meaning. He made an eye smile. Looks like it, Naruto. Don't tell the others though. I want to see what they think we should do. Naruto nodded and went back into formation with Sasuke and Sakura. He really is good. The others didn't notice the puddle and that it hasn't rained in days. Better find out what those ninja want though. I had a feeling Tazuna was keeping something from us. Kakashi thought as he went through hand signs for the Kawarimi no Jutsu. Naruto felt them coming. He could feel the chakra and smell the poison on their weapons. By the time everyone else heard their attack and turned around to watch Kakashi get sliced to bits, he also saw the Kawarimi that he pulled off. Sakura looked panicked at how her sensei had just been killed. When she came back to her senses a split second later, she went to protect Tazuna and went through hand signs to summon a protective wall of earth shouting, "Stay behind me, Tazuna-san. Doton, Daichi Hei no Jutsu." It was exactly the same jutsu Naruto had used against Sasuke. The only difference was Sakura's wall was shorter and not as wide, but still large enough to cover the two of them. Naruto dashed at the ninja to his right, bringing up his left hand, getting ready to release the blade. The metal on the gauntlet met with the chain in a resounding clang. He quickly released the blade and made an uppercut punch action slicing the chain. He condensed the chakra armor surrounding his right hand and slammed it into the ninja's arm. There was an audible crack and the arm bent out of shape. While the ninja was nursing his arm, Naruto crouched low to the ground and brought his leg up in a violent kick to the ninja's jaw, sending him skyward. Using this chance, he grabbed something from his pouch and threw them on the ground where he estimated the ninja to land. They were caltrops, too small to actually cause harm, but good for hindering people running away from something. That is until Naruto activated his jutsu, and the caltrops grew in size, creating a death field of spikes. Needless to say, the ninja died when he was impaled upon several of the spikes. Naruto looked at the spikes and said in a low voice, "Makibishi Baika no Jutsu." He couldn't help but feel a slight bit of guilt over killing the ninja. He also felt a little queasy at the sight of the blood and guts. Kyuubi had already talked to him about killing enemies and killing in general, how the state of mind during and after the kill determined if you killed for self-defense or because you just felt like it. From what Kyuubi told him, he figured he had killed for the right reasons, and from the guilt he was feeling, he would not become a killing machine as he was afraid of becoming, but it still didn't feel right. He quickly canceled the jutsu and let the body fall to the ground. He gathered up the caltrops that weren't covered by the body and turned to see that Sasuke had also dealt with his opponent. A few seconds earlier, Sasuke jumped and threw a kunai at what was left of the chain and pinned it to the ground. He landed behind the ninja and threw a back heel kick to his head with enough force to snap the chain from the gauntlet the ninja was wearing and making him turn 180 degrees. He then followed up with a knee thrust into the ninja's stomach, effectively knocking him out. "All right, Kakashi-sensei, come on out." Sasuke heard someone shout from over his shoulder. It was Naruto. He had finished with his opponent. "What are you talking about, dope? Kakashi-sensei was killed by these two," Sasuke stated rather coldly. "Do you really have such little faith in your sensei, Sasuke? Maybe I should stop teaching you if you believe I would die that easily," Kakashi said as he appeared behind Sasuke. Sakura lowered her earth wall and was surprised to see her sensei still alive. Kakashi-sensei. She had a slight gloss to her forehead. She'd been sweating from the stress of keeping the wall up. "Yo, good work, Sakura. You went straight in to defend Tazuna. That was pretty interesting jutsu as well. Did Naruto teach it to you?" Kakashi asked in a chipper tone. Sakura wiped her brow quickly and nodded her head with a MHM. "He said it's good for blocking wide-ranged attacks as well as direct attacks, so I thought it would be best against the chain those two had." Sakura gasped as her eyes fell on the body of Naruto's opponent. She had to look away quickly and covered her mouth to try and keep her breakfast down. "Good choice. If you need to throw up, don't be ashamed. A lot of people can't handle that kind of thing." Kakashi turned to Sasuke. Good work taking down your opponent. Very smooth, Sasuke. Kakashi finally turned to Naruto and his kill. Congratulations, Naruto. Your first kill. I have to say that was an interesting combo. You better seal that blade back as well, you won't be needing for now. Kakashi told Naruto. Naruto looked down to his left arm and noticed he still had the blade out. He quickly resealed it. What do we do with the body, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked in a grim tone. Kakashi walked to the body, took out a scroll, and opened it on the floor next to the body. He quickly sealed the body. We'll be sending the body back to Konoha so they can examine it and see if there's anything useful like antidotes we've never seen before. It will also be a requirement to confirm your kill. Kakashi stood up, turned to face Naruto, and put a hand on his shoulder. Don't feel guilty, Naruto. You killed him out of self-defense and to ensure a successful mission. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto replied with a nod. Kakashi saying that out loud had actually helped Naruto. The feeling of killing the Nin being wrong went away slightly at hearing Kakashi's words. Now I better tie the other guy up and send a message back to Konoha so the ENBU can pick him up. Oh, and Tazuna, once I'm done with that, you're going to tell me everything. Kakashi said, eyeing the old man. In a few minutes, the ninja was tied to a tree and the leaf Nins were looking expectantly at Tazuna. Well, Tazuna, you can tell us willingly or I can force it out of you. Make your choice quickly. Tazuna waved his hands out in front of him in defeat. All right, I'll tell you. There's a crooked businessman in the land of waves. You've probably heard of him, he's pretty well known already. His name's Gato. Kakashi spoke up. Yes, I've heard of him, he's a business tycoon. Likes to handle marine transport. He's also head of the Gato Company. He's currently one of the richest men in the world. Yes, well, marine transport is only the front for his real work. He smuggles drugs and all kinds of contraband. He takes over companies and runs many illegal business as well. In truth, he's more of a mobster than a businessman. Tazuna explained. When he came to the land of waves, he used violence and money to completely take over our sea traffic and marine transport, hiring ninjas and thugs to do his dirty work. In a country like the land of waves, our economy depends on marine transport for import and export. When Gato took that over, he started charging everyone ridiculous prices and our economy suffered. Now he wants to stop me from finishing the bridge. Because if you finish that bridge, Gato will no longer be in control. You'll be able to accept goods from any traveling merchants and sell your wares to travelers. Eventually, your economy would do better. Kakashi put in. Right. That's also why I didn't mention the chance of a ninja attack. We simply cannot afford a new thing above a C-rank mission. Tazuna finished with a grim look on his face. Well, since this mission is ranked too high for my team, we'll head back to Konoha with the ANBU when they get here. Kakashi stated in a monotone. You're welcome to join us or head on back to your home. Your choice. Kakashi-sensei, we can't leave this Gato guy to keep doing what he's doing. It's just not right. For me, this mission is still on. Naruto announced with his usual confidence. Kakashi sighed. Naruto, there's no shame in backing down from a mission that's too difficult for your level. You three aren't ready for a mission of this difficulty yet. The next time they attack Tazuna, it will probably be with more Chunin or even a few Jounin. I can't protect you three and Tazuna from that many ninja. But we just took on 2 Chunin-level Nins with next to no trouble, Kakashi-sensei. If we're not ready now, when will we be ready? The life of a shinobi is always full of danger. If we don't face it now, we'll just be more nervous next time. I say we carry on the mission, Naruto said with confidence. But Naruto, we're not even getting full pay for this mission, Kakashi argued. Is it always about the money? We don't need a reason to help these people, Kakashi-sensei. They need help and we can provide it. So why don't we? Naruto looked at Kakashi in a questioning manner. Sakura looked at Naruto with even more awe if that was at all possible. Sasuke just looked indifferent. He would follow his sensei either way. Kakashi looked at his 3 charges and then at Tazuna. From the looks he was getting, he just couldn't drop this mission. He sighed heavily. Okay, we'll carry on with the mission. Remember though, I can't guarantee your safety if we come across a lot of ninja. Seeing as we're going, Naruto leaves some clones to watch over this guy. He pointed at the unconscious ninja. I'll also leave the scroll with your kill with one of your clones so you can give it to an ANBU. Get ready to move out. I have a feeling we're going to have a lot of trouble. Naruto created 4 Earth clones to watch the Nin and had one carry the scroll with his kill. The group then set off toward their destination. Just as a precaution, Naruto created some shadow clones and hinged them to look like wild animals. He ordered them to keep watch around them as they traveled. Elsewhere, a small pudgy man was standing in a doorway and yelling at a much taller man. They failed, and against a couple of brats no less. From the amount of money I'm paying you, you should have had no problem taking out the old man. The demon brothers seem to be overrated. Don't worry, I'll take care of this myself. The taller man stated as he picked an enormous sword like it was a feather and placed it on his back. Just don't fail again, or I'm not paying you, the small man replied. The taller just shimmered away with one thought on his mind: annoying shrimp. During the boat trip, he created some water clones underwater and had them keep watch from there while his shadow clones walked across the water. When they got ashore, he canceled the water clones and found that nothing suspicious had been seen so far. It should have made him feel better, but it made him feel worse. It felt like the calm before the storm. From what he could feel, it would be a hell of a storm. They carried on walking towards Tizuna's home, and everything seemed fine until Naruto suddenly got the memories of a clone that had dispelled itself. The clone had apparently seen a rogue nin with a huge sword and a face covered in bandages standing in a tree a few hundred yards ahead. "Hey Kakashi-sensei, we got trouble up ahead," Naruto told Kakashi as he waved everyone to stop. "How do you know, Do?" Sasuke asked. "Because I've had some shadow clones disguised as animals checking out our surrounding area since I found out there would be more ninja on this mission. One of them just dispelled itself, and from what I could see, there's a rouge nin a few hundred yards ahead. He has a huge sword on him, and I'm sure he knows how to use it," Naruto explained. "All right, good work, Naruto. I want you three to stay protecting Tizuna when we go against this guy. I'll take him on," Kakashi ordered. "But, Kakashi-sensei, why don't we just go around him and avoid a fight completely?" Sakura asked. "Because if we do that, Sakura the enemy will just come back later. It's better to take care of him now and get it over with," Naruto explained. "Right, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi nodded. "Exactly, Naruto." They set off, and after a few more minutes of walking came to a very dense mist. So Kakashi of the Sharingan was on their team. I guess I can't blame the demon brothers for losing against them. This should be an interesting fight, the man with the huge sword thought as he moved in on the unsuspecting leaf nins. They could barely see a few feet in front of them when Kakashi and Naruto screamed, "Get down, now!" at the same time. Everyone quickly dropped to the ground only for a large sword to come flying overhead. The leaf nins quickly got back up, and Sakura helped Tizuna to his feet. Naruto and Kakashi, however, were looking at where the sword had landed, for now a nin had appeared standing on the blade's hilt. "I see. You're Momochi Zabuza, also known as the Demon of the Mist, an exiled ninja of Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist. So you're the one we have to protect Tizuna-san from. I was hoping for an easy day. I guess I'll have to make do with this," Kakashi said in his monotone. "Kakashi of the Sharingan, there was a profile on you in our bingo book back in Kirigakure. We had an order to kill you on sight. You were also listed as the man who had copied over 1,000 jutsu, giving you the second nickname of the copycat nin. I'm guessing you won't just hand over the old man?" Zabuza asked Kakashi. Kakashi of the Sharingan. Only some members of the Uchiha clan had a Sharingan. Why would Kakashi-sensei have it? Sasuke thought, looking at his teacher. "Afraid not. I'm gonna need to use this to fight you by the looks of things," Kakashi said as he reached up and uncovered his left eye, revealing the Sharingan. "I'm honored you feel that you must fight at your fullest to take me down. I'm afraid you won't have time to use it, though." Zabuza disappeared as soon as the final word left his mouth. Not only that, but the mist started to thicken. "Protect Tizuna. Don't drop your guard for a second. Zabuza is a master of the silent killing technique. He could kill you in an instant, and you never know until you were dead. His first target will probably be me," Kakashi informed the three genin. After a few more seconds of waiting, the mist thickened enough to make Kakashi invisible to his team and client, who were only a few feet away. Naruto was about to call out to his sensei when Zabuza's voice pierced through the mist. 8 points. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which one shall be my kill point? Naruto looked around trying to pinpoint where the voice came from. He finally gave up and expelled a lot of his chakra through his tenketsu, effectively clearing the mist close to them and allowing them to see Kakashi again. Kakashi turned to look at Naruto. Thanks for that. I would have done that myself, but you did it first. That saved me some chakra. What that burst of chakra managed to cover up was Naruto's Kawarimi no Jutsu. He had used it quickly to swap places with one of the clones still in the area. He ended up in a tree a few hundred yards from the rest of the team. He looked over the area, trying to find where their enemy was. Kakashi looked over to Sasuke. He was shaking and gripping his kunai tightly. What happened next annoyed the Jounin slightly. Sasuke had started drawing his kunai up to his throat. The chance of being killed at any second without even realizing it. The air feels heavy like it's trying to suffocate me. I'd rather just dash, the thought was cut off. Sasuke, snap out of it. You have your team here. We're here to watch your back. Don't worry, you're not dying on my watch. Kakashi shouted over to the Uchiha. Sasuke visibly relaxed after Kakashi's lecture. He instantly tensed up again, though, at the next thing he saw, though. Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi and swung his huge sword diagonally through Kakashi's right shoulder. Sasuke had expected a spray of blood or at least some sound of pain. He did not expect his sensei to suddenly turn into water. Sorry, Zabuza, you're gonna have to try harder than that, came Kakashi's voice from behind the demon of the mist. Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu? I see you'd already copied it. Very skillful, making your clone say that speech so as to draw my attention, Zabuza stated in a cold voice. Kakashi dug a kunai into Zabuza's back. Instead of dying, though, Zabuza burst into water. And you've created more than one, Kakashi stated in a monotone. Of course, came Zabuza's voice, again, behind Kakashi. He brought his sword down in the same movement as his clone, only to have it blocked by Kakashi's kunai. Good. If you'd used another clone, I'd be annoyed. Zabuza quickly stepped back and brought his sword down in the opposite direction, causing Kakashi to duck. The sword flew over Kakashi's head and dug into the ground. Zabuza quickly shifted his grip on the hilt and used the leverage to bring up a powerful kick, sending Kakashi crashing into a body of water. Wait, there's something about this water. It's denser, heavier than it should be. Not a good idea to be in the water right now, Kakashi thought as his head broke the surface. Zabuza appeared behind the gray-haired Jounin. He sped through hand seals and shouted out his jutsu. Suiro no Jutsu. Kakashi was enveloped in the water and quickly trapped in a sphere that was held by Zabuza's right hand. Now to get rid of your little brats. Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu. He's more skilled than I anticipated. The others can't handle this. Kakashi looked to his students and shouted out his order. Take the bridge builder and run. This guy is on a whole other level. You can't win this. Yeah, right. Retreat was out of the question as soon as you were caught. Our only chance is to get you out of the prison, Sasuke thought without conviction. He quickly broke into a dash, followed a second later by who he thought was the real Naruto, going straight for the water clone. He quickly threw a few shuriken at the clone and leapt into the air. The Zabuza clone swiped his sword at the shuriken, knocking them all away. The clone was now met with the sight of a short blonde dashing at him on the ground and a kid with dark hair falling from the sky. Easy, thought the clone. Sasuke reached the Zabuza clone first, trying to dispel it with a flying kick. He was stopped short of his target, though, when the clone brought an arm up and caught him by the throat. He was also held up high enough to see Naruto get a swift kick from the Zabuza clone only to disappear with a puff of smoke. He was using a shadow clone to attack this guy? Wait, if that was a shadow clone, then where's the real one? I knew it, he's a coward. He left a shadow clone and hightailed it to somewhere safe, Sasuke thought, his anger growing at the blonde despite the crushing pain at his throat. Naruto was looking on with fear, not of losing his life to Zabuza, but to losing his teammate. He quickly formed a plan and summoned several more shadow clones in various places, one being right next to him. He quickly hinged himself into a kunai and set his plan in motion. Sakura was looking on with horror at what was happening in front of her. Where's Naruto? I'm sure he wouldn't abandon us like this. Maybe I should do what Kakashi-sensei said and run with the bridge builder. No, I can't leave Sasuke like that. I've got to do something, she thought, and was about to charge the clone herself when 3 kunai were launched at the Zabuza clone from several spots in the woods. It's Naruto. I knew he wouldn't just run away like that. She watched on as the clone brought up his sword to block the kunai. What happened next shocked and awed her and the Zabuza clone as the three kunai turned into three Narutos. One lashed itself onto the arm holding Sasuke and slashed at it with his blade unsealed on one of the gauntlets. Sasuke was immediately dropped as the water clone was dispelled. A second Naruto caught the falling Sasuke and dashed into the forest for cover. The third Naruto just stood facing the real Zabuza in the middle of the lake. Sakura had hoped to see more only to feel the tug of the Kawarimi no Jutsu and find herself sitting on the floor next to Tazuna with several more Narutos standing near the two. Naruto, I knew you wouldn't just leave us to fight like that. She squealed silently at one of the blondes. SHHHH, Sakura, we're only clones. We were ordered to help you protect Tazuna-san from the cover of the forest in case there are any more ninja on Zabuza's side. We were told to follow your command since we're only clones though. A clone quickly explained. Sakura nodded and with haste told each clone to take up a lookout spot in the trees while she stayed by Tazuna's side, kunai in one hand, and the other ready to form any hand seals she may need. In short, she was ready for damn near anything. She looked at the aged bridge builder and offered a smile. Don't worry, Tazuna-san. Naruto and Sasuke will help us get out of this, I know they will. The truth was, she believed every word that came out of her mouth. She believed they would get the whole team out of this trouble. Naruto just stood in the clearing defiantly, simply watching as Zabuza created another water clone. More shadow clones, huh? Guess I'll just have to make you go poof too. Zabuza announced with a slight viciousness in his voice. Actually, you'll find that I'm the real deal. I'm here to teach you the lesson of never hurting my teammates like you did to Sasuke back there, Naruto announced. He reached back into one of his utility pouches. Kakashi's eyes widened and started shouting out orders again. Naruto, I told you guys to get out of here. Afraid I can't do that, sensei. As soon as you were caught, our top priority became your release. Don't worry about Tazuna-san, he's safe. Naruto brought his hand back out of his pouch. Each of his fingertips now had a ball bearing the size of a molar stuck to it. You, on the other hand, Zabuza, are going to be witnessing one of my techniques firsthand. Naruto brought the hand with the ball bearings out in front of him, holding his wrist with the opposite hand. And what exactly do you plan on doing with those insignificant specks? Gonna try and shoot me with them or something? Huh, I'd like to see that. Zabuza jeered. Actually, yeah. Naruto shot the ball bearing on his pinky straight at the water clone, and it dissolved into a puddle of water. He followed that up by firing the remaining 3 at Zabuza, who quickly caught one headed for his eye with his free hand, while one landed in his chest, and the last hit the bicep of the arm, holding the water prison. Naruto thought back to when he created this attack. Flashback. Naruto was in the middle of the ninjutsu training area. He was currently facing off a single clone. He had already gotten used to spinning his chakra for a short and sharp attack. Currently, he was training on long drawn-out attacks. He was doing it by having the clone try and drive a kunai through his chest while he kept the chakra spinning. It was taking quite a lot of concentration. After about 10 minutes of keeping the kunai at bay, it started to glow a dull red color, and the point started to flatten against spinning chakra. Kyuubi had chosen that moment to take interest in what Naruto was doing. Huh, that's interesting. It seems your chakra is spinning fast enough to heat the metal until it's malleable, with nothing more than friction. That's pretty impressive. Naruto called off the clone and turned to face Kyuubi. So my chakra is dense enough to do that, huh? Hey, Q-sensei. If I can use the armor to keep things away from my skin, do you think I could use it to keep something close to my skin as long as I spin the chakra? Kyuubi thought for a second. I suppose, theoretically, yes. If you place something between your skin and the layer of chakra and spin your chakra, you would be able to hold it there. But as you just saw, anything touching the spinning chakra will heat up from the friction. Naruto let a grin break onto his face. That's what I'm counting on. Q-sensei, I know you said I wasn't allowed to learn any of the explosive seals till I was Chunin, but could you maybe let me learn a small one? How small exactly? Kyuubi asked, raising an eyebrow. Small enough to fit on a ball bearing about the diameter of my fingernail. Which brings me to my next question, do we have any ball bearings that big anywhere? Naruto, still with a grin on his face, suddenly had a twinkle in his eye, and Kyuubi, of course, noticed this and broke into his own grin. Have I ever told you how impressed I am with that deviant little mind of yours, Kit? Kyuubi replied. Flashback end. Huh. And here I thought that was actually going to be an interior. HRK? What the dash? Zabuza failed to get the full sentence out as the 3-ball bearings started searing into his flesh and embedding themselves into his skin. When the burning feeling finally cooled and the ball seemed to stop, he turned back to the blonde. A wave of killing intent was sent straight at him. I'll admit that caught me off guard, brat, but it did nothing more than piss me off. Now I'll be sure to make your death slow and painful. Naruto quickly employed his foxy grin at Zabuza's threat. Hey, give me a second, the attack isn't even over yet. Naruto brought his hand into seal and yelled, Ki. A split second later, all 3-ball bearings blew up, not huge explosions, but enough to cause some gaping wounds. Zabuza gave a loud growl of pain, but kept his hold on the sphere of water. Damn, I was hoping you'd drop the prison from that attack. Guess you've got a really strong will to keep on holding it with a wound like that. Zabuza glared at the kid with open hatred. He was feeling a lot of pain and knew he was lucky to still have a hand in the sphere. Congratulations, GKI. You just made your death 60% more painful. Zabuza growled. He created 3 water clones and gave them a single order. Get the brat. As the 3 closed on him, he performed a Kawarimi mid-dodge and gave a silent order for the 2 disguised as Sakura and Tazuna to transform back and join the fight. He then found himself next to Sasuke. In a tree, across the body of water, a ninja wearing a mask watched the fight unfold. He had almost jumped into the fight when the explosions happened. He held back, though, because his mentor was not yet in a life-threatening situation. He went back to silently watching the fight. All right, Sasuke, you think you can distract him long enough with your special shuriken? Naruto asked the Uchiha, a sense of urgency in his voice. Yeah, dope. Though I still don't understand why I am the one used for a distraction again. Sasuke spat back, obviously not liking his role in the plan. Because long-range attacks only seem to distract him. To get Kakashi out of that sphere, someone has to get up close and use their chakra to disrupt the sphere long enough for him to escape. And unlike you, I have the perfect attack to disrupt the sphere. Now get going. Naruto reasoned with the Uchiha. Sasuke glared at him quickly and went off to get closer to the fight to make his entrance and attack. Back with Zabuza and the clones. The water clones had taken care of the shadow clones, although now there was only 1 water clone left after the fight. It looked around, trying to find more enemies. It was eventually rewarded with the sight of a dark-haired genin leaping out of the bushes in front of him, high into the air. When Sasuke finally reached the peak of his jump, he flicked his wrist slightly, and what he was carrying unfolded. When each appendage had clicked into place, finally showing the item to be a large shuriken. Each blade with only one side sharpened, giving the shuriken a slightly vicious look. Sasuke cocked his arm back and shouted out, Kage Shuriken no Jutsu. He hurled the shuriken at Zabuza. Zabuza just stared at the incoming projectile. A shuriken? Show some originality. At least that other kid was able to catch me off guard with his weird attack. Zabuza jeered the Uchiha. Once the shuriken got close enough, he used his bloodied left hand to grab it by the center ring and fold it back up in mid-flight. He then noticed the second shuriken that had been flying in the first shadow and used the first to deflect it. I'll admit that wasn't bad, using the first shuriken's shadow to hide a second and hope to catch me off guard. Wasn't a bad idea, but I was a little more cautious after that first kid. I'm not taking any chances around you brats anymore. What Zabuza didn't see, and Kakashi did though, was a blade that seemed to be made entirely of chakra rising silently out of the water. I really hope it's Naruto or Sakura under the water, or I'm dead, thought the gray-haired jounin. Under the water was a very frustrated Naruto. He had activated the Fox Eye Jutsu, so he could see the chakra and manipulate it easier. What frustrated him was having to keep himself in place under the water by waving his free hand. It was making controlling the chakra blade pretty difficult, but he managed. Come on, just a little closer and I can cut that sphere wide open. Naruto stretched his blade a little more, the tip just reaching the sphere. All right now. He pushed up quickly, being sure to move the blade away from the sphere as soon as it pierced it, careful not to hurt his sensei. Zabuza felt the sudden movement in the water below him. He also saw the glowing blue blade that was cutting its way through the water prison. Finally, he felt the relief in his arm from letting go of the weight it was forced to carry even when it was damaged. Noticing the danger of the situation, he brought the folded shuriken down on where Kakashi's head was only to have it blocked by one of the gray-haired Jounin's plated gloves. Sorry for getting caught so easily, guys. Good job at getting me out of the prison, by the way. I'll take care of Zabuza now. Naruto, you better get out of the water now, Kakashi said, looking at the blonde-haired Genin in the water. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, he's already gone. He used a Kawarimi to swap places with me, replied the clone before poofing out of existence. Good. Kakashi looked back into Zabuza's eyes, and his own eyes hardened. Now then, that technique won't work on me again. So what's it gonna be? Kakashi asked lazily. Chapter 11. Battle's over, but the war isn't. Last time. Good. Kakashi looked back into Zabuza's eyes, and his own eyes hardened. Now then, that technique won't work on me again. So what's it gonna be? Kakashi asked lazily. This chapter. The two Jounin quickly jumped apart, creating some distance. Zabuza started on some hand seals, while Kakashi's Sharingan went into action and copied them for him. Kakashi was soon going through the same hand seals at a faster pace. Naruto was kneeling down on a tree branch watching the fight. About 10 seconds into the hand seal sequence, Naruto came to a realization. I know this sequence. I know this jutsu. Naruto started going through hand seals as well, a little faster than the two on the water. This should help surprise that Zabuza guy. Hopefully it'll keep him occupied long enough for Kakashi-sensei to take care of him. Kakashi and Zabuza finally finished the hand seals, finishing on a bird seal. Both Jounin shouted the technique out and activated it at the same time. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. Two masses of water in the shape of dragons raised out of the water and entwined into each other, biting and attacking each other in the process. In the middle of the chaos, the two Jounin met underneath the two dragons, Zabuza trying to attack with his sword, Kakashi defending with a kunai. Sasuke was staring wide-eyed at the show in front of him. The water clone had been dispelled when Zabuza dropped Kakashi, much to Sasuke's relief. He copied each and every hand seal perfectly. He even pulled the jutsu off exactly the same as his opponent. Such is the power of the Sharingan. I must awaken mine as soon as possible, thought the young Uchiha. Another couple of seconds of the standoff, and the two Jounin leapt from each other again. How did he do that? He pulled it off at the exact same time. Maybe. Zabuza broke his train of thought and holstered his sword to his back. He then did a light jog in a circular motion, which Kakashi copied at the exact same time. How is he doing this? Can he dash? Read your mind. Kakashi finished the thought. How did he do that? No matter, I'll get him with dash. Zabuza's train of thought was again broken, but not by Kakashi. His train of thought halted when a third water dragon appeared in front of him. It was the same as the last two dragons except with one major difference. It was bigger, much bigger. Zabuza froze for a second, leaving his incomplete jutsu hanging. When did he do that, and how did he make it so big? Kakashi was wide-eyed for a moment, looking at the dragon in front of him. He quickly snapped back to the fight and used Zabuza's shock to his advantage. Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu. The jutsu created a large torrent of water that almost completely enveloped the dragon and swept Zabuza away. How did he do that? I was about to use that jutsu, thought Zabuza as he was swept away. He finally came to a stop by being slammed into a tree. His moment of relaxation was quickly finished when the water dragon clamped its jaws around Zabuza and pinning him to the tree. He let out a howl of pain. Zabuza then looked up to see Kakashi kneeling on a tree branch. How? Can you see into the future? Zabuza asked weakly. Kakashi looked down on Zabuza. Yes, I see this as your last fight. Kakashi replied, bringing his kunai down ready to slit Zabuza's throat and get rid of him as a threat. At least he would have slit Zabuza's throat if two Senbon hadn't suddenly embedded themselves into Zabuza's neck. When Naruto saw the Senbon, he was so shocked he dropped the water dragon jutsu, leaving the body to fall to the ground. He appeared in the clearing in a split second, staring at the body. Sakura chose that moment to also come out of hiding, pushing through some bushes, Tazuna following in her wake. Sasuke was already there from his attack earlier. He had narrowed his eyes and was openly glaring at the body. They were all surprised, though, to see another Nin with a mask appear in a tree a little ways away from them. "Thank you for your help. It truly was his last battle," announced the mysterious Nin. Kakashi jumped lazily from the tree and kneeled next to Zabuza's body. He pressed his index and middle finger to Zabuza's neck, checking for a pulse. No vital signs. "I've been tracking Zabuza for some time now, waiting for the right moment to take him down," the mysterious Nin told the group. "From your mask, I can tell you're a hunter Nin from the Hidden Mist Village," Kakashi stated to the hunter Nin, standing up and stepping away from the body. "A hunter Nin, huh? That's what they look like. That kinda explains the fast kill, but there's something strange about this," Naruto thought. "You are well informed. I am indeed a hunter Nin. Thank you again for your help." The hunter Nin disappeared in a gust of wind and reappeared next to the body. "I will take care of the remains now." Another gust of wind came along, but before the Nin disappeared with the body, Naruto burst forward yelling at the Nin. "Wait a second, you're supposed to take care of the body where it falls." Halfway through his yell, though, the Nin disappeared with Zabuza. "Damn it. We have to get to your house, Tazuna-san. Which way and how far is it?" Everyone looked at Naruto like he was possessed until all eyes went to Kakashi's prone form on floor, apparently having collapsed. Naruto was at his side in a second. He covered up Kakashi's left eye with the headband and turned to Sakura. "Sakura, diagnostic jutsu, quickly." Sakura was there in a second, already flashing through hand seals and finally hovering her hand just above Kakashi's body, a light green glow coming from her hand. She passed her hand over Kakashi's prone body a couple of times and finally brought her hand down to her side with a quiet sigh. "He's okay, Naruto-senpai. It's just exhaustion. He needs rest." Sasuke looked on in amazement. Since when has she been able to do that? And what's with the senpai at the end of Naruto's name? Naruto sighed heavily. "I thought as much. Probably used the Sharingan for too long." "Thanks, Sakura." Naruto did a flick of his wrist, and suddenly 2 clones appeared from the forest. "Pick him up and prepare for a shunshin," Naruto ordered the clones, pointing to Kakashi. "Now I'll ask again. Which way and how far is it to your house, Tazuna-san?" Tazuna stared for a second and then came to his senses. "Oh, about 4 or 5 miles that way," he replied, pointing to seemingly random direction through the forest. "Okay." Naruto did another flick of his wrist, and another clone came from the forest. "Saw where he was pointing?" The clone nodded. "Good. Head that way until you find his home. Take a look around, and then dispel yourself. I need to know where I'm going for a shunshin. Now go." The clone just disappeared at that. No smoke. He just disappeared. "Okay. It should take a couple of minutes until I get the information I need. Tazuna-san, Sakura, and Sasuke team, put a hand on my shoulder and brace yourselves. If this is your first shunshin, it might feel a little rough." Naruto started going through hand seals. Sasuke watched as Sakura and Tazuna obediently put a hand on each of Naruto's shoulders. "Why should I take your orders, Dobe? You're not team leader," Sasuke stated coldly. "It's no order, Sasuke. If you want to run to his home by yourself, be my guest. I'll leave some clones in the surrounding forest to watch over you. This is just a suggestion since I can get us to our destination quickly and our Jounin leader is unconscious. We're pretty vulnerable. Now either put your hand on my shoulder or start running," Naruto replied. Sasuke glared at Naruto for a second, humphed, and put a hand on one of Naruto's shoulders. "I'm not following your order. I'd just rather get there in an instant than have to run through the forest," Sasuke quickly stated. Naruto just had a slight grin which he dropped suddenly, as if in concentration. "All right," the bunshin just dispelled itself. "Hang on tight." Naruto performed a final hand seal and disappeared in a puff of smoke with everyone else in tow. A second later, and the 2 holding Kakashi disappeared as well. A puff of smoke appeared in front of a house on some docks. When the smoke cleared, 2 people staggered forward and almost fell over until Naruto stepped forward and steadied them. "Whoa. Watch it, guys. I told you to brace yourselves," Naruto told the 2 in a comforting voice. Sakura put her hands on her knees and started breathing deeply. Tazuna just stayed standing, apparently already over the disorientation, probably from practice, being drunk, and having to sober up. Sasuke just stood where they had landed, looking uninterested. "Okay, guys, get inside. I'm going to set up my clones to watch the surrounding area." And Sasuke, it's just a suggestion as usual. You can go train or whatever if you want. I'll be inside in a few minutes to explain why we had to get here as fast as possible. At that, Naruto dashed into the forest, and his clones started for the house, eager to get Kakashi to a bed so he can rest. Come on then, I'll get a futon out for your sensei. My daughter and grandson will be happy to hear that I got some good ninja to help. Tazuna told the remaining two. They all walked in after Tazuna. As soon as the clones had gotten Kakashi to a bed, they dispelled themselves. Sakura used another diagnostic jutsu and checked him over more thoroughly. Sasuke, on the other hand, just sat down in the dining area and kept quiet. After almost 10 minutes, Naruto finally returned and called Sakura into the dining area. He then sat down himself, directly across from Sakura. All right, how's Kakashi-sensei doing? Naruto asked Sakura as she sat down. He's fine. He's still resting. He'll probably wake up in a day, or less even. Sakura answered. Good. I've got some shadow clones in the forest surrounding the shore and some water clones in the water around the docks. If anyone who is not recognized as a friend approaches the house, they'll be attacked on sight by the water clones. Each clone can last a good few days if they don't use jutsu, so I'll have to replenish them later on. Naruto took a deep breath. As for why we needed to get here quickly, Zabuza isn't dead. Sasuke's eyes widened. Sakura gasped, and Tazuna's only sign of surprise was a confused, huh? That Hunter Nin was a fake, and probably working for Zabuza. Think about it. Hunter Nin are supposed to dispose of the body of a Rouge ninja wherever he or she was killed. This is to ensure no mistakes are made and absolutely nothing is left behind. That Hunter Nin, though, picked up Zabuza's body and took it somewhere else. The weapons he used were also abnormal for a Hunter Nin. Do you remember what they were? Naruto asked with a solemn look. Sasuke and Sakura nodded. He was using throwing needles, Senbon. Sasuke stated. They're just needles usually used for medicinal purposes like acupuncture that have been modified. Sakura explained. That's right. Hunter Nins are also trained to know the human body, inside and out. That's what I've read anyway. If that's true, then it should be pretty easy for a Hunter Nin to use Senbon and hit pressure points that will temporarily stop the heart and put a person in a death state. Naruto looked to each of his teammates' faces. Both of them were staring at him intently. It'll probably be a while before he can fight at his fullest, though. A week or so to recover from the temporary death state. Stopping the heart is nothing to laugh at. Those deep wounds on his right arm, chest, and left hand, however, may or may not slow the recovery time down. It depends if that other Nin knows any healing jutsu. If he did, that means we still have the week time limit. If not, then we may have another couple of days before the wounds close up enough for him to fight. All we can do at the moment is wait for Kakashi-sensei to wake up and give us more orders. He finished. Sakura was openly gawking at Naruto. Naruto, how do you know all this? At the academy, you acted like you didn't know anything, and you kept getting low scores on your tests. Naruto broke into a grin. Simple. I was holding back at the academy. I would have thought you figured that out already, Sakura. After all, I have been training you for a couple of months now. Yes, well, I just thought you were really good with physical training and practical things. I didn't think you were smart as well. Sakura replied meekly. Naruto chuckled lightly. You gotta look underneath the underneath, Sakura. A good example would be Shino. Do you remember where he placed in the academy in terms of grades? Sakura adopted a thinking pose for a second. Yeah, I remember. He was average. He placed somewhere in the middle of the class. Naruto chuckled again. Well, I can tell you right now he was better than he let on. Hiba told me every time he sparred with Shino, he would lose. In the academy, though, Shino would lose about half his matches. One of the people he lost his matches to was Kiba. Every time he was matched against Kiba, he would lose. Now he wins all the time, which means he was better than he was letting on. Now he's out of the academy. He's showing his true skill and strength, just like me. Naruto chuckled again at the look on Sakura's face, the glare he was getting from Sasuke, and the look of confusion on Tazuna's face, who was trying to follow their conversation. How can you be laughing? You're gonna die if you go against Gato and his guys. A small boy announced as he entered the dining area with his mother. Inari, how can you say such things to the people who kept your Aji-sen safe? His mother scorned. Tazuna, completely ignoring what the child, known as Inari, said, opened his arms in an invitation for a hug while shouting, Inari. Inari ran to Tazuna and embraced him in a hug, shouting just as his grandfather had, Aji-san. After a few seconds of this heartwarming reunion, they separated, and Inari's mother looked to the addition at the table. Hello there, I'm Tsunami, Inari-kun's mother and Tazuna's daughter. I have already been introduced to your teammates and sensei when some of your clones, as Sakura-chan called them, brought in your sensei, and your teammates followed. I felt it would be better to introduce myself to the real you. Tsunami explained as she bowed to Naruto in a greeting. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. When my clones went away, I got their memories. I already know who you are, Tsunami-san. Thank you for waiting to see my real self to introduce yourself properly, though. Thank you also for allowing us into your home. Naruto said politely as he got up, out of the chair, and bowed to Tsunami. Wow, those etiquette lessons you gave me actually came in use, Q-sensei. Of course, I would never teach you something useless, kid. Kyuubi answered back. Tsunami smiled lightly. No thanks necessary, Naruto-kun. It was the least I could do since you helped my Otis-san. I should also tell you that your sensei is awake. He woke up a little before I came down here. Naruto quickly thanked Tsunami again for informing him. He asked Sasuke and Sakura to come with him upstairs, and they quickly made their way upstairs. The hunter Nin leaned over Zabuza's body and produced a cutting tool ready to cut the sunbon out and carefully remove them. He was halfway to Zabuza's neck when his wrist was grabbed by Zabuza himself. That's enough, Haku. Why do you always have to go for neck? You're brutal, you know that. Zabuza stated as he sat up and yanked the sunbon out of his neck. If I marked your precious body, you'd complain even more. Although I'm not so sure anymore since you have a small crater in your chest now. You're lucky you had enough muscle to protect your lungs. The explosion in your left hand seems to have gone all the way through. I'm surprised you can still use your hand at all. Your right arm lost mostly flesh in between your bicep and tricep. Your bone is showing slightly. I can stop the bleeding, but the flesh has already been cauterized slightly from the explosion. There is nothing I can do to get rid of the marks you will be left with. Overall, you're lucky the blonde ninja didn't try and attack you with more of those things. Haku stated calmly. Zabuza frowned. I underestimated the kid. I can't wait to have another fight with him. Using a strange attack like that means one of two things. He's either really weak and uses surprise tactics a lot, or he's fairly strong and is trying to hide it with the surprise tactics. Personally, I'm hoping it's the second reason. I wouldn't want him dying on me too quickly. Zabuza broke into what looked like a sadistic grin under the bandages covering his mouth. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were sitting around Kakashi's bed. They told him about Zabuza still being alive, and Naruto gave him a report on the clones he had put around the home as sentries and guards. They also told him of what they did during the fight with Zabuza, except for the water dragon jutsu and the ball bearings Naruto used. When they finished telling him all they needed to know, Naruto asked the question that was on the three's minds. What do you want us to do now, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi closed his eyes for a second and thought. First off, let me say, good work in fight. Naruto, you did well using your clones in conjunction with Kawarimi to perform dangerous tasks. Sasuke, you performed the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu perfectly to provide a distraction. Sakura, you did good protecting Tazuna with Naruto's clones while he and Sasuke freed me. Right now, though, we need rest. Tomorrow, I'm going to give you all some training exercises that will help in the upcoming fight with Zabuza. Now you're all dismissed until tomorrow. The three of them got up and started heading for the door when Kakashi spoke up again. Except for you, Naruto. I need to speak with you about something. Naruto turned back and headed for his seating spot again. Sasuke and Sakura looked back for a second and just carried on out the door and closed it. Naruto looked at the door and asked Kakashi quietly, do you want me to use a soundproofing jutsu? Kakashi just nodded in response. Naruto went through a quick sequence of hand seals, and when he finished, there was a burst of chakra that enveloped the room. Okay, I've put it up. What did you want to talk to me about, Kakashi-sensei? You're the one that did the oversized water dragon jutsu, aren't you? Kakashi stated calmly. Naruto brought his hand up and scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. Yeah, that was me. I thought it would buy you time, and when that huge water jutsu you used slammed Zabuza against a tree, I saw my chance and pinned him with the dragon so you could finish him. Naruto, why didn't you correct Sasuke and Sakura? The way they reported the fight, They made it sound like I was the one who made the dragon. It also sounds like they didn't see your little fireworks show, or the chakra blade. Kakashi asked. Naruto got a serious look on his face. I didn't tell them because it was something they didn't really need to know. Sakura knows I'm strong, just not how strong. I'm pretty sure Sasuke's in denial about the fact I'm better than him, so he wouldn't believe me anyway. I see, Kakashi said, while staring up at the ceiling. If you were in another battle right now and it required you to use that water dragon jutsu, or whatever else you may now that you haven't shown us, would you hesitate to use them if any one of us were in a life or death situation? Of course I'd use the jutsu. Naruto yelled back immediately. If any one of your lives were in danger, I would give up my life to ensure your safety. I just don't think they need to know how strong I am, yet. Kakashi did an ice smile at Naruto's outburst. I'm glad to hear you say that, Naruto. Seeing as you wouldn't think twice about using your full power in the proper circumstances, I'll keep your secret. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Did you want to talk to me about anything else? Naruto asked with relieved look on his face. Actually, I wanted to ask about how you got me out of the water prison. Kakashi replied. That was another aspect of the Uzumaki Kekkai Genkai. It allowed me to make the chakra blade. Naruto answered. So what's the main aspect of the Uzumaki Kekkai Genkai? Kakashi asked with a small frown. I had a feeling you would ask me this. The Kekkai Genkai makes my chakra slightly denser, and it forms a small layer just above my skin which allows me to block hits if I make it spin and condense it further. Although when we get back to Konoha, don't tell Aji-san, please. Naruto asked in a pleading voice. Kakashi's eye went wide. You haven't told Hokage-sama about your Kekkai Genkai? Yes, I've told him I have a Kekkai Genkai. I just haven't told him what it does yet. He hasn't asked me about it, so I think he wants me to come forward and tell him. Please don't tell him about Kyuubi being my sensei either. Naruto asked again as he had another pleading look in his eyes. Kakashi's eye widened further if that was possible. You didn't tell him that either? Kakashi shouted. Why did you tell me these things, and not the Hokage? I thought I should tell you so you wouldn't waste your time training me in things I already knew. Aji-san doesn't need to know about Kyuubi yet either, but I will tell him when we get back. I've been trying to put this off. I hated lying to Aji-san, and I'm afraid of how he'll take it. I just wanted to be treated the same as any other genin. Naruto replied with a guilty look on his face. Kakashi saw the look on Naruto's face and decided he was being sincere and not to take things further. Okay, Naruto. I'll let you tell the Hokage, but I'm surprised you don't trust Hokage-sama enough. He wouldn't have forced you to become genin earlier. I'm sure he would have allowed you to carry on the same as all the other genin did if you asked him. I guess it doesn't matter now, though. What's done is done. You can inform Hokage-sama when we get back. Arigato, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said while bowing deeply. No problem, Naruto. I just want to know a few more things, and then you can go rest. From all the clones you made and the jutsu you used, I'm guessing you're pretty tired. Kakashi stated. Yeah, I feel pretty exhausted. I think I'm down to less than quarter of my reserves from the feel of things. My chakra is already replenishing itself, though. It would replenish faster if I slept. Naruto explained. Okay, I'll make this as short as possible. About how many jutsu do you know? Kakashi asked. Naruto got a slight glint in his eye and grin on his face hearing the question. I know over 50 jutsu. I know at least one of each element style. I say it like that because the only Raiton, lightning style, I currently know is the lightning version of the water dragon jutsu. Actually, the elemental dragon jutsus are some of my favorites. Naruto explained quickly, the grin never leaving his face. Elemental dragon jutsus. Kakashi asked apprehensively. I knew there were different versions, but could Naruto possibly know all of them? Even with all the jutsus I copied, I only managed to get 2 of them. Yeah, you know the 5 elemental dragon jutsus. Naruto brought up a hand and started counting them off. Suiton, Suryuden no Jutsu, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu, Futon, Furyu Hayden no Jutsu, Wind Dragon Piercing Bullet Jutsu, Kiton, Karya Enden no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Jutsu, Raiton, Raryuden no Jutsu, Lightning Dragon Bullet Jutsu, and Doton, Iwaryu no Jutsu, Rock Dragon Jutsu. They were a little difficult to control at first, but they have to be some of the coolest jutsus I know. I mean, what's cooler than dragons? Except foxes, of course. The only downside to the jutsus are the number of hand seals you have to do to perform the jutsu. I can usually perform them in 2 seconds, but that's a whole 2 seconds where my enemy can attack me. Naruto finished, panting slightly since he had yet to take a breath since he started the explanation. Kakashi was staring at Naruto now. That's interesting. What about the rest of your jutsus? They're mostly defensive jutsu like that earth wall Sakura used on the way here, Naruto said with a shrug. Good to hear. That's all I needed to hear, Naruto. You can go now, Kakashi said, nodding to him. Naruto nodded to Kakashi and dispelled the soundproofing jutsu. Once out of the room, he was met with Tsunami, who had been on her way to check on Kakashi. Don't worry, he's fine, Tsunami-san. He's probably asleep already knowing him. Tsunami-san, Naruto asked, rubbing the back of his neck in an embarrassed manner. Yes, Naruto-kun? Tsunami asked, looking down on at Naruto. You wouldn't happen to have a room with a futon I can sleep in, do you? I'm a little tired from everything that I've done today, Naruto asked sheepishly. Tsunami smiled lightly and gave out a small chuckle. Yes, Naruto-kun. I have a room next to your sensei's for you and Sasuke, while Sakura can sleep in my room. Come, I'll show you where the futons are. She gestured for him to follow her and quickly showed him to the room and the closet where the futons were kept. He thanked her as she left him in the room. He quickly pulled out a futon, took off his weapons pouches, kunai holsters, his jacket and steel mesh shirt, and slipped under the covers. Before he let himself drift off into sleep, he created one last Kage Bunshin to inform Sasuke and Sakura that he would be asleep until the next morning. He then drew a kunai from one of the holsters that lay near him and placed it under his pillow, gripping the handle tightly with his right hand. Finally, he drifted off into sleep, a dreamless night ahead of him, or so he hoped. He was in an alley again. It was dark and smelled of garbage as an alley usually did. They'd closed him out of the orphanage again, and he'd been looking for food and somewhere to stay out of trouble. As usual, though, trouble knew where he was and found him. There were only 3 of them this time. Only 2 were actually drunk. He could tell from the smell on their breaths. Not that they actually came that close to his face. He just had a good nose, always did. One held him in place while the other 2 would punched and kicked him. They would alternate from there, taking turns to hold him in place while the other 2 beat him. He tried to hold back any sign of pain, not wanting to give them the pleasure, although he did give out slight grunts every now and then when they would hit him in the stomach. Eventually, they grew bored of using their fists and started using some empty sake bottles. After the 12th one struck his head, he finally fell down and closed his eyes, glad he was finally free of the pain. His eyes opened, expecting to see the alley he had just been in. He was pleasantly surprised, though, to see he was in a comfortable and warm bed, not out in the cold. One of those nightmares again. Why do I keep having them? I've gotten past that part of my life. I'm safe now. Most of the villagers may still hate me, but they wouldn't do such things to me anymore, Naruto thought with a grim look. He then saw that the sun was just coming over the horizon. Naruto had been having said nightmares since the first time he was attacked. The nightmares were always a memory of any number of attacks that had happened to him in his early life. Therefore, his first nightmare was about the first attack. He had woken up screaming that night. Now, though, he sleeps through them. Once or twice he had woken in a cold sweat from some particularly nasty memories. According to Kyuubi, he even frowned and grunted in his sleep sometimes, as if reliving the event. All in all, he had learned to ignore the nightmares, though. Naruto got out of bed silently since he saw that Sasuke was in another bed a little ways from him, almost on the other side of the room. He just shook his head at the Uchiha as he pulled his clothes on and reattached all his various pouches and holsters. He looked at the special scroll pouches he had, only one being used. Guess I should find some use for the other 4. Maybe I should get some of those body storage scrolls Kakashi-sensei had, Naruto thought as he attached the pouches to the loose belt he wore. When Naruto finally felt ready, after a quick visit to the bathroom, he headed out for some morning exercises. He felt great. A full night's worth of sleep had fully replenished his chakra reserves. He first raised the weight seal level since he felt too light and started on a light jog. Afterwards, he went through the usual physical exercises. Once he had finished those, he jogged back to the house to cool down. When he got through the front door, he found that everyone else had woken up and come to the table for breakfast, except Kakashi, who was probably still asleep in his absence. Oheu, gozaimasu. Naruto greeted everyone at the table and Tsunami, who had stuck her head out of the kitchen. Tsunami instantly smiled and replied back. Oheu, Naruto-kun. You don't have to be so formal. Our home is your home. Naruto looked back at her with his grin as he, in his energetic way, said, Arigato, Tsunami-san. What's for breakfast? It smells good. Tsunami just went back to the kitchen yelling back. Just take a seat, Naruto-kun. It's almost done. Naruto complied by taking the empty seat directly across from Sasuke, who narrowed his eyes at the blonde. You should be able to tell what it is easily, Dobe. Ninjas are supposed to have a good sense of smell. Naruto leaned forward and whispered a reply. I know what she's making, team. I could smell it on my way back. If anything, it made me jog a little too fast to get back here. He broke out into a grin from the glare he was getting from Sasuke. He turned to Sakura, who had been quiet all through the little discussion. Oh hey, Sakura. Did you get a good night's sleep? Hi, Naruto-kun. I'm ready for any training Kakashi-sensei has coming for us. Sakura replied with a smile. Naruto grinned back at her and looked over to the other two at the table. Inari and Tazuna were both looking down at the table. Tazuna obviously had a hangover, while Inari just seemed depressed. He decided not to press matters further with the two. After a few minutes, Tsunami came from the kitchen with a bowl of himono for everyone. Naruto eagerly accepted his bowl and shouted, Itadakamasu, and, unlike his usual method of eating, which would be to wolf the food down, ate at a normal pace. This brought a stare from Sakura and Sasuke, who were used to seeing him inhale his food. After a couple of seconds of staring, they too dug in. When everyone was almost done, Kakashi finally made an appearance. He was advancing down the stairs slowly, taking them one at a time and using crutches for support. He greeted everyone with a lazy, yo, and sat down. As soon as he showed up, Tsunami was in the kitchen and after a couple of minutes was back at the table with another bowl for Kakashi. He accepted it with a nice smile and a lazy arigato. Team 7 were in a clearing, in the woods, some distance from the house. Kakashi had taken them out as soon as they had finished their breakfast. All right, training starts today. First off, I want to go over chakra. It's a ninja's basic source of power. Understanding chakra is essential, Kakashi explained to the three. We know that, Sasuke stated flatly. Are you so sure, Sasuke? Kakashi asked in a bored voice. Well, we did go over chakra in the academy, Kakashi-sensei. We know chakra is used to perform jutsu. We know it's a balance of physical and spiritual energies. Then there's the hand seals, used to focus and unleash the chakra. For you to bring this up, though, there must be something else to it. Huh, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked, looking up from his thinking pose. That's right, Naruto. I guess you did learn something from Irika-sensei, after all, Kakashi replied. And Kyuubi, Kakashi added in his mind. What's the big deal? We're already using chakra energy in our jutsu. Sasuke stated flatly, again. No, you haven't mastered this power. You've barely even scratched the surface of it. Listen, each jutsu requires different types of chakra in different proportions. You have to select and combine them in the right way. Up to now, you've just guessed at those proportions, hoping they come out right. Even if you produce a lot of chakra, unless you can balance and control it, it's all worthless. The jutsu won't work at all, or it won't work right. You use so much energy this way, then you're out of chakra and you can't fight at all. You become just a target. So what's the training you're going to give us to help with this? I mean, that is what the training is going to be about, isn't it? Naruto asked with a grin. That's right. I'm going to have you train so hard that controlling chakra becomes second nature. To achieve the goal, you must be ready to put your life on the line. Kakashi replied with a slight frown over his uncovered eye. Hearing this, Naruto grinned. Sasuke just carried on staring, not giving anything away, while Sakura had a slight worried look on her face. So what do we have to do? Sakura finally asked. Simple, climb a tree. Kakashi replied with an eye smile. Climb a tree, Sasuke exclaimed, showing slight shock. Oh, I see you're going to have us climb the tree using our chakra. Naruto-kun had me do this the first day we got together for training. Sakura figured out. Sasuke rounded on the two of them. You mean, you and the Dobe have already done this? Naruto turned to Sasuke. Yeah, Sakura needed to increase her chakra reserves, and doing this exercise over and over again is a good way of draining chakra. I mean, she already had really good chakra control. She just needed to get more chakra. How did you know about this exercise? I've never heard of it before. Sasuke asked the blonde ninja. Well, I read about it in a scroll. After graduation, I asked Irika-sensei for help on controlling my chakra, and he gave the scroll to me. Took me about a day to get halfway up the tree, but I got it eventually. I still use the exercise every now and then, just to keep my chakra control in check. Naruto explained with a shrug. Sasuke looked like he was seething with hate at how Naruto had learned this before he had. He then turned that hate toward his sensei. Why didn't you teach this to me? Kakashi just stared at Sasuke with a bored expression. Because I wanted to focus on taijutsu with you. All those advanced techniques and stances you learned were sloppy. I wanted to correct them for you before moving on to chakra and jutsus. I thought Naruto would do the same and go over hand-to-hand combat, before going straight to the jutsus and chakra control. Hey, I go over taijutsu with Sakura. We spar at every training session, and I correct any faults she has in her stance. It's just her strengths lie in chakra control, so I wanted to focus more on that. Naruto explained, rubbing the back of his neck. All right, but I want to see proof of your training before I let you go on to your own training or send you on errands. Kakashi told Naruto and Sakura. They both nodded, turned to a tree and used the chakra-gathering hand seal, a small cloud of dust raising from their feet. They both walked to the tree and walked up it. After a while, Sakura started walking faster to reach a branch and sit down before losing too much chakra. It took a lot more chakra to walk up than it did to run up a tree. Naruto, however, kept going and finally came to a stop while hanging upside down on a branch near where Sakura was now sitting. This good enough for you, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto shouted down to the Jounin. Kakashi nodded and shouted back. Okay, you can skip this training, but I still want you to do some sort of training. Naruto stopped the chakra flow to his feet and dropped off the branch. He ricocheted off a couple of trees before finally landing on his feet. All right, he turned back to look at Sakura. Hey Sakura, I got a suggestion on what kind of training you should do if you want to do it. Sakura looked down at Naruto and jumped off the branch she was sitting on and, using chakra, gripped the tree and slid down at a manageable speed. She landed with a light thud. Well, what is it, Naruto-senpai? There's that senpai again, what's with that? Thought Sasuke, looking between the two. Show me your weights. I'm going to increase them, and then I want you to do the tree climbing exercise with Sasuke. It should help your chakra reserves and stamina. If you want to do it, that is. Naruto explained. Sakura looked over to Sasuke, who just looked back. She turned back to Naruto. Hi. It sounds like a good way to train. She held out her wrists. Naruto took out a few metal plates from somewhere in his jacket and inserted them into the holders around her wrists. He then took out several more and kneeled down next to the holders around her ankles to insert the plates. There, that's as many as I'd like to add for now. Is it okay, Sakura? Naruto asked with a small grin. Sakura raised her fists to her face and then did a few practice kicks. Hi. It's good, not too heavy. Good, now get on with it. Naruto said while tossing a kunai to her feet. Kakashi did the same for Sasuke. Chapter 12, it begins. Last time. Good, now get on with it. Naruto said while tossing a kunai to her feet. Kakashi did the same for Sasuke. This chapter. Naruto had gone off to train somewhere else. Sakura and Sasuke had been running up the trees for a good hour now. Sakura was still getting higher than Sasuke, even with her weights. The problem was she was also tiring out faster. She was breathing fairly heavily compared to Sasuke. It seemed she still didn't have the same amount of chakra, that or the weights were really weighing her down a lot. Sasuke looked up the tree he had been running on and saw he was getting better with each try. What was annoying him, though, was Sakura, who was climbing ever higher, until she ran out of breath or broke her control, whichever came first. I admit this training is harder than I thought it would be. If you use too much, then you break the bark and push yourself off. Use too little, and you fall off. There has to be some trick to it, some faster way of learning how to do it. He looked over to Sakura. Maybe I could ask her for tips? He shook the thought from his head. Not yet. Maybe later, if I can't match her height by the time she's too exhausted to carry on, then I'll ask her. At that, he went at the tree again. Okay, Q-sensei. Is this place remote enough and secluded enough for the training? Naruto asked Kyuubi through the mental link. Yeah, this place looks good. Okay, it's nothing new. I just want you to practice the Kitsune Biko no Jutsu. You haven't used it in a while, and using it in a new environment should help you with its flexibility. Kyuubi replied. All right, thought Naruto as he went through the hand seals, ending on the fox. Kitsune Biko no Jutsu. He called out as 9 fluffy-looking tails with red/orange bodies and a white tip sprouted from his lower back. Let's see what I can do with these things. He stretched one tail out and had it latch onto a tree branch and haul himself into the trees. He then swung from the branch using the tail again. Eventually, he was swinging full speed through the branches, swiping at the smaller branches in his way with any tail he wasn't using. He got bored after a while and went back to the clearing. When he got there, he stretched out all but 2 of the tails and made them latch on to different branches in different directions. He hauled himself up into the air again, this time just hanging there as he had one of the remaining tails pushing into the ground, helping to keep him up. The final tail was brought up underneath him like a small chair, and he sat down Indian style and began to meditate. He was keeping himself like this to exercise the strength of the tails and train his stamina in using them. If one of the tails got too tired, he would swap it with the one he was sitting on and carry on. Zabuza was lying in a bed being tended to by Haku when a short man walked in through a door with 2 men, carrying swords, following after him. Some Jounin, the unbeatable ninja, just got beat, limping back home like some pathetic has been. Demon of the hidden mist. The small man cackled. More like coward of the hidden mist. Haku got up quickly, hearing the insult, causing the 2 men with swords to grab for the hilts and draw them slightly. Drawing swords, Haku asked in a somber voice. The short man walked forward, waving off the other 2. Hang on a minute. All right, let's hear what you have to say about this fiasco. And don't play possum, I know you can talk. The short man said as he walked over to Zabuza and reached for the bandages covering his mouth. His hand was quickly stopped, however, by an angry-looking Haku. Keep your filthy hands off of Zabuza-sama. Haku went on to start crushing the short man's arm, causing him to scream out. Hey, Ark, you're gonna break it. The 2 men with swords, noticing the assault on their employer, started drawing their swords again. What they didn't expect was for Haku to appear between them, brandishing their swords and pressing them to their necks. Both men were thinking the exact same thing that moment. That's impossible. No one can move that fast. Don't push me. I'm in a really foul mood. Haku said, in what sounded like a calm voice, but the look of anger on his face saying otherwise. The short man growled in frustration as Haku threw the swords across the room. One chance. That's it. If you fail this time, I'll cut you off, and there'll be no one left to cover for you. The short man barked out before turning to the door and leaving. Let's go. Zabuza moved his gaze to Haku when the door closed. Haku, that wasn't necessary. He stated calmly, still staring at Haku. Perhaps, but I didn't want you using that hand. Even if you would have used the kunai, it still needs time to close up properly. Haku explained. The wound would have stayed closed. With all the jutsu, ointments you've smeared on it, and the tea you make me drink, it's practically completely healed. Zabuza replied. Probably. Either way, it's still too early to kill Gato. Think about it. He's our best cover. The murders would draw their attention. Then they'd be after us again. Haku said, remembering the hunter neens that had been after them. We need restraint. Zabuza looked back at the ceiling and sighed. Right, he said as he closed his eyes, trying to sleep again. Naruto was walking through the forest on his way back to the house. He was cutting through where Sakura and Sasuke had been doing the tree climbing exercise. What he found surprised him slightly. Sasuke was lying down in front of his tree, breathing heavily. Naruto walked over quietly. So, you've been training really hard, I see, Sasuke. Naruto stated as he looked down on the Uchiha. Dope, Sasuke said back as he got up. He was getting ready to dash at the tree again, but was stopped when a hand fell on his shoulder. Come on, Sasuke team. You keep going like this, and you're going to be useless when Zabuza finally returns. Naruto said, trying to convince him he would be better off resting now. Sasuke blanched at that thought. He didn't want to be just a target when it came to a fight. Fine, dope. I'll go back to the house for now. Sasuke turned away from the tree and started walking for the house. Naruto just watched the retreating form of Sasuke. That was different. I would have thought he would at least snap at me for even thinking he was weak. Naruto just carried on walking after that thought, the feeling in his stomach compelling him to find food. That night, everyone had a good meal courtesy of Tsunami. Sasuke looked like he was trying to eat more than Naruto. When Naruto asked for seconds, so did Sasuke. Man, that has to be the best meal I've had in a long time. Nothing beats homemade cooking, Naruto exclaimed after he had finished his third serving. Sakura had already finished eating long before Naruto and was helping Tsunami with the dishes she had to clean. Once she was done helping, she wandered over to a picture that had been bugging her since she had arrived at the house. One corner of it was missing, and Sakura was itching to know why. She finally plucked up the guts to ask after about 4 minutes of staring at it. "Excuse me, this picture is torn. Is there some reason for that? Inari, you kept glancing at it all through dinner. It looks like there was someone else in the picture, but they got torn out. I mean, that's kind of strange, isn't it?" Tazuna gave off a small humming sound as if in thought. Inari gave off a small whimper, and Tsunami gave out a small gasp. "It's my husband," Tsunami told Sakura quickly. Tazuna lowered his head and his eyes softened as if remembering something painful. They used to call him a hero in this land. After Tazuna said that, Inari got up and made his way to the door. "Inari, where are you going?" Tsunami called out to him, but he made no effort to stop. He just carried on out the door and into the night. Tsunami then ran to the door, pausing before she left to scold Tazuna. "Oh, Tasan, you can't talk about him like that in front of Inari. You know that." She swiftly left and closed the door after her, looking for Inari. Sakura just looked at the door with slight shock. "Inari, so?" Sakura started. Naruto was also staring at the door when he spoke up right after Sakura. "What was that about?" Kakashi ummed and looked toward Tazuna. "Is there a story behind this?" "He wasn't Inari's real father. He came into our family later. He brought so much happiness. He and Inari were very close. Back in those days, Inari used to laugh all the time." Tazuna explained, almost chuckling at the last part. After a second, he tensed up though. "But then, all that ended. He never laughs or smiles anymore. Ever since the day, everything changed." He had started crying halfway through the last sentence, making him look older than he was. The word courage was stolen from this island, and we were left feeling powerless, hopeless, and Inari suffered the most. Ever since that day, ever since it happened. Tazuna paused after saying that, compelling Kakashi to talk. "Tell us, what happened to Inari?" "First, you'll need to learn about the man, his father. The man who taught us the word courage, who was a hero in this land," Tazuna said as he wiped away his tears. "A hero? He must have been awesome," Naruto said in awe of Inari's father. "He was, to the townspeople and to Inari. He showed up about 3 years ago. Inari had been pushed into the water after his dog, but he couldn't swim. He almost drowned. The dog managed to get to safety. That's when he showed up. He saved Inari. Inari was broken up about letting the dog down and how the dog abandoned him in his time of need. Inari thought he didn't have any courage because he was too scared to try and help the dog, but he helped Inari. He explained that Inari was still young and that even he was scared when he was a child. That day, he told Inari something that would change his life. He told Inari to live his life so that he had nothing to regret, that if he had something he cared about, he should protect it with both arms, no matter what, and never give up. The man's name was Kaiza. He was a fisherman who came here from another land to follow his dreams. After that day, Inari and Kaiza were inseparable. Inari had never known his real father, so you can imagine what it meant to him to have Kaiza in his life. He looked up to him and followed in his footsteps like a real father and son. Kaiza spent so much time with us. Eventually, he naturally became part of our family. And when this town needed him most, he pulled through for us all and became something more. Sometime before Gato showed up, there was heavy rain and a floodgate we used to regulate water flow through the town opened. The water levels were rising and the water would cause widespread damage if we didn't close the floodgate. The current was too strong for one man to close it. They needed to use rope and close it as a team, but no one was willing to brave the current. Kaiza showed up though and managed to swim through the current, getting a rope onto the gate, allowing the whole village to work as one and close the gate. That day, Kaiza became a hero in this land. He taught us all the meaning of courage, and Inari was proud to be his son. Tazuna paused, looking down at the table, thinking about those days. Naruto spoke up, wanting to know where this hero was. So what happened to him, Tazuna-san? Tazuna looked back up, grim look on his face. Not long after that, Gato showed up. He terrorized everyone in the village with his thugs. Kaizo was the only person to stand up to him. It took Gato's whole gang to bring that one man down. Kaizo was beaten and ridiculed by the gang. They broke his arms as a cruel joke. Then they did the most vile act possible. They executed Kaizo in public, under the pretenses that he was upsetting the order of the land by going against the Gato company, using him as an example to scare the other villagers, so that none of them thought to rise against him again. Inari saw everything. From that day onward, he stopped believing in heroes. Everyone changed that day. They lost their will. Tazuna finished. Naruto looked over to the torn picture and stood up. He walked to the door and was about to leave when Kakashi spoke up. "Where are you going, Naruto?" Naruto looked back to everyone, a glint in his eye. "I'm gonna go train some more. After all, if I'm gonna prove to Inari that there is such a thing as heroes, I'm gonna need to stay on top form." Naruto left after saying that. Sasuke soon followed, saying he was going to train as well. "I'm not going to be outdone by the dope." It had been 4 days since Sasuke had started the tree climbing exercise. The last few days, Tazuna had restarted work on the bridge. Naruto had been sent the first couple of days to set up more clones, both shadow and water, seeing as there was enough water around the bridge and guard Tazuna while he worked. He even created some clones and had them hinge into some normal-looking workers to speed the work along. He even helped a little himself. This day, however, Sakura was sent with Tazuna to the bridge. She was sore from all the training that she'd done, but to her it had been worth it in the end. When Naruto had taken Tazuna to the bridge the first time, she had gone back to the tree climbing exercise with Sasuke. That day had to be one of the best she had so far, because when she finished her training that day, Sasuke had asked her for advice about the tree climbing exercise. The memory brought a smile to her face, even now. Tazuna walked by and saw the smile on Sakura's face. "Hey, are you going to just sit and smile all day? Shouldn't you be training in some way?" The smile fell from her face, and she looked up at the old bridge builder. "Well, there isn't any way for me to train. I'm just supposed to watch and guard you anyway." "No way to train? You could always help us with the construction work, like that blonde kid did when he was here. Which reminds me, where is he? I thought he would be guarding me again today." Tazuna asked the pink-haired Kunoichi. "Naruto-kun? He said he wanted to do some of his own training today. He did send some of his clones with me, though, to replace any that had run out of chakra." Sakura answered Tazuna. Naruto was back in the clearing where he'd been training with his tails a few days prior and his other jutsu for the last couple of nights since he had been down on the bridge during the day. "Okay, Q-sensei, we're back in the clearing. What did you want me to practice this time?" "All right, I want to get you practicing using my chakra for the fox jutsus. Since we're going up against a Nin of Zabuza's level, you may need to call on my chakra for the fight. This will be different to the night you beat Mizuki, though," Kyuubi explained to the blonde. "What do you mean, Q-sensei?" Naruto asked Kyuubi. "In the forest, when you got angry and fought Mizuki, you took my chakra for the fight. I didn't give it to you willingly. When I give you my chakra, I filter out most of the demonic influence before giving it to you. When you take the chakra, though, I don't get a chance to filter out the demonic influence. Getting rid of that demonic influence is important, especially if you're using a lot of my chakra. With the demonic influence in the chakra, it causes your body's chemistry to alter, making you more aggressive and bloodthirsty. That's why you almost killed Mizuki in the forest. It was because of the demonic influence of my chakra. I stopped you before you went too far, though." Kyuubi sighed in Naruto's mind. The human body was never made to use demonic chakra anyway. It's too powerful. Even with my filtration of the demonic influence, the chakra may still damage your body if you use too much of it. "So, this power is only to be used in a dire situation, huh?" Naruto stated more than asked. "Correct. But if I give you the chakra, it may take some time for it to be useful since I need time to filter it. This means you'll be defenseless while I'm trying to filter the chakra of its demonic influence." Kyuubi explained further. "Couldn't there be some way for you to filter the chakra and then store it somehow? Then I could just take the filtered chakra from storage. Then I could be ready to fight in no time," Naruto asked. "It could be possible, Kit. I could filter the chakra, and you could store it in a seal on your body for later. There's a problem with this, though. There aren't that many seals that are powerful enough to store demonic chakra. One of the few seals that can store demonic chakra is currently on your stomach. Kyuubi replied. Q-sensei? Naruto looked down at his toned stomach through the steel mesh shirt he wore. There's nothing on my stomach, Naruto said back. Kyuubi chuckled lightly at Naruto's comment. Maybe not now, kid. Give me a second to filter some chakra, and you'll see what I mean. Naruto kept looking down at his stomach until, finally, a spiral with some other symbols surrounding it appeared. Strangely enough, it appeared just as he felt Kyuubi's chakra enter his system. I see it now, Q-sensei. If I can look at this with my Kaiseki Busher, I'm pretty sure I could use some of the symbols to come up with a seal to store the filtered chakra. He exclaimed mentally. Good. You can study it and make a new storage seal later, when you have the equipment needed to make a new seal. Besides, you're going to need a lot of time to study the seal. There are more symbols than what you see on the surface. It has many layers of different symbols to make it strong. Kyuubi explained to the excited blonde. Oh, okay. You can stop filtering the chakra into my system now, Q-sensei. Naruto replied. Kit, you really are easy to distract when it comes to new things, aren't you? You came out here to practice using my chakra and activating those fox jutsus without hand seals. To do that, you're going to need my chakra. Kyuubi told the blonde as he chuckled. Naruto just chuckled to himself and rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, embarrassed at his absent-minded antics. He then took a stance and readily accepted Kyuubi's chakra. First off, he activated the Kitsune Busher no Jutsu, feeling it would be the easiest to activate since it used the least chakra. He activated it as soon as the chakra hit his eyes. It seemed to actually activate on its own, but Naruto took no notice. Next, he went on to the Kitsune Biko no Jutsu. It took a couple of seconds to fully form the 9 tails without hand seals, but he did it. There was something different about the tails, though. They seemed to glow slightly and swish about a little more viciously. He practiced a little with the tails, swinging through the trees as he had been doing the last few days. The tails seemed to react faster even though they were formed slower. They also seemed to burn the branches they touched, slightly. He also struck out with the tails, checking out how deadly they could be. It turned out they could be extremely deadly, especially if he used it in conjunction with the chakra armor, making a small spike or blade at the end of the tail. The last jutsu, the Kitsune no Jutsu, seemed to come easier than the tails, and unlike when he usually uses his own chakra, the claws turned out red. Naruto didn't like to use this jutsu against other people unless he really meant to kill or seriously harm said person. From what Kyuubi told him, it could be really harmful when using his chakra. He still tried it against some of the trees, though, and was surprised to see where he cut was singed and the leaves of the tree would start dying. Whoa, these things are really destructive, Naruto exclaimed, looking at the claws of chakra. He disengaged the jutsu after that. I don't think I'll be using that jutsu with your chakra anytime soon. Unless, of course, there's someone I need to protect. Fair enough, kid. Just remember, if you're using your chakra, they only cut. They don't poison like they do with my chakra. Kyuubi told the blonde. I know. I remember what you told me. I think that's enough training for the day. The sun's starting to go down. How do I get rid of the rest of your chakra, Q-sensei? I still have some left. Naruto asked Kyuubi. Give me a second, kid. I can reabsorb it. Once I do, the demonic influence will be restored, though. Get ready for a bout of exhaustion, though. When my chakra entered your system, it pushed a lot of yours out. Once I take mine back, it'll feel like you've used a lot of your chakra. Kyuubi replied. Okay, go for it. Naruto told Kyuubi. Kyuubi started to reabsorb his chakra, and it hit Naruto like a large group of fangirls. Damn, that's a lot more exhausting than I expected. I don't think I could even make it to the house now. Naruto thought to himself. If you're going to stay out here tonight, then at least activate the Kitsune Biko no Jutsu. I don't want you freezing to death. Kyuubi told Naruto. Naruto nodded, went through the hand seals and waited for his chakra to replenish to the point of having enough to cast the jutsu and to wrap himself up in the tails before going to sleep. He eventually performed the jutsu and curled up on the ground, the tails wrapping around him and keeping the cold out. Naruto woke up to the feeling of someone leaning over his body and their hand coming a little too close to his throat. He reached out and swiftly caught the person's wrist, even though he hadn't even opened his eyes. I wouldn't try that if I were you, or else I might consider you a threat and kill you," he said calmly as he pushed the hand away from his neck. He then sat up and opened his eyes to see who his attacker was. Haku had been up early that morning to gather herbs for an ointment. Again, he'd used so much to help heal Zabuza's wounds that he had to replenish almost all his stock. When he saw the Konoha nin that had been the cause to Zabuza's wounds, though, he was severely tempted to kill him then and there, and even brought his hand close to strangling the nin, but was stopped when his wrist was grabbed. He widened his eyes at the supposedly sleeping nin's action and then at his words. "No one has been able to sense my presence before. Even Zabuza-sama has had trouble from time to time." Realizing this, Haku felt a certain respect forming for the blonde ninja. "What are you doing sleeping out here? You may have blankets to protect yourself from the cold, but there are still a lot of things that could hurt you out here." Naruto just looked at the person in front of him. He or she was wearing a pink kimono and had long hair. The facial features suggested that the person was a girl, but their posture and the pitch of the voice suggested more for a boy. Naruto shook himself, getting more of the sleep out of his head, the tails flaring out behind him, causing the person to gasp. "I know. I was out here training to become stronger, but I guess I went a little too far. These tails were part of my training. They're also pretty good at keeping me warm and safe, though. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, so what's your name?" He canceled the tail jutsu at the end of his sentence to make the person feel more comfortable. The rest of Team 7 and Tezuna's family were around the dining table when Kakashi spoke up. "Naruto's late. He's usually on time for meals. Sasuke, was he still sleeping when you got up?" "Yeah, I haven't seen him since yesterday morning," Tezuna added. Kakashi wasn't the only one to notice the blonde's absence. Sakura was also starting to get worried. "Actually, Kakashi-sensei, I'm not sure if Naruto-kun came back yesterday. He wasn't here when I got back with Tezuna-san," Sakura informed her sensei. "The dobe wasn't in the room last night, and he wasn't there this morning either. He probably trained too hard and collapsed. Who knows, maybe he went too far, used up all his chakra and died," Sasuke suggested in an unimpressed voice. "Sasuke-kun, I know Naruto-kun is a little overenthusiastic sometimes, but he knows his limits. He would never do something that reckless," Sakura whined. "I have to admit, I'm a little worried about Naruto-kun. The woods aren't a safe place for a child to stay the night," Tsunami admitted. "Don't worry, Naruto may act goofy and reckless sometimes, but he's also a fully fledged ninja. He can take care of himself," Kakashi assured everyone. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at Kakashi for a moment and got up. "Where are you going, Sasuke?" Kakashi asked the Uchiha. "I'm gonna go train some more," Sasuke replied, and he carried on out the door. Almost nobody heard him mumbling something about being beaten by the dobe. Haku got over the blondes, now known as Naruto, tails. "My name's Haku. So are you a ninja? Because I noticed that Hitaiite you're wearing." Now Haku had an immense interest in Naruto, seeing as he knew such a strange jutsu. "Oh, this," Naruto said as he reached up to touch his Hitaiite. "Yeah, I'm a ninja," he replied. "Damn, the name's unisex. I still can't tell which gender Haku is, and it feels like I should know Haku from somewhere. But why?" "I see. So why were you trying to be stronger? Do you have someone, precious, you wish to protect?" Haku asked Naruto. Naruto grinned. "Yeah, I guess you could say that. What I'm protecting is more of a somewhere, though. I want to protect the land of waves from a man who's trying to make money from their suffering. I also want to protect my hidden village, so I have twice the reason to train." "I see. That's good to hear. I think a person becomes truly strong when they try to protect someone, or somewhere in your case, precious to them," Haku explained. At that moment it hit Naruto. He figured out who this person was. He should have been able to tell from the height, hair color, and voice, but somehow it eluded him until he felt the person's chakra signature properly. He didn't give anything away, though, and carried on as if he knew nothing. "Yeah, I know what you mean, Haku. By the way, how's Zabuza doing? Are his wounds healed yet?" Naruto asked as if he knew the two of them personally. Haku was slightly taken aback by Naruto's question, but answered it anyway. "He's fine. He should be ready to fight again in a couple of days." "How did you know?" Haku asked, lowering his head as if in defeat. "I should have figured it out from just your voice, but I'm sad to say I didn't figure it out until I felt your chakra signature. You're pretty good at hiding that, aren't you? That's probably why I couldn't sense you in the forest. There's something I need to know, though. Why do you help Zabuza? You just don't look like the bloodthirsty type. It's not in your eyes. Naruto asked with a concerned look in his eyes. Again, Haku was taken aback by his question. No one had ever asked him such a thing. I guess it's because he's my precious person. He's the closest thing I have to family or a friend. Naruto just looked into Haku's eyes again. He was being truthful, and what surprised Naruto a little more was he saw himself about 6 years ago in those eyes. This boy had experienced something awful, just as he had all those years ago, before he found out about Kyuubi and made some friends at the academy. Haku had been alone. What happened to you? Where's your family? My family? Haku asked slowly, getting a far-off look in his eyes. I killed them. Naruto looked at Haku, a little more surprise showing on his face. I doubt that you did it on purpose. Tell me what happened. Naruto repeated with more force. Haku lowered his head again. When I was younger, I lived in a village, not far from the Hidden Mist village, where it snowed almost all year round. I was happy back then. My only family were my mother and father, and we lived comfortably. We always had food in our stomachs and a roof over our heads, and we cared for one another. That changed the day I found out what was in my blood. My mother came from a family of ninja who had a Kekkei Genkai. During the war, that Kekkei Genkai was in high demand. Everyone wanted to exploit it. After the war, though, everyone feared it. Almost everyone with the Kekkei Genkai was hunted down and killed. My mother was among the few who survived. She managed to hide her abilities and married my father. I was born soon after, and we were happy. After a few years, I found out about my Kekkei Genkai when I was playing. My mother saw me using it, and she scolded me, saying I should never use it again. At first, I didn't understand, but when my father found out, I understood perfectly. He killed my mother and was going to kill me. I saved myself, though, and killed him using my Kekkei Genkai. From that day, I was alone. I didn't have anyone. No one cared for me. I had to go through trash to feed myself. I was saved, though, by Zabuza. He not only accepted what was in my blood, but wanted it. He trained me and took care of me. I became his tool. I felt wanted, and I had a purpose because of that. I know what you're going through, Haku. I was unloved and unwanted some time ago as well. But from the way you're talking, it sounds like you're nothing but property to Zabuza. You need friends to become strong. Naruto said, also looking down. I understand that, but how can I have friends? Haku looked up. Naruto looked up as well, a grin on his face. He reached out his hand and said, Shake my hand, Haku, and I'll become your friend. Haku looked shocked again, staring at Naruto's outstretched hand. How can you say that? In a few days' time, we'll probably be fighting against each other. You should kill me right now, ideally, to ensure the success of your mission. How can we be friends? That may be true, but we're not fighting right now, are we? This is just the life of a ninja, Haku. One day we're the best of friends, the next, mortal enemies. So shake my hand, and you can say that you have at least one friend. Life is no fun without friends. Naruto explained, shoving his hand in Haku's direction again. Haku reached his hand out slowly and shook Naruto's hand. Thank you, Naruto-san. I can tell you're a good person and a great ninja. Good luck. Haku got up at that and started walking away. Are you sure you want to wish me good luck? I will be fighting you and Zabuza in a few days after all. Naruto called to Haku's retreating form. Haku stopped at hearing Naruto's voice. He turned his head so that Naruto could see his face. He smiled and nodded to Naruto. Naruto was walking back to Tizuna's house, his stomach getting the better of him. He cut through where Sasuke was training and saw the Uchiha had done quite a lot of progress. He carried on to the house and got an onigiri courtesy of Tsunami. He ate it on his way to the bridge to help Sakura with protecting Tizuna for the day and to help with the bridge. At the rate the building was going, the bridge would be finished in a couple of days. When he arrived, he got a hug from Sakura and a scolding for staying out all night. The rest of the day passed without a hitch. He didn't tell anyone about his meeting Haku. The bridge would be finished tomorrow, and Naruto felt it would also be when Zabuza would make his appearance. He could tell because it felt like a calm before a storm again, as it felt when they first met Zabuza. Naruto, Tizuna, and Sakura were currently walking back to Tizuna's home. Sasuke was still doing the tree climbing exercise. Zabuza was now sitting in a chair, his left hand, right bicep, and chest were all covered in bandages to cover up the scars from the previous fight. He held an apple in his right hand. Without a second thought, he crushed it. My strength has returned. Tomorrow, Haku, we make our move. Haku, standing a little behind him, nodded silently. Naruto had gone out to do some last-minute training after finishing dinner. He just went over some defensive jutsu, expecting to need them tomorrow. On his way back, though, he was surprised to see Sasuke had reached the very top of the tree he had been climbing. Naruto rushed up a tree next to Sasuke's, with no problem at all, and stood near the worn-out Uchiha. Finally made it to the top. Huh, team? You better believe it, dope. I'm not gonna lose to you. Sasuke glared at him. Naruto grinned. Come on, I bet you're hungry by now. Let's get back to Tezuna's place. Sasuke looked over and nodded. Soon afterward, Naruto and Sasuke came through the door to the Tezuna residence. Sasuke being supported lightly by Naruto. He made it. Sasuke team made it all the way to the top. That's good to hear. Sasuke, starting tomorrow you will accompany Tezuna to the bridge with the rest of us. Kakashi stated to the Uchiha. No problem. Sasuke stated as he sat down and dug into the food Tsunami had kept for him. When Sasuke finished, they all drank tea while just talking, sharing a few stories and laughing. Except for Sasuke, who just let out an amused HN whenever he found something funny. All this started to get to Inari. He couldn't believe they were so relaxed when they could die any day now. Images of his father and all he did for him and the village flashed through his mind. The look in his father's eyes when he had helped him in the village. Inari saw the look in Naruto's eyes. It was like his father's. He started to cry from remembering about his father. How can you be so relaxed? He said in a small voice. Naruto looked over to Inari. What did you say? Inari got up and slammed his hands on the table. All this stupid training is just a waste of time. Gato has got a whole army. They'll beat you down and they'll kill you. Everyone was now looking at Inari. These cool things you all say, they don't mean anything. No matter what you do, the strong always win and the weak always lose. I guess we're gonna win then, Naruto said with a grin. Why don't you be quiet? Just looking at you makes me sick. You don't know anything about this country. You're just butting in, always laughing and playing around. You don't know what it's like to suffer and be treated like dirt. Inari yelled at the blonde. Naruto's face went dark. He lowered his face lightly so the Hittite's shadow would cover his eyes. When Kakashi-sensei saw this, one thought went through his head. Kyuso, that kid did not just say what I think he said. I just hope Naruto keeps his cool. Don't talk to me about suffering. I'm here to get rid of Gato, and I'm going to do it with or without your support. Do you know why I'm going to get rid of him? Because he's the cause for this town's suffering. I've suffered every day for most of my life. I don't want anyone else to go through that. So you can whimper and whine all day for all I care. You're nothing but a coward. Naruto shouted back at Inari. Naruto-kun, that's harsh. Sakura scolded the blonde. I'm gonna go on patrol and check out my clones. Naruto said as he got up and used a Shunshin jutsu to leave. He didn't return that night. He doesn't hate you, you know? Kakashi said as he walked up behind Inari. Inari was sitting on the docks his house was built on. He had been there for almost half an hour, now going over the things Naruto had told him. When he heard the Jounin's words, he just looked back at him. I know what he said was harsh, but that's what Naruto's life was until a few years back. Even then he still had troubles. You may not know it, but Naruto also grew up without a father. Actually, he never knew either of his parents. He had almost no friends, but I've never seen him cry, sulk, or give up. If he's knocked down, he gets right back up and keeps going until he can't move anymore. Even then he still tries. He keeps going because that's the only way he knows. He works hard, every day, trying to get stronger so that he can earn respect. It's his dream, and he'd put his life on the line for that in a heartbeat. Thanks to all that he has earned the respect and friendship of a few people around him. Now he protects those people the same as his dream. He managed this because he stopped crying and decided to do something about his life. Kakashi explained to Inari. With the help of a certain fox. Kakashi added in his thoughts. Inari continued to look out to sea, still deep in thought. Team 7, minus Naruto, were heading out with Tezuna to oversee the last part of the bridge being built and to keep any ninjas from killing him before it was finished, of course. If Naruto shows up, tell him to head for the bridge as soon as possible. Kakashi asked Tsunami as they were about to leave. What about you? You're still recovering. Tsunami told the Jounin. What's the matter? Do I look wobbly? Don't worry, I'll be fine. Kakashi reassured her. At that they left. Almost 15 minutes after they left, Naruto came through the front door of the Tazuna residence. He took a quick look about for the rest of the team, but only found Tsunami in the kitchen. Oh, Naruto-kun, your sensei said you were to go straight to the bridge if you showed up here. She quickly told the blonde. He grinned. Thanks, Tsunami-san. Naruto frowned and turned his head away for a moment. When his head snapped back to look Tsunami in the eye, he had a serious look on his face. Tsunami-san, find Inari and don't come outside until I say it's safe. Naruto slowly walked out after that. Tsunami ran upstairs and found Inari in his room. She told him what Naruto told her, and they just sat down, Inari in his mother's arms, waiting for the all-clear from Naruto. When Naruto went through the door, he saw exactly what the clone saw before it dispelled itself. Two guys with katana at their waist. A tall one, shirtless with a tattoo on his left shoulder and eye patch over his right eye. The second, shorter, wearing a heavy coat and beanie hat and tattoos under each eye. What do you guys want here? He asked in a monotone. Oh look, one of the ninja brats Tazuna hired. What should we do with him? Asked the taller of the two in a mocking tone. Whatever you do, it won't work. You're not getting past me. I will not allow Gato to get away with what he's doing anymore. Naruto announced in a defiant tone. Ooh, big words. What are you going to do to back them up, though? Asked the short one, drawing his sword. Naruto grinned. Myself? I'm not going to do anything, but my friends behind you may have something to say. Naruto replied. Several water clones were currently standing on the water behind the two with swords. That has to be the oldest trick in the book. You really think we'll turn our back on you? What do dash? The short one's words were quickly cut off when one of the clones struck at the back of his neck, knocking him out. The same happened to the taller one a split second after he saw his partner fall. Naruto tooted lightly. I tried to warn you. He gave silent command for his clones to tie the two up, remove their weapons, and guard them. He turned to the house and called out. Okay, Tsunami-san, Inari. It's safe to come out now. A few seconds later, Tsunami, followed closely by Inari, opened the front door and poked the heads out. They saw Naruto's tying a couple of guys up while another Naruto was doing something with a couple of katana and a scroll. The one with the scroll looked up. Hey guys. He rolled up the scroll and picked up the two katana. I wanted to seal these two katana away, but I don't have enough space on the scroll I have with me right now. Could you two look after them for me? He asked, handing out the two to Tsunami. How did you beat those two? They're a lot bigger than you. Inari yelled at the blonde. Naruto looked down at Inari and smiled. They may have been bigger, but I was smarter, faster, and stronger. Besides, I already told you. I'm here to get rid of Gato, and these two work for him, so it's just the start. Oh, and Inari, sorry for yesterday. I went a little too far with that coward thing. You're just afraid for our lives. Thanks for that. I'm still gonna kick Gato's butt though. Which reminds me, I better get to the bridge. I'll be back later, I promise. The clones will watch over you until then. See ya. Naruto brought his hands up into a seal, and a small shock wave went out from him. He'd just lowered the level of the weight seal, and after a second, he disappeared. Chapter 13, The Battlefield, The Bridge. Last time. Naruto looked down at Inari and smiled. They may have been bigger, but I was smarter, faster, and stronger. Besides, I already told you. I'm here to get rid of Gato, and these two work for him, so it's just the start. Oh, and Inari, sorry for yesterday. I went a little too far with that coward thing. You're just afraid for our lives. Thanks for that. I'm still gonna kick Gato's butt though. Which reminds me, I better get to the bridge. I'll be back later, I promise. The clones will watch over you until then. See ya. Naruto brought his hands up into a seal, and a small shock wave went out from him. He'd just lowered the level of the weight seal, and after a second, he disappeared. This chapter. On the way to the bridge, Team 7 and Tazuna, minus Naruto, came across the workers from the bridge all running the opposite direction. Tazuna-san, go back to your home. It looks like there's trouble at the bridge. We'll take of it. Kakashi ordered the bridge builder. Tazuna didn't need to be told twice. Good luck, he said quickly before turning around and running back. Okay, you two, be on guard. Naruto's clones probably saved those workers. By now, those Zabuza has probably taken care of them. Kakashi warned Sasuke and Sakura before they started for the bridge. They both replied with a strong HAI. They got to the bridge to find some signs of a fight and some puddles of water where Naruto's water clones had been destroyed. There was also a thick mist surrounding the middle of the bridge. You finally came out. I was starting to think you were afraid. Zabuza called from the middle of the mist. I was getting annoyed with these clones that the blonde Gaki left here. I was hoping he'd be with you as well so I could repay him for what he did to me. I guess I'll have to wait a little while and make do with you three. Several of Zabuza's water clones appeared around the three on the bridge. Oh look, that one's still trembling from last time. Zabuza taunted, referring to Sasuke, who was indeed trembling. Sasuke looked up at the clones and tightened the grip on his kunai. I'm trembling with excitement. Go ahead, Sasuke, Kakashi told him. In just a few seconds, every clone was destroyed by the Uchiha, each one creating a puddle of water. I could see it. Oh, so you could see they were water clones, huh? That brat's improving. Looks like you got a rival, Haku. Zabuza taunted again as he and Haku walked into view from the mist. They could see Zabuza had bandages where his gaping wounds used to be. The bandages were probably just to cover the scars. So it seems, Zabuza-sama, I would have preferred to have punished the blonde one for his attack on you, but this one will do, Haku stated flatly. So it's true, Naruto was the one who made those wounds on him. How did he do it when I couldn't even hit him with the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu? Sasuke thought, seething slightly that Naruto could do such damage. Naruto-kun did that? I thought Kakashi-sensei did that somehow. Why didn't he say something when we reported to Kakashi-sensei? Sakura thought, looking at the bandages. Naruto was nothing more than blur when he passed the men he recognized from the bridge and Tazuna running back to his home. He had received the memories of his clones, and it looked like Zabuza was back, fighting ready, even with the bandages. He wanted to lower the weight seal further to get there faster, but lowering it would take too much time. Time he needed to get to the bridge and help his team defeat Zabuza and Haku. Haku, I hope I don't have to kill you, he thought as he doubled his efforts to get to the bridge. The two groups just stared at each other for a moment. Team 7 had taken a formation so as to watch out for any surprise attacks. So you really were working together. Seems Naruto was right about you too. Looks like you've been pulling scams like that for a long time, Kakashi stated. He's got some nerve facing us again after pulling that trick. Sakura huffed in anger. And hiding behind a mask, who does he think he's fooling? Kakashi went on. Look who's talking, sensei. Sakura replied with an amused grin. That's it, I'm taking him down. Who does he think he's fooling, hiding behind that mask like some sort of clown? Sasuke stated calmly. Sasuke, you're so cool, Sakura exclaimed, fawning over the Uchiha. Didn't I just say something like that? Kakashi thought, while a large bead of sweat formed on his forehead. Zabuza and Haku watched them banter with a bit of pity over the Jounin for having a fangirl on the team. He's impressive. Even though they were just 1/10 the strength of the original water clones, he did destroy them all. Haku stated in his monotone. That move still gave us the first advantage. Use it. Zabuza ordered Haku. Hi. Haku disappeared in a small tornado heading straight towards Sasuke. Sasuke was surprised to see the tornado coming right at him. What's this? He swiftly took up a defensive stance, bringing both hands holding kunai up in front of him. There was a small ting as the small 7 hit the larger kunai, so he can keep up with Haku's speed. Zabuza thought as he watched the two block each other's blows with their respective weapons. Sakura, stay back for now. Provide help for Sasuke if he needs it. Kakashi ordered the pink-haired kunoichi. Hi. She quickly took out a kunai for her right hand and a handful of shuriken for her left, ready to attack if need be. The two spun quickly, trying to attack the other and block at the same time. All they succeeded in doing was coming back to a standoff. We want the bridge builder, not you. If you leave now, I won't have to kill you, Haku stated in the same monotone voice. Save it. As you can see, the bridge builder isn't here right now. We're here to get rid of threats. Sasuke spat back. You're making a mistake. You won't be able to keep up with my speed. I've gained 2 key advantages, Haku stated in his monotone once again. Yeah? What are they? Sasuke asked, not believing a word Haku was saying. First, we're surrounded by water. Second, I've blocked one of your hands. Therefore, you only have one free hand to defend yourself, Haku said, again in the same monotone. He then started going through one-handed hand seals. What? Using one hand? Sasuke thought, a small amount of panic rising. Hand seals with a single hand, I've never seen that before. Kakashi thought, fearing for his student. Haku finished his hand seals and stated the name of the jutsu. Sensatsu Suisho. He slammed his foot into a puddle of water and created some splashes in the air. He doesn't want to kill the kid? Does he mean that? Zabuza thought watching the fight unfold. The splashes of water quickly froze into many sharp needles. Sasuke! Sakura yelled out in fear. She didn't know what to do. Remember the training. I've got to summon the chakra at once and direct it to my feet. Sasuke thought as he molded the necessary chakra. A second before the needles moved in for the kill, a blur sped past Kakashi and Sakura. The blur quickly multiplied and surrounded Haku and Sasuke and destroyed the ice needles. The cloud from the shattered needles covered the newcomer and his clones. Sorry I'm a little late. Had to save Tsunami and Inari from a couple of thugs. Naruto announced as the smoke cleared, revealing him, plus 5 clones, holding kunai in each hand. Hey Sasuke team, need any help with the hunter Nin? Dope. I can take care of this. Sasuke called out as he took the kunai in his free hand and flicked it at Haku's face. Haku dodged by ducking down, allowing Sasuke to kick him in the face. The chakra he had directed to his feet for escape. He instead used it to add more force into his kick, causing the mask to crack slightly. Haku skidded to a halt next to Zabuza. The blonde Gaki. Zabuza shouted, looking at Naruto with murder in his eye. He threw 6 shuriken, 1 for each Naruto. Instead of dodging, all Narutos brought up their kunai and knocked each shuriken away. Zabuza chuckled. Good. I wouldn't want you dying too quickly on me. He looked over to Haku. You gonna take that from the kid with the duck ass on his head? Haku got up slowly as he placed a hand on his mask, feeling the damage. Very well. If you insist on continuing this fight, I will show you what real speed is. Haku formed a hand seal no one had seen before, except for Zabuza. Makio Hyosho. The water that surrounded Sasuke started to rise and freeze as Haku's jutsu took form. Mirrors surrounded Sasuke on every side and above him, creating what looks like a dome to everyone outside it. Haku formed a mirror next to him and entered it, reappearing a split second later in the mirrors of the dome. What the hell is that? Sakura yelled. What the hell is this? Sasuke thought to himself, looking at the image of Haku in each mirror. This can't be good, Naruto said, looking at the ice from the outside, his clones still surrounding the dome. I get it now. It's a Kekii Genkai, Kakashi exclaimed. A Kekii Genkai? Sakura asked, looking over to Kakashi. It's an ability that's passed down through the blood, like my Sharingan. It has to be in your genetic code for you to be able to use it, which means I can't copy it. Kakashi explained to her. In here I can attack you from any direction. You cannot defend yourself. Haku stated, and he started his barrage, cutting Sasuke with every pass he made. How did he do that? I couldn't even see the Sanban. Is he using clones in the mirrors to throw the Sanban at the same time? No, it's too fast for that. Before I worry about that, I may as well try getting out of here. Sasuke thought as he looked at the mirrors again. He sped through hand seals that were very familiar to him. He finished and called out his jutsu. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. A stream of flame flew from his mouth, impacting with the ice mirror directly in front of him. Sasuke dropped the jutsu and was horrified to see that the ice mirror hadn't even cracked. You're going to need a fire much larger and hotter than that to melt these mirrors, Haku stated calmly from within the mirrors. Sakura, we need to help Sasuke, right now, or else he's in serious trouble. Take off your weights now, Naruto yelled at Sakura. Hi. She stored the weapons she had taken out and released the safety catches on the weights around her wrists and let them drop, creating a splash when they landed in a puddle. The ones around her shins soon followed. Kakashi-sensei, can you keep Zabuza busy while we help Sasuke? Naruto asked Kakashi as he looked over to him. I'll try my best, Kakashi said as he went to lift his Hitaiite off his left eye. Zabuza dashed at Kakashi. Oh no you don't, he yelled, drawing a kunai and bringing it down over Kakashi's left eye. Kakashi blocked at the last moment. You're no fun, Kakashi, using the same old trick. If it's just an old trick, why did you stop me? Kakashi asked Zabuza. Let your opponent see your jutsu too many times, and he'll turn it against you. Zabuza explained. Count yourself lucky. You're the only enemy to see my Sharingan twice. There won't be a third time. Kakashi spat back. Even if you do beat me, you can't beat Haku. Zabuza taunted. Haku had just let loose another barrage of Senbon on Sasuke, creating even more cuts and open wounds. Don't worry, Sasuke. Me and Sakura will figure out a way to help you. Naruto yelled into the dome. Okay, Sakura, I want you to get in there and defend Sasuke. I'll bring these mirrors down from here. Sakura nodded to him and dashed into the dome, disappearing as she went, going through hand seals as she appeared in front of Sasuke. She stopped on a hand seal, waiting for the next attack to come. She felt it before she saw it, but it was enough. As soon as she felt the first needle hit, she went to the final seal and blocked every other hit. Tatsumaki Benso no Jutsu. Tornado Defense. A sphere of swirling wind surrounded Sasuke and Sakura. Every needle that tried to hit them was caught in the wind and flung to the floor. When the barrage ended, Sakura dropped the jutsu. Sasuke was looking at Sakura with wide eyes. When did you learn that? He asked awestruck. Like it, Sasuke-kun? It's one of the defensive jutsus Naruto-senpai taught me. Sakura said, looking over her shoulder at Sasuke with a smile. I hope he finds a way to destroy these mirrors sometime soon. I won't be able to use that jutsu much. Sakura started going through the same hand seals again and stopped at the same one holding the jutsu until it was needed. Interesting, you're stronger than I expected. You won't last very long though. Haku stated, looking to the two in his dome. How am I supposed to get through this? The chakra is literally pouring off these mirrors. It's making them incredibly tough. No wonder that fireball of his didn't melt them. Naruto was broken out of his thoughts when he had to dodge an attack from Haku coming out of the mirror he was studying. I don't know how you dodged my attack, but there is no way you can help your friends. Haku stated calmly as he returned to the mirror. It was simple really. Naruto had activated his Fox Eye Jutsu, and that helped him see the attack coming. If you really think that, Haku, then you don't understand how powerful I am. These are my teammates, my friends' lives on the line. He thought of his plan and summoned a shadow clone to relay it to the other shadow clones surrounding the dome. He was going to fight chakra with chakra. He was just a street urchin when I found him, but I trained him in the most advanced ninja techniques. I've taught him everything I know, and he developed his own abilities. Soon he could take on the strongest opponent, outnumbered. In the darkness, it doesn't matter. He strikes with deadly accuracy. There's no way those Jinin punks can beat Haku. He's the ultimate weapon. Zabuza ranted on, lowering the kunai he attacked with. Are you finished bragging? You're starting to bore me. Let's finish this now, Kakashi said forcefully, fully uncovering his Sharingan. I don't think so. Zabuza leapt back a bit and went through hand seals. Kirigakur no Jutsu, he said calmly as the mist enveloping the area grew thicker. You see, another of Haku's abilities is being able to see a jutsu once and then find its weakness and a way to counter it. Zabuza explained from the mist. Did you really think I would take your attacks like that, like some rank genin? I took them so Haku could figure out your Kekkei Genkai, and he did. He figured out that were two parts, the piercing eye, which allows you to copy my movements in jutsu, and the hypnotic eye, which unsettles your opponent, giving you an opening to use any jutsu you might have copied during the fight. Knowing this, I've employed a simple plan to defeat you, Zabuza explained, seemingly from somewhere else. Another barrage was let loose on them, and again Sakura activated the jutsu as soon as she felt the first Senbon, protecting them from the rest of the attack. Wait a second, I saw something there, Sasuke thought as he watched the barrage from inside the protective sphere. He was watching the water droplets kicked up by the jutsu. The water, it's being repelled. If I can follow the pattern, I might be able to attack him preemptively. If only I can get a chance to attack out of this sphere. The barrage died down and Sakura dropped the jutsu and was going through the hand seals to get ready again when Sasuke spoke. Wait, Sakura. Don't use the jutsu on both of us next time. Only use it to cover yourself. I'm going to try something, he explained in a hurried whisper. She didn't like it, but she agreed with a silent nod. She sidestepped a little until she was far enough away to only envelope herself in the jutsu. Don't get hurt, Sasuke-kun, she pleaded silently. She felt another needle hit her, and she quickly finished the jutsu, blocking all other Senbon and kicking up more water. That's it. Sasuke saw more of the water be repelled and burned the pattern into his memory. He tried ignoring the Senbon as much as possible and realized something. Wait a second, the Senbon, they aren't hitting any vital parts. All these wounds are superficial. They sting, but they aren't life-threatening. He really isn't trying to kill us. Kakashi looked about, panic almost setting in. He started hearing a sound coming from his left and recognized them to be the sounds of flying shuriken. He took out a kunai and swiftly blocked each shuriken. Impressive, as is expected from Kakashi of the Sharingan Eye. Zabuza stated as he appeared from the mist behind Kakashi. Kakashi turned to face him and discovered something. What? Your eyes are closed, Kakashi exclaimed. That's right. I used the mist to nullify your piercing eye, and I closed my eyes to nullify your hypnotic eye. Too bad for you, Kakashi. I can work just as well blind as when I can see. The next time you see me will be your last. Now, time for some payback, Zabuza explained as he disappeared into the mist again. Payback! Naruto! Kakashi yelled. Naruto was about to charge at the mirrors when Kakashi yelled his name. Wadash! He was suddenly flooded with the memories of the clones that had also been ready to attack and jumped. Naruto narrowly dodged the blade that was aimed to slash at his midsection. Not bad, but can you keep it up? Zabuza taunted as Naruto landed a few feet away, and he brought the Zanbato up for another swing. I don't have time for this. Naruto had charged up his chakra armor to drill into the mirrors and then destroy them with a layer of condensed chakra behind it, but Zabuza's surprise attack on him caused him to lose it. Not only that, but now he had to recreate the clones. Zabuza, I can't take that much time with you, so I'm going to have to use something I've never really tried in battle before, Naruto announced as he went through the hand seals, his hands a blur. Kitsune Biko no Jutsu. Naruto yelled as 9 red-orange tails with white tips emerged behind him. What kind of jutsu is that? What are you going to do, tickle me to death? Zabuza taunted, glaring at the blonde. What Zabuza didn't expect was for 2 of the tails to lash out at him. He managed to block one with his Zanbato, but was struck in the stomach by the second. It hit harder than he thought. Still think it's a joke? Naruto taunted as he withdrew the tails. Zabuza reached up and pulled the bandages, now with a little blood soaking through them, from his face, spitting out blood once his mouth was uncovered. That's twice I've underestimated you because of your strange-looking jutsu. There won't be a third time. Zabuza left the bandages hanging from his face as he hefted the Zanbato up into a slashing position and dashed at Naruto. He brought his Zanbato down in a diagonal slash that should have gone from Naruto's shoulder to his hip. Instead, it was redirected by one of Naruto's tails and was buried into the surface of the bridge. Naruto saw his opening and ran up the blade's spine, going to kick Zabuza's face. Zabuza saw it coming and released his Zanbato to block and counter the attack by grabbing Naruto's leg and slamming him down into the ground. Zabuza followed up with a kick to Naruto's gut that sent him skidding along the ground. It wasn't until he did this that he noticed that 2 tails seemed to be stretching, holding on to something behind him. He looked back in time to dodge his own blade. Naruto had grabbed its hilt with one tail and looped the second tail through the hole near the tip of the blade. He had then retracted the tails quickly, trying to hit Zabuza with the flat side of the blade. He brought the tails to a stop next to his body, and he got up. He spat blood out of his mouth and grabbed the blade's hilt and hefted it up on his shoulders. The fact that he was short made the blade look even bigger. This Zanbato you got ain't half bad. A little heavy, so it wouldn't be very useful against a fast enemy. Must have taken time to master, huh? Naruto ranted as he grinned at Zabuza. I don't believe it, he got my blade off me, and he's actually able to handle the weight. Zabuza thought, glaring slightly at Naruto. Tell you what, kid, if you can kill me, you can keep it. He shouted at the blonde. Seriously? Awesome. I better get started then. Naruto grasped the hilt with one hand and a tail for better control. He swung it out, so he was holding it parallel to the ground to his right. He dashed at Zabuza, getting ready to cut at his midsection. Zabuza saw the attack coming a mile away, which meant one thing: it was a cover for a second attack. Sasuke was looking the worse for wear. He had been attacked several times now. He had managed to burn Haku's pants slightly in one of the attacks, but only slightly. His body was covered in cuts, and a few Senbon were sticking out of his legs from when he had tried to run out of the dome on one side, and Sakura had tried another. Sakura wasn't doing well either. She had to stop using the jutsu before the last two attacks, or she wouldn't have enough chakra to carry on. Right now, she was opting to using the speed boost that dropping the weights gave her to dodge some of the Senbon. Some were sticking out of her arms and legs, and she was tiring fast. Sasuke looked over to Sakura. It was mainly thanks to her running about that he could get Haku that one time. Because she was running about, Haku was concentrating more on her. That allowed him to use his jutsu. It also allowed him to get used to Haku's movements more. It had taken a toll on her, though. Haku started another barrage of his Senbon. Sakura started running again, trying to dodge as many as possible and even trying to get out of the dome, only to be stopped by Haku and struck. She was sent back into the middle of the dome. "I've had enough of this. This time you're going to stay down," Haku stated. Sakura was out cold for the moment. The hit was harder than it looked. Sasuke looked up to the mirrors to see Haku throwing more needles. He picked up a Senbon and rushed in front of Sakura, blocking each one Haku had thrown. "Sakura, get up," he shouted over his shoulder. He blocked the Senbon. That's not possible. His earlier attack seemed like a fluke, but this was more than just luck. He's following my movements, Haku thought as he let loose another barrage of Senbon, only for them to be deflected by Sasuke again. Focus, gotta watch everything. Watch for any movement, Sasuke thought, watching Haku as he changed from one mirror to another. That's when he saw it. Haku threw a few Senbon at Sakura next to his feet. He ducked down and grabbed Sakura by the back of her dress and jumped out of the way of the Senbon, using his chakra to jump faster and higher. He saw every move, but there's no way he could do that, Haku thought as he watched the two. Sasuke snapped his head back up at that moment, letting Haku get a full-on view of his newly acquired Sharingan. Naruto swiped his sword across, going for Zabuza's midsection. Alright, so where's the second attack coming from? Zabuza thought, looking around for the attack he thought was coming. Kakashi dashed from the mist, kunai in hand, aiming for Zabuza's back. Good work, Naruto. Now I can finish him off, he thought as he came up to Zabuza's back. I don't think so, Zabuza yelled as he turned around, and with his own kunai, deflected Kakashi's. He then went on to slash Kakashi along the arm with the kunai. Blood spattered over the bandages covering Zabuza's left hand. Kakashi charged chakra to his feet and used it to leap forward into the mist again, rolling as he landed, clutching at his cut arm. Perfect, he thought, taking out a scroll from his vest, unraveling it, and wiping blood from his arm along it. Naruto looked on as blood dripped off his kunai. That was the plan? To have your sensei attack me? You're gonna have to do better than that, Zabuza yelled as he was engulfed by the mist. Damn, I can't keep going like this. I need to help Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto thought, while looking about, watching out for the slightest movement. He saw it. Out of the corner of his eye, movement, Zabuza's hand appeared from the mist, brandishing the same kunai that had cut Kakashi. Naruto couldn't bring the Zanbato around fast enough to block it. He started spinning the chakra covering his left hand and brought it up to block the kunai. The spin was started slightly too late, though, as the kunai drove its way through Naruto's hand. He winced slightly at the pain, but then brought himself eye to eye with Zabuza, a grin on his face. He moved his 8 remaining tails quickly to ensnare Zabuza, his right hand, and one tail still holding on to the Zanbato. The tails grabbed Zabuza's right arm and pulled it as far away from his body as possible without breaking it, making sure he couldn't perform any jutsu. It wasn't until then Zabuza saw that Naruto's eyes weren't the usual blue he saw in the forest before. They were blood red and the pupils had become slits. "What are you?" he asked as he tried to free himself from the tails. "Your worst nightmare. Kakashi-sensei, can you take it from here? I need to help the others," Naruto called into the mist. "Alright, Naruto. Kuchiyos, Doton, Suga no Jutsu," Kakashi called from the mist. A second later, several Ninkan appeared from underground and rooted Zabuza to the spot, while Naruto retracted his tails and slid his impaled hand off the kunai, wincing once again. "There, Kakashi-sensei can take care of you now. I gotta save my friends," Naruto told Zabuza as he ran into the mist heading for the ice dome, his hand already starting to heal. Kakashi walked out of the mist and stopped a few feet from Zabuza. Hello. I'll be your executioner today since Naruto wants to save his friends. Don't hold it against him. He would have killed you himself if they were safe. Kakashi announced in a chipper voice, as if he were talking to a friend. I see you have a Kekkei Genkai as well. Haku stated looking upon Sasuke. It's not complete, but I can see his attacks with it, and that's enough. Sasuke thought as he just watched Haku go through his mirrors again. His Sharingan blazing, one eye with only one Tomo, and one with two Tomo. To discover this power in the midst of a lethal attack is an amazing feat. It must be because she is in danger. Haku thought looking at Sakura's unconscious form, a few feet away from Sasuke. He is determined because his friend and teammate is in danger. Amazing. I'm afraid I won't be able to fight much longer. My chakra is running low, and using this jutsu takes a lot of chakra. His Sharingan also takes energy, and the more I fight, the more he uses it. Even now he's watching my every move, waiting for me to attack. I can't attack him directly, he'll just evade it, which means I'll have to throw him off guard by attacking his teammate, and then take him down. Haku thought as he moved his aim over to Sakura. Haku leapt out of his mirror towards Sakura, Senbon at the ready. Sasuke saw it. No, I've got to stop him. Sasuke charged chakra to his feet to give him extra speed. Sasuke stopped in Haku's path and struck his face. He grabbed an arm and swung Haku around, flinging him into a mirror. There was a problem, though, as Sasuke had done that. Haku had thrown two handfuls of Senbon straight at him. They pierced his body, causing small droplets of blood to spurt out and land on Sakura's prone body. Naruto, you better save her, because I couldn't. Naruto arrived at the Dome of Ice. He took a few minutes to envelope the Zanbato in his Rasen Kiku. He then condensed the chakra and sharpened it, getting ready to release it all when he hit the mirrors. He hefted the Zanbato into a slashing position again and swung at the mirrors. Each mirror shattered as the blade went through it. Haku looked over to the destroyed mirrors and saw the one person he did not want to see at that moment. Naruto stepped through the smoke, still brandishing the Zanbato. Hey guys, me dashed, too late. He saw Sasuke's body, full of Senbon, fall. He dropped the Zanbato out of shock. Naruto dashed forward, but it was already too late. He stopped in his tracks when he saw the body hit the ground. Then he saw Sakura's body, on the ground, in a heap, behind where Sasuke had stood, some blood decorating her face and clothes. He turned to Haku, murder in his eyes. Q-sensei, I'm going to start taking some of your chakra, don't bother purifying it. No, Naruto, it's not what it looks like. Kyuubi shouted in Naruto's mind. It was too late. Naruto's mind was already clouded with the single thought of taking revenge. Kyuubi's chakra leaked into his Rasen Kiku, and now there were streaks of red showing around his form. His nails elongated, his birthmarks deepened, his hair grew more feral, his canines elongated, and his tails glowed brightly as they were waving about viciously. Right now, if looks could kill, even the smallest single-celled organism wouldn't be alive in his field of vision. I won't be using some stolen dash. Kakashi stopped his sentence as he felt Kyuubi's chakra. That can't be good. Has he broken the seal? No, this is just a fraction of Kyuubi's chakra. He's just drawing the chakra through the seal. He thought. Zabuza was looking wide-eyed at the area the chakra was coming from. What is that? He asked in a slightly scared and odd tone. That would be Naruto. You're lucky he didn't bring out that power against you. He probably would have killed you in a split second. Kakashi explained in a chipper voice. Oh yes, this is not a stolen jutsu. It's my only original jutsu, and I'm going to use it to kill you. Naruto, I dash. Haku didn't get to finish what he wanted to say as he was punched and sent flying straight through the ice mirror behind him. The mask shattered and fell from his face as he slammed into the wall on the side of the bridge. Naruto looked at Haku from the same spot, waiting for him to get up. Haku was getting up slowly. He spat some blood from his mouth. His clothes had ripped from skidding on the ground, and it looked like he'd lost quite a lot of skin from it as well. When Haku stood up straight, Naruto sprinted forward, disappearing for a second, reappearing in front of Haku, gripping his collar, and about to punch his head off. He didn't want to, but the look in Haku's eyes made him stop. He could see them, regret, some fear and joy. I'm sorry, Naruto. I'm sorry for what I did to your friends, but it was Zabuza-sama's will. I'm glad that you are the one to kill me, though. I have become a broken tool, and you, My friend would be the first person I wish to end my life and save me from the suffering. Haku said sadly, looking into Naruto's blood-red eyes. Naruto dropped the power in his fist and knocked Haku in the jaw again, keeping a firm hold on to Haku's collar. How can you say that? You're a person, not just some tool. Your life has value. You should fight right now. Instead, you've been knocked down and can't be bothered to get back up because you think you have nothing left. Even your friendship cannot save me for failing Zabuza. He saved me from a meaningless existence. He gave me a purpose. I became his tool, his weapon, nothing more. Haku stated. You still don't get it, do you? Naruto stopped his rant as the sound of chirping birds filled the air. The mist thinned and Haku and Naruto looked over to the source of the sound. What Haku saw caused him to knock Naruto's hand away from him, freeing him. He performed some one-handed hand seals and vanished. Kuso, Naruto shouted as he sprinted toward where he knew Haku was heading, leaving a slight after-image in his wake. Kakashi had formed his Chidori, his only original technique. He was currently dashing at Zabuza, ready to use his technique to deliver the finishing blow, aiming directly for the heart. Damn, the kid didn't kill me and he still gets the sword. I would have preferred to face him head on though. I just hope Haku gets through this. With all that's happened to him through his life, I don't want him to turn into me. He's just too damn innocent. Zabuza thought as he watched the handful of charged chakra coming towards him. Kakashi was just a few feet away now. He couldn't stop even if he wanted to. He didn't expect Haku to appear from a mirror from next to Zabuza and stand in the way, as well as destroy his jutsu by hitting the scroll with Senbon. There was something else he didn't expect either, and that was for Naruto to crash through the ice mirror and push Haku out of the way. Naruto spun his Rasen Kiku like crazy. He just hoped that the mixture of Kyuubi's chakra with it would make it strong enough to block the attack. Thankfully, he didn't need to block the full-on attack. The momentum of his entry meant he landed awkwardly. He wasn't standing directly in front of Zabuza, but he was covering the heart. He felt it when Kakashi's Chidori hit the Rasen Kiku, covering his right shoulder. It caused him to fall back onto Zabuza, and the Chidori to glance off his Rasen Kiku and hit Zabuza in his right lung, going through the scar that Naruto had created in their first fight. Zabuza hacked up blood as his lungs filled with it. There was no way he could survive this, and he knew it. The Ninkin disappeared in puffs of smoke, seeing as the ninjutsu scroll that brought them there was disrupted. Zabuza started falling back as Naruto leaned forward. He clutched to the gaping wound in his chest, trying to draw breath, without drowning in his own blood. Haku was on his knees where Naruto had knocked him to. He was glancing back and forth from his friend, who had just risked his life to save him, to the person that had given him a purpose, who he had just let down. He couldn't decide what he should be feeling, thankful that his friend saved him or regretful because he let down his teacher and guardian. He didn't get much time to think this, though, as a seedy-looking, short man with his arm in a cast appeared at the end of the bridge, followed by a few hundred thugs armed with all manner of weapons and farming equipment. Well, so this is how it turned out? He's done quite a number on you, hasn't he, Zabuza? You look more like a kitten than a demon right now. I must say I'm disappointed. Oh, look, your little lapdog survived as well. Now I can get revenge for my arm, the man announced, looking over the scene in front of him. Zabuza coughed up more blood as he rolled his body onto its side, so as to get a better view of the man who had just appeared. Gato, Zabuza rasped out. What are you doing here? Haku asked out loud. There's been a change of plans. Seeing as you're dying on this bridge today, then you're no longer on the payroll. After all, you failed to get the bridge builder. He isn't even here. I've gotten these men together to take you down and the bridge builder later on. Of course, these men cost me money, so if you feel like taking some out, feel free. Gato proclaimed. Looks like we're not enemies anymore, now that Gato has terminated our contract. Haku stated as he got up. He slowly walked over to Zabuza and kneeled next to him. Do you wish for me to take revenge, Zabuza-sama? No. Zabuza coughed up more blood. Slowed down the bleeding in my lung. More coughed up blood. I can last dash more blood. Long enough to kill that greaseball dash. He coughed once more. Myself. Haku did as he asked and slowed down the bleeding. He then helped him up. When this is over, I want you to go back with that blonde Konoha Nin. Zabuza paused for breath and hacked up more blood. You are his tool now. He and his sensei bested me, and he managed to get my blade off me. He paused again and hacked up more blood. If I'm still alive after killing the greaseball, I want him to finish me off with my blade. He can keep it afterwards. Zabuza hacked up a lot of blood he'd been holding back. And stay out of this fight, understood, Haku? Zabuza looked Haku in the eyes. Hi, Zabuza-sama. I will stay back. Haku replied, not daring disobey his last order. If you think I'm gonna let you have Gato all to yourself, you got another thing coming, Zabuza. Naruto announced, appearing behind the two, the Zanbato balancing on his shoulders. His red eyes blazing at the prospect of ridding the land of the scum, Gato. Besides, you look like you could use a hand, or a tail. He went on, a tail wrapping around the hilt of the Zanbato and the rest ready to support Zabuza when he was ready to go. I'll try and keep those thugs off you. You can land the finishing blow to Gato if you want. I don't really care as long as he's gone. Fine, but do you expect me to finish him with my bare hands? Naruto tossed a kunai to Zabuza, who caught it with the hand he wasn't using to stem the blood flow from his chest. I guess this will do. Zabuza stated calmly as he motioned for Haku to let him stand on his own. Naruto wrapped a couple of tails around Zabuza's waist as 3 stayed behind Naruto and another 3 covered Zabuza's back. Ready to go? Naruto asked as a red claw made of chakra flared on his left hand, and he brought the Zanbato up in front of Zabuza to block any attacks. You really are a demon from the leaf, aren't you? Just don't drag me along. I'll run as much as I can. I still have my dignity. Zabuza replied. As soon as the last word left his mouth, they both started forward. Gato started sweating profusely when he saw the 2 demons coming towards him. What are you idiots waiting for? Take care of them. Gato yelled to the crowd of thugs as he hobbled his way through to get back to the boat he had arrived in. You're going nowhere, Gato. You're going to pay for what you did to the people of these lands. Naruto shouted in a demonic voice as he started tearing through the crowd with his claw and the Zanbato, Zabuza striking out every now and then. A lot of the thugs were mowed down by the Zanbato in the first few minutes. None of them stood a chance. They finally made it through the crowd and found Gato trying to untie the boat. Hey, short stuff, I still have business with you. Zabuza called the short man, coughing up more blood. Gato stopped and his face went pale as he looked over to his pursuers. Coming to a quick decision, he started running again, heading for the unfinished part of the bridge. Should we chase him some more, or do you want to end it? Naruto asked the battered demon of the mist. Let's finish this. I want to be conscious when I kill him. Zabuza replied, getting a little woozy from blood loss. Okay, Naruto shouted as he rushed forward. When Gato came into view again, Naruto leapt forward, stretching the tails holding Zabuza so as not to drag him along. When he got within range, he slashed out with his clawed hand and made 3 cuts on Gato's leg. Gato screamed in pain and fear when he felt the cuts. They caused him to fall forward on his face. He clutched at his leg, more pain rushing through it. I never told you how I terminate my contracts, did I, Gato? Zabuza asked the cowering man as he walked over, more blood coming from his mouth, which only made him seem more fierce and horrifying. When I terminate a contract, I also terminate my employer. Zabuza slashed across Gato's throat and then buried the kunai in Gato's heart. I'm done here, Zabuza stated as he stood up straight again, being supported by Naruto's tails. Do you want me to finish you now, or do you want me to go back so you can see Haku once more? Naruto asked, looking up from Gato's body. I don't want Haku to see me killed up close. Finish me here. I can feel myself losing consciousness from lack of blood already. Naruto nodded and turned to face Zabuza, bracing Zabuza's body with his tails. He brought the Zanbato up, using both hands instead of his tail. You were a good ninja, Zabuza. It's just too bad that Konoha won't accept missing neens from other hidden villages, Naruto said before he slashed across Zabuza's throat and then diagonally over Zabuza's torso, effectively killing him. Naruto had a couple of tails take the Zanbato from him. He used the bandages around Zabuza's neck to cover the slit throat. He shunshined back to the others. Naruto appeared in a puff of smoke between Kakashi and Haku. Is Gato gone? Haku asked, looking at Zabuza's body. Hi. Zabuza dealt the finishing blow. Naruto replied. He looked over to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, you got another one of those body storage scrolls? I wish to take Zabuza back to Konoha to be buried. Naruto asked his sensei. Kakashi just nodded, took out a scroll, and tossed it to Naruto, who swiftly caught it. Naruto unrolled the scroll and gently laid Zabuza next to it. Arigato, Naruto-sama, Haku said in a low voice. Naruto sealed Zabuza in the scroll, rolled it up, and handed it to Haku, who accepted it with both hands. No thanks necessary, Haku. He was a good ninja. He deserves a proper burial. Don't start with the Sama stuff either. I'm your friend, not your master or commander. Now I need to figure out what to do about Sakura's and Sasuke's bodies. Naruto-sa? Naruto, they are not dead, Haku stated, looking down, gripping the scroll storing Zabuza's body tightly. I could not bring myself to kill them. I did not want to fail you as a friend, but I did not want to fail Zabuza either. The girl is knocked out, and the boy is merely in a death state. They will be fine after some rest, he explained. Naruto looked up, surprised at Haku, as did Kakashi. Kakashi moved over to the two and checked for their pulses. He found Sakura's easily, but as he was going to check for Sasuke's, Sasuke got up. What happened to me? Sasuke asked groggily. Kakashi turned back to look at Naruto and nodded his head. Naruto looked back at Haku with some tears coming to the corners of his eyes. He brought up a hand and laid it on Haku's shoulder. Thank you, Haku. Sorry to do this to you, but my energy is going to leave me in a few seconds, Naruto said to Haku as the red streaks of chakra left him. I'm going to lose consciousness any moment now. Please, don't tell my teammates about the power I used on you today, or the jutsu I used, Naruto pleaded as the tails retracted and dropped the Zanbato with an audible clang. Don't worry, Naruto. I will keep your secret, for I am your friend and you are mine, Haku told him with a sad smile. Naruto smiled back tiredly as his features returned to normal. He blinked as the fox eye jutsu left him. He blinked a few more times as he heard Inari and a lot of people yell something about being free before he finally lost himself to exhaustion. Chapter 14. Another mission or a test. Last time. Don't worry, Naruto. I will keep your secret, for I am your friend and you are mine, Haku told him with a sad smile. Naruto smiled back tiredly as his features returned to normal. He blinked as the fox eye jutsu left him. He blinked a few more times as he heard Inari and a lot of people yell something about being free before he finally lost himself to exhaustion. This chapter. Naruto, you little baka. You used too much of my demonic chakra, Kyuubi scolded the unconscious form of Naruto in the mindscape. A vein throbbed in Kyuubi's forehead when Naruto didn't wake up. Wake up, Kyuubi shouted at the blonde one. Naruto's eyes shot open in the real world as he felt a pounding from his head. Damn, Q-sensei. Did you have to be so loud? Naruto berated his tenant and sensei. Yes, I did. You wouldn't wake up, and after the reckless use of my chakra, I thought you deserved some kind of punishment. I tried to stop you and tell you that your teammates were alive, but no, you wouldn't listen. You took my chakra and rushed in. Kami, damn it, you're lucky that much demonic chakra didn't cause severely adverse effects. Kyuubi explained. What are you talking about, Q-sensei? Naruto asked, confusion lacing his voice. Kyuubi mentally sighed. I've already told you. The human body was never meant to handle demon chakra. Demon chakra is so different to human chakra and so much more potent than human chakra. It is actually referred to as a different energy, namely Yuki. When you use my Yuki, there is a chance of it causing your body to deteriorate and harm you. Yes, it is alright to use for short bursts in a fight, but using it for prolonged periods of time without allowing your body to adapt to it first is idiocy. Wait a second, what about in the forest? You leaked your Yuki into me then. Why wasn't it dangerous then? Naruto asked, a little angry that Kyuubi was scolding him like this. When I gave you Yuki in the forest to practice your jutsu, I gave you the bare minimum and you were using it right away for the training. In the fight on the bridge, you held it back after drawing on so much of it. If you're going to be doing that more often, I need to let you train with Yuki more and give you more to use. Eventually, you should be able to use more and more of it without having to use it right away. Hopefully your body will adapt, and you'll be able to use around 1 tail's worth of Yuki without any adverse effects. Kyuubi explained slowly. And what exactly can I do with 1 tail's worth of Yuki? Asked a very interested Naruto. Trust me when I say this. If you can get a handle on controlling the Yuki as well as you do your chakra, One tail should be more than enough to rival a Kage's chakra capacity. Although when I look at your current chakra capacity, you're already well on your way to having Kage-level chakra capacity. Kyuubi replied in complete seriousness. Awesome. I have got to start training with Yuki right now if I want it to be useful. Naruto exclaimed as he started getting up, only to feel a slight pain in his back, leg and hand. He looked down at his hand and leg and saw that they were wrapped in bandages. Then he saw the bandages wrapped around his bare chest. They seemed to be holding some padding to his back. What the hell is up with this? Where did the wounds on my leg and back come from? The one on my hand is probably from that kunai Zabuza hit me with, but that wouldn't have taken long to heal. What's up with the slow healing and extra wounds? Naruto asked Kyuubi in a confused and worried voice. I was hoping you would notice. This is another side effect of using the Yuki. After using it, the healing ability I give you by using my Yuki to heal your wounds faster is dampened because I don't dare use any more Yuki to heal you. After using that much Yuki in a fight, it may actually do more harm than good to use more on healing wounds. Kyuubi explained in a plain, matter-of-fact voice. This means you will have to heal at your body's natural rate until all the Yuki has left your system and your body has had time to recover from the stress of using it. Okay, that explains my hand, but what about the other wounds, on my leg and back? Naruto pressed on. You can ask your friends about that, Kit. As for me, I'm going to take a nap, Kyuubi said as he settled down. Naruto, after some painful moving about to get into a sitting position, looked about the room he was in. It was almost pitch black, so he couldn't make out much, but he did recognize it as the room he used in Tezuna's house. He decided to just call out in the end, hoping there would be someone else in the room. Not a second after he called out, Kakashi showed up on the windowsill that was just behind him and to the right. Looking through the window, Naruto could see that the sun had already gone down. He greeted Naruto with his usual yo, not once taking his eyes off of his little book. What can I do for you, Naruto? Well, first off, I'd like to know how long I've been out. Second, where did these wounds on my leg and back come from? Naruto asked, going into what Kakashi liked to call serious ninja mode. Well, you've been out a little over 10 hours. After the fight on the bridge and you passing out, Haku, your new assistant for want of a better word, picked you and the Zanbato up. It wasn't until he did this that I noticed you had some weapons stuck in your back and a few cuts on your leg. Some of Gatoa's men must have gotten a lucky hit on you. I guess you couldn't feel them because of your using Kyuubi's chakra and the adrenaline running through your body. He shined away after that, Kakashi said as he retold the events. Wait a second. If Haku took me away, how come I'm back in Tezuna's place right now? Naruto asked, looking about, confused. As far as I can tell, after I finished cleaning up the bridge of the bodies, I had to haul Sakura and Sasuke back here. They're both fine, by the way, Kakashi added quickly, seeing Naruto was about to ask the question. When I arrived, Haku jumped from the trees carrying you and the Zanbato, by which time he had taken all the weapons out of your back and patched you up. Best I can tell, he hadn't gone very far to heal you, and then followed me back here for somewhere safe for you to rest. Kakashi finished. Okay, so where is Haku now? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. He's currently tending to Sasuke and Sakura in some other rooms. He thought he should try to make amends, and this was the best way he could think of. I guess I should also tell you that he left the Zanbato just outside your room. He forbade anyone from touching it. He's a little overprotective and eager to please, it seems. Kakashi mused, looking over his book with his single eye. Can you blame him? He just lost his mentor, even after he did everything in his power to save him, and that sword is something to remember him by. Now, he and the sword have been passed on to me. I'm supposed to be his friend, not his owner. He's trying to show you guys that he is no longer a threat, but an ally. He knows he upset me with what he did to Sakura and Sasuke, and now wants to make it better. Naruto explained, lowering his head. Is this kind of shit always going to happen wherever I go? He said in a whisper, raising his head again. It might, but there's nothing you can do about it now, Kakashi replied, peeking over his book with his single eye. Look on the bright side. The mission's almost over. Once Sasuke is recovered from the near-death state and the bridge is complete, we can go back. Now get some sleep. I need someone to come with me to the bridge tomorrow, and something tells me you're the only one that will be recovered enough to go. At that, Naruto nodded and went back to his lying position and tried sleeping again. Kakashi just jumped back to the roof. Naruto awoke to a slight discomfort. He opened his eyes, and through the haze of sleep, he could see a light red aura surrounding his torso and leg. Thanks for the healing, Q-sensei. No problem, Kit. I estimate your body should be fine to handle Yuki by now. Not that you'll need it. Seeing as Zabuza has been taken out, there shouldn't be any more threats. Okay, I'm done. You're good to go. Kyuubi replied nonchalant. Naruto got out of the futon covers and started undoing the bandages. He checked over where the wounds were supposed to be on his leg and hand and found some light scars. He didn't bother checking his back because he already had too many old scars to notice any new ones. He did have scars on his torso as well, but they were much lighter and harder to see, unless you looked extremely close or knew where they were, like Naruto. When he finished his inspection, he re-wrapped his hands in fighting bandages to cover his knuckles. He reattached his gauntlets, and he got his steel mesh shirt, pants, kunai holsters, and vest back on. He found his pouches and extra kunai holsters and scroll holders and reattached them to his belt. Finally, he found his hitayite, which he tied to his head, and his goggles, which he put around his neck, as was the norm now. He looked in the mirror that was in the room. His clothes had some wear to them. His vest had some rips and tears, and, strangely, some scorch marks. Probably from using Q-sensei's chakra. He made a mental note to find somewhere or someone who could repair his clothes. Once done in the bathroom, he grabbed the Zanbato and headed downstairs. Downstairs, he found Haku, Kakashi, and Tezuna's family eating breakfast. Tsunami looked up and spotted him with the Zanbato. "Oh heyu, Naruto-kun. Oh, seeing you with that sword reminds me." Tsunami got up and walked to the kitchen. She returned a few minutes later with the 2 katana he had taken from the thugs. "You asked me to keep them for you," Tsunami said as she held them out to him. Naruto placed the Zanbato to lean against the wall and took the katana. "Arigato, Tsunami-san," Naruto said as he bowed to her. He turned to Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, do you mind if we stop by a store on the way to the bridge? I need a scroll to keep these swords in." Kakashi looked over his little book for a second. "Yeah, sure, whatever," he said, waving his hand in a shooing gesture. Naruto grinned and turned to Haku. "So how are you holding up?" he asked as he walked over and sat down across from Haku. Haku looked up from the tea he was drinking. "I shall be fine. Zabuza may have referred to me as his tool, but he is still the closest thing I had to a father these last few years. I will miss him, but now I have a friend, you, to help me through it," he answered, smiling at the last part. "I'm glad to see your wounds have healed thanks to your ability as well." Naruto grinned back. He turned to Inari. "So, exactly how did you get all the villagers to fight back?" Naruto asked, guessing at what the last few things he heard was. Inari flashed a big grin to him. "I just showed some courage. I couldn't leave you and your friends to do everything alone, could I?" "Glad to hear it, Squirt," Naruto replied, grinning ear to ear. Inari pouted at the nickname, causing everyone to snicker and giggle. "Okay, that's enough of that. We better get to the bridge, or else it'll never be finished," announced Tezuna, getting up and grabbing a tool bag. "Okay, Haku, could you stay here and watch over Sasuke and Sakura?" Naruto asked the still snickering Haku. "Of course, no problem, Naruto," he replied, getting up. "I think I better check on them now, actually. Sakura might wake up today, and I need to make sure Sasuke drinks the medicinal tea if he is to recover any faster," he went on as he turned to go upstairs. "If he won't drink it, just say I'll make him drink it when I get back," Naruto yelled over to Haku. At that, Kakashi, Tezuna, and Naruto, after picking up his Zanbato, headed out. Naruto had to stop momentarily, telling the other two to go on without him. He needed to bring his weight seal back up to the appropriate level after having released some of it the other day. He then had to attach the 2 katana to his belt and find a comfortable way of carrying his Zanbato, which was leaning it across his shoulders while holding onto the hilt with his left hand. He caught up to them just as they entered the town. Needless to say, he got quite a few looks while walking through the streets. They were different to the stares he got back in Konoha. They were stares of admiration, respect, and thanks, the things he wanted in his home village. A few people even cheered to him and Kakashi, things like ninjas of the leaf rule, demon killers, ninja heroes. There were some cheers directed only toward Naruto though, Nice sword. All right, Blondie. Nice going, Demon of the Leaf. The last one, even though it was hitting close to his sore spot, actually made him feel good. It made him feel closer to his village, and he liked the sound of it. Maybe he would introduce himself with that title from now on. Maybe. Cheering wasn't the only thing that happened. Naruto got 1 or 2 marriage proposals. He was surprised, to say the least. When the father of a family walked up to him, he thought it was to provide thanks on behalf of all the family, and it was. It was also to ask if Naruto would be interested in marrying his eldest daughter, though. He almost fell over from surprise. The eldest daughter, he had to admit she looked good, was at least a couple of years older than him. She was blushing from next to her mother. Thank you, but I'm not quite ready for marriage yet. I'm sure your daughter will have no problem finding a good man with how beautiful she is, though, he said quickly, causing the girl to blush a little more at the compliment. The rest of the day went by fairly normally. Tazuna finished the bridge, saying he would hold off the naming and opening ceremony until the rest of the team had recovered enough to be present. Naruto managed to get a scroll, free of charge. He used 3 storage seals he had copied, and then went over them with the ink he carried. All he had to do to finish the seal was write down what he was storing. Then all he had to do was place the item, in this case his Zanbato, over the empty space and use some chakra while thinking or saying, seal, because that was the first sword he wanted to seal. The next 2 seals were filled with the katana. He decided he would fill up the rest of the scroll with more swords. He made a small promise then and there that he would take the sword of any enemies he defeated, if they carried a sword, and add it to the scroll. He also asked Kyuubi to teach him Kenjutsu, who accepted, saying he knew a few basics. He kept the scroll in his second scroll pouch, ready if he needed a weapon. Now he had 2 empty pouches left. Haku went ballistic when Naruto returned without the Zanbato. Naruto was almost impaled by 1,000 ice needles. Luckily, he unsealed the Zanbato to defend himself. Thankfully, Haku calmed down after seeing it. Sakura had woken up by the time they had gotten back as well. She would be fine. She just had a split lip, some light scratches and puncture wounds from the senbon, and a small bump where her head hit the ground. She was up and about after a couple of days. She even used the weak medjutsu Naruto had taught her to heal some of her wounds. Sasuke was still bedridden, not fully recovered from the near-death state. He had to drink some medicinal tea, which he instantly took a disliking to. It was supposed to speed up the healing process. He hated every second of having to stay in the bed for so long. While Sasuke was stuck in bed, Naruto just trained with Zanbato or played with Inari, even teaching him to use chakra. Haku managed to get on Sakura's good side after the first day. He shared his medical knowledge with her and taught her how to throw senbon accurately. He even gave her a few of his, seeing as she liked to use them in conjunction with kunai and shuriken. After the fight on the bridge, he also kept the clothes that he used to fight. After a few more days of this, they finally set out for Konoha. Sasuke, through his stubborn Uchiha pride, insisted that he could make the trip, even if Haku suggested more bed rest. They all congregated on the bridge. Tazuna was on a small pedestal bidding them farewell on behalf of the whole village. Thank you for all you have done for us. We will welcome any of you or your fellow ninja with open arms here in the land of waves from this day on. We wish you a safe journey on your way back. Inari walked up to Naruto. Will you come back and visit us, Nisan? Naruto looked down at Inari with a bemused look. Sure, Squirt. I'll be back to visit sometime soon. Believe it, 'cause it's a promise. I never go back on my promises. That's part of my ninja way. See you around, Squirt. He replied, ruffling Inari's hair. He had heard from Tazuna and Tsunami how Inari had gone all around the village gathering up the villagers. He was proud of the Squirt for finally getting up and getting things done. Inari started sniffling as tears came to the corners of his eyes. Naruto spotted the tears as Inari was trying to hold them back. Damn it, I promised myself I wouldn't cry anymore. He cried, rubbing away the tears with his forearms. Don't worry, Inari, it's okay to cry at times like these. Naruto comforted him, small tears forming in his own eyes. Who says I want to cry? Besides, if it's all right, why don't you do it? Inari argued back. Fine, see I'm crying. Naruto said as a few tears fell. It's okay to show tears to your friends and family, Inari. Just don't cry in front of your enemies. Naruto said, falling in step with the rest of the team and Haku. As he turned with the rest of them to leave Inari, also let a few tears fall. Once the group had been walking for a few minutes, one of the villagers spoke up. Wait a second, we forgot to tell them the name of the bridge. It's okay, they'll find out when they come back. After all, they'll have to use the amazing bridge that Tizuna built if they want to dash. Tizuna was smacked over his head by Tsunami. Tusan, we already agreed on what we would call the bridge, and that's not it. Tsunami scolded him. Tizuna sighed deeply. Fine, they'll have to use the Great Naruto Bridge if they want to come visit us. Maybe it will bring us luck in the future, he said as they watched the group of ninja near the other side of the bridge. Team 7 plus Haku managed to get back to Konoha in a couple of days, thanks to taking to the trees. They had some trouble with the guards on duty because of Haku, but they got him through eventually. They went straight to the Hokage's office to sort out Haku's citizenship to Konoha. Naruto kicked his way through to the Hokage's office. Hey G-san, mission successful. We kept Tizuna-san safe. Sarutobi looked up from the paperwork he was doing. He was wearing his usual Hokage robes. Oh, Naruto-kun. You know the mission report is supposed to be a little more specific than that. Kakashi, why don't you give the report, so Naruto-kun here finds out how it's done? Kakashi stepped up and relayed almost everything that happened, keeping some of the things Naruto had asked for to be kept a secret from his teammates. Namely how Naruto had stolen Zabuza's Zanbato, caught Zabuza for Kakashi to finish him off, how he mowed down the thugs with some help from Zabuza, and how he finished Zabuza off with the Zanbato. When he finished the report, Sarutobi spoke up. Considering the dangers of this mission, I will raise it to A rank. Therefore, Team 7 will be paid as such. It will also be added to your mission history. You are all dismissed, he said as he finished handing out the mission paychecks to Team 7. Actually, Hokage-sama, I wish to talk to you about Haku and Naruto here. Sasuke, Sakura, you can go home or wait outside for Naruto. Either way, this concerns a personal matter. Sakura and Sasuke just bowed quickly to the Hokage as they left. Alright, what is this about, Kakashi? Sarutobi asked, netting his fingers as he leaned his elbows on his desk, staring intently at the three of them. Actually, G-san, I think I should take over here. I was hoping you would allow Haku here to become a ninja of Konoha. He has an awesome Kekkei Genkai and amazing skills. I would say that he's a Chunin easily, maybe even a Jounin, Naruto said in Kakashi's stead. Sarutobi looked the ice user over. From what I heard in the report, you are now loyal to Naruto because of a last order from your sensei. I am not quite sure why he did this, though. There was nothing in the report to suggest that he saw Naruto as a superior ninja. Sarutobi mused as he looked between the three. Unless, of course, something else happened that you haven't told me about. Yeah, about that I guess I should tell you something, G-san. I've been getting some extra training from a friend ever since I entered the academy. Give me a second. Naruto sped through some hand seals. When he was done, a shockwave of chakra erupted from his body and covered the walls, giving off a dull blue glow. There, G-san, before I go any further, can you make whatever I tell you now an S-class secret? I wish for only the people in this room to know what I'm about to say. Haku, you have a right to know since you've seen some of my abilities, and I even used some of them against you. Also, I wish for only myself and G-san to be able to tell anyone else what I'm about to say. A soundproofing jutsu. What you're about to tell me must be serious, and to make it an S-class secret. Very well, I will do as you asked, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi replied, looking at the blue barrier that was covering the inside of the room. Thanks, G-san. Now hold on to your hat. This is going to be a doozy. Naruto exclaimed as he started his explanation. He went over his first encounter with Kyuubi. All the exercises Kyuubi told him to do with the weights, training until he bled or collapsed. Being shown the compound, learning about who his parents were, Kyuubi training him via blood clone. Learning all the different jutsu, awakening his Kekkei Genkai, both of them, and how he held back in the academy. By the end of the explanation, Sarutobi looked like he had his limited edition of Ica Paradise stolen. Naruto, why did you not tell me this earlier? I could have offered to help. I could have made it so you were on another team, so it would be better balanced. That's just it, G-san. I didn't want any kind of special treatment from you. I mean, come on. I had a full family vault of jutsu, scrolls and scrolls of seals, and all the books I needed to learn history and stuff like that. Not to mention an Ian's old demon that could help me learn it all. I have to say, though, you're taking this better than I hoped. Naruto exclaimed. Of course, I must respect the privacy of my ninja. I already knew of Kyuubi's state of mind when he attacked the village. I thought it would only be a matter of time before he contacted you. When you told me you knew about him, I thought it was because someone had told you. I never thought he had come forward so early. You didn't really have to tell me all this. Although if you had, then you would be Chunin by now. Sarutobi explained. Exactly. I wanted to rise through the ranks the same as everyone else. I guess I better tell you how this fits in with the mission. Naruto then went on to fill the gaps of the mission report. He covered everything that Sasuke and Sakura didn't know about, and one or two things Kakashi didn't know about. This is why I believe Zabuza passed the Zanbato and Haku on to me. Am I right, Haku? Haku, coming out of the days he was in, hearing about all the harsh training Naruto had gone through and how this boy held back a demon, answered. Yes, I believe that would be an accurate assumption. Zabuza has never seen another Nin as his equal since Naruto-sama. Haku, I thought I told you to cut it out with that Sama stuff. I'm your friend, remember? Naruto told the ice user. Forgive me, Naruto-sama, but I am now your servant from the last order Zabuza-sama gave me. This means I am to act as such in front of high-ranking ninja. Haku replied. Wait a second, does this mean he doesn't consider me a high-ranking ninja? Kakashi thought as he was reading his little book, a large bead of sweat forming on his head. I suppose this proves that you are loyal to Naruto in more than one way then, Haku. Very well, I will instate you as a Chunin, and I shall give you an apartment, until you want to move into somewhere of your own choosing. Although I'm not sure how to fill out your ninja license. You have not given me a family name, Sarutobi said as he pulled out a Chunin vest and a Konoha Hittite, handing them to Haku. Arigato, Hokage-sama. Haku thanked the Hokage. I would like my family name to be Momochi in honor of my late sensei. I would also like to be assigned to Naruto's team. Naruto sighed deeply. Haku, you can't be on our team. Ji-san will put you on a team with someone else. You'll be fine. You can also make more friends this way. Naruto-kun is correct. I will be placing you on a team tomorrow, once I find adequate team members that will be in balance with your abilities. Sarutobi confirmed. Haku looked at Naruto's grin and believed what he said. Very well, Naruto-sama. I will do as Hokage-sama orders. Glad to hear it. From now on, you answer to him and whoever is your team leader or Jounin-sensei. Haku just nodded. Good. Ji-san, I trust you won't be telling the council about my two Kekei Genkai. I have no interest in starting a clan, not yet anyway. Grinning at the last part. I also want to wait until I'm Hokage or respected in the village to announce that I am the Yandame's son. I want to earn the respect of this village through hard work, not my heritage. Naruto finished, a serious look on his face. Don't worry. As I said, this is an S-class secret. I will only tell another person about this if it concerns them or the safety of the village. Sarutobi replied with his own grin. Kakashi, Haku-kun, you are both dismissed. I wish to discuss something with Naruto-kun in private. Before I go, Hokage-sama, I wish to inform you that Zabuza not only bestowed his sword and myself to Naruto-sama, he also gave him a title, in a way. Before they attacked the thugs on the bridge, Zabuza-sama called Naruto a demon from the leaf. Haku informed him. Kakashi stepped up. It's true, the residents of Wave even used Demon of the Leaf as a nickname for him. They were very grateful to our team, so I doubt it was meant as an insult. Very well, with these facts I am obliged to list Demon of the Leaf as one of Naruto's aliases in his ninja profile. You may leave now, the Hokage said as he went to pull out Naruto's file. Naruto just stood there, surprised that it would actually be an official alias for him. Haku and Kakashi just bowed to the Hokage before they headed for the door. Hey guys, when you leave, tell team to mind his own business. Naruto requested before they left, only opening the door briefly so as not to show the soundproofing jutsu. Sure enough, just outside the door was Sasuke leaning against the wall, apparently waiting for them to come out. Sakura had apparently gone home. Naruto tells you to mind your own business, Sasuke-san. Haku informed the Uchiha. What the? How did the dobe know I was out here? Wait, that Haku guy is probably just bluffing, trying to make his new master seem stronger than he really is. Sasuke thought, eyes narrowing at the ice user. I was just waiting for Kakashi-sensei, so he could carry on training me. Sasuke said coolly. Sasuke, I already told you to go home or wait outside if you wanted to talk to Naruto. I'm not training you right after we get back from a mission. Now go home and get some rest. Kakashi told the Uchiha from behind his little book. Back inside the office, Sarutobi waited a second before going on. All right, the reason I asked you to stay behind is so I can inform you of a law I passed concerning you and any of your family members. I passed it shortly after you were born and Kyuubi sealed within you. He opened a drawer and pulled out a large file. This file contains all the laws of the village. The law concerning you is under Amendment 3472. Look for yourself. Sarutobi explained as he pushed the file to Naruto. Naruto immediately started going through the file, skipping through everything until he came close to the amendment. When he finally came to the amendment, he was slightly surprised. I understand the first three parts, but isn't the fourth part a little excessive? He asked, not bringing his eyes from the page. The law stated as follows. Amendment 3472. A. No one may speak of Uzumaki Naruto's lineage or Jinchuriki status under penalty of high treason. B. Uzumaki Naruto is entitled to full rights of a noble clan heir, including additional guard by supplemental Konoha shinobi and full financial coverage until such time as he is of sufficient shinobi rank, shunin, and claims his inheritance, respectively. C. Only Uzumaki Naruto and the acting Hokage may divulge his statuses to those ignorant of them without legal repercussions. D. Uzumaki Naruto has full right to defend himself or any relation to him by any means he deem fit against any he deem a significant immediate threat. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, it's just a precaution. A lot of people were killed on the night Kyuubi attacked. I hope the village will have accepted you by the time you have someone that close to you, but I added that part just in case. I know a lot of villagers still don't like you, and I'm sorry for what I allowed to happen when you were younger. I don't want that to happen to you anymore. If anyone attacks you in the village from now on, I won't be angry with you if you take advantage of this law to defend yourself. To be honest, I'm surprised you haven't already turned on the whole village with the way they have treated you. Sarutobi lowered his head in shame. Don't worry, Ji-san. I've already told myself, I'm not going to turn on the village. They just have a lot of hate, and they haven't got anything to channel it to. Besides, what kind of hero would I be if I attacked the village I'm a hero to? That's how Dad wanted me to be seen, and that's how I'm going to be seen, even if I have to die trying. Naruto replied, the resolve strong in his voice and a warm smile on his face. The Hokage looked back at Naruto, awe, respect, and happiness adorning his face. I'm very glad to hear those words, Naruto-kun. Your father would be proud of you. Thanks, Aji-san. Naruto replied, a smile on his face. Well, if that's all, Ji-san. Naruto closed the file and pushed it back to the Hokage. Guess I'll see you tomorrow for new missions. Naruto brought his hands up and released the soundproofing jutsu. That done, he turned and headed for the door. Naruto-kun, how would you like 1 or 2 more C ranks? The Hokage asked as Naruto opened the door. Naruto looked over his shoulder. That would be awesome, Ji-san. A grin forming on his face. Excellent. I have a few, but you're going to have to do a couple more D ranks before them. The Hokage stated, lighting his pipe. Fair enough. Naruto replied as he walked all the way out and closed the door. You will be a great Hokage, Naruto, I can tell. Sarutobi thought as he turned his chair to face the village. The rest of the day went by as any other. When Naruto came out of the tower, his fangirls caught up to him. He went for ramen with them as he usually did, and then headed for the compound. He unsealed Kyuubi and set out to sort out a couple of problems. Q-sensei, would it be possible to put the weight seal that's on my back on my vest? Naruto asked Kyuubi. I suppose so, but why would you want to do that? Kyuubi asked, bringing his hand to his chin. Well, it's just, back in Wave it took really long to lower the seal affecting my whole body by just a fifth. I was thinking it may be a good idea to have the seal on my back and put the seal on my vest instead. That way I could easily drop the weight off my body, and if things get really tough, I can still lower the seal on my back. Naruto explained, voicing his concerns. That sounds good, but placing the seal on your vest would only work on specific muscles. I would prefer it if you were to keep using just the seal on your back. That way your whole body would benefit. I do see the problem with lowering the seal though. Kyuubi explained. Naruto lowered his head slightly. I know only some of my muscles would be affected with my vest, namely my lower body and some of my torso. I could put some parchment seals around my wrists to work on my arms. That would sort that out and my whole body would still be affected by the seal on my back, just not as much. Very well. I guess those compromises will do. After all, every second counts in a shinobi battle. Better to lose a small amount of training on some of the body and shave seconds off getting an advantage than to die because the seals took too long being lowered. Kyuubi replied, nodding his head. Hearing this, Naruto took off to the library. He found the weight seal used on his back and copied it and placed it on the vest quickly. He took the ink off the desk and went over the symbols carefully, seeing as he had plenty of time before the seal would fade. When he was done, he went to work on the seal on his back, estimating when he lost half the weight. When he finally got to where he thought was halfway, he felt awesome. It felt like he didn't weigh anything. He tried jumping without chakra and almost knocked himself out when he hit the ceiling. He went on to test his speed and almost crashed when he tried to get around the tight corners of the compound. He finally stopped goofing off when Kyuubi caught him and threatened him with a heavy spar. Needless to say, he went back to the library and rose the seal level on the vest until it felt heavy on him. He also rose the level of the seal, affecting his whole body slightly, just for good measure. He quickly found a smaller weight seal to put on some pieces of parchment and sorted them out. The weight seal he found for the parchment only went up in increments of 50 kilograms and could only go up to a maximum level of 100, but he decided that would be enough for now. He stuck them on underneath the gauntlets and activated the seals on them. They felt good. He finished off the night by running and punching until he collapsed, and Kyuubi took him to the bed in the compound. The next few weeks went by fast. After the first couple of days, they held Zabuza's funeral. Only Naruto and Haku actually attended the burial. Naruto started training with more of Kyuubi's purified chakra and found he would feel less exhausted after each training session. Team 7 did another escort mission that was less eventful than the Wave 1. They had to escort a wine dealer back to his hometown while also carrying his wine. Naruto's storage scroll made this a lot more easy. He now carried 3 scrolls, which left a single empty slot for him. The third scroll he carried was a blank one, so he could store whatever he may need in it. Of course, this meant he had to change it every now and then when there was no space left for new seals. Nothing noteworthy happened, although Naruto swore he saw some strange snake watching them one night. The mission was over in 4 days. In the middle of the 3rd week after getting back from Wave, Naruto finally finished a seal that would be able to store Kyuubi's purified chakra. It took a full 2 weeks of studying the seal on his stomach with Kaiseki Busher to understand all the symbols and a further few days to make the seal. The seal was the most complicated one Naruto had ever created. It was composed of several layers of symbols all working together. It wasn't as complex as the one on his stomach because it only had to store a fraction of Kyuubi's Yuki. Also, it only had to store Yuki, not a conscious being like the one on his stomach, meaning the seal was smaller. The seal was small enough even to fit on Naruto's arm, and that is where it was placed along with 3 other copies. The trail of seals started on top of his left shoulder and finished just after his elbow. Before placing the seal, Kyuubi obviously insisted that they test it to see how much Yuki it could keep. Turned out it could keep a little over 1 tail's worth of Yuki, in Kyuubi's opinion. That was good because so far Naruto could handle a tail's worth Yuki without ill effects. Any more than that, and the seal would release all the chakra in a violent explosion. They found that out the hard way. They filled all 4 seals within 4 hours. There was a problem with having to seal Yuki in a small seal though. The seal wouldn't fade, meaning the seals were there for all the world to see. This was bad because as with any storage seal, it stated in the middle of the clear spot what was stored. In this case, it just stated energy. The only way Naruto could find of countering this was to cover his whole arm in bandages instead of just the knuckles and some of his forearm. He also covered the spot where the seal containing Kyuubi was, because anytime he used the Yuki, the seal would appear. When he first showed up wearing all his bandages, his fangirls thought he had been attacked and wanted to comfort him. A lot of them said he looked good with them, saying he looked intimidating. Sakura, of course, went frantic, thinking he'd hurt himself while he'd been practicing a jutsu. She backed down when he told her it was just to help keep a new technique a secret. Kyuubi, of course, forbade him from unsealing any more than one of the seals at a time. warning him of the dangers that may come from trying to use that much yuki if his body wasn't ready for it. All in all, it was a fairly interesting few weeks. In a room, somewhere in the Hokage Tower, a large group of jounins and some chunins had gathered. The Hokage was also present, sitting behind a small desk. I have gathered all of you here today to inform you of the chunin exams. They will be taking place in a week or so, and I need to know who wants to nominate their Jinin teams. Sarutobi announced to all the present jounin. Kakashi stepped forward, his nose in his orange book. I, Hatake Kakashi, nominate my Jinin team. Team 7 consists of Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. The room erupted in whispers at the copy Nin's action. Asuma then walked up. I, Sarutobi Asuma, nominate my Jinin team. Team 10 consists of Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Chuji. There were more whispers about the room. Kurenai finally walked up. I, Yuhi Kurenai, nominate my Jinin team. Team 8 consists of Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino. The whole room was almost in an uproar now. 9 rookie Jinin taking the Chunin exam was unheard of. Irika made his way to the front of the crowd. Hokage-sama, please do not allow this. I taught all those Jinin, I know their skill levels. None of them are ready to take this exam. He yelled. Naruto, maybe, but I won't say that out loud. You underestimate your students, Irika. Kakashi stated, his nose still in his book. If you doubt them, you may test them by all means. Only if they pass your test will I allow them to take the Chunin exams. The Hokage announced to the Chunin. Arigato, Hokage-sama, Irika said as he bowed to the Hokage. Now, who else wants to nominate their Jinin squads? He asked the other jounin. Several other Jinin teams were nominated. Later on that night, Irika walked into the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, I wish to talk to you about my tests. I don't believe that Uzumaki Naruto needs to be tested, but his team does. I would prefer to give them a field test. I wish for them to be given a C rank that will more than likely end up in them fighting. Irika requested. I see. I understand your reasoning with Naruto-kun. I believe he has told you about his holding back. The Hokage stated more than asked. I have a C rank mission which involves apprehending some troublemakers in a village not far from here. While within the boundaries of Fire Country, the mission itself was actually requested by the Fire Daimyo. I will allow them to take it. It should last no longer than 4 days, meaning they will have some time before the start of the Chunin exams. What about testing their other skills as well as their fighting? I will be testing their ability in detecting Jinjutsu tonight. I will also test their ninjutsu tonight, but that's dependent on whether they use any. Irika replied. Very well. You can tell me tomorrow, after I send them on their mission, if they are ready or not. Will you be testing the other Jinin teams like this as well? The Hokage asked. Yes, I will. I don't need to test the other team's teamwork, but I will be testing them on their Jinjutsu detecting abilities, Taijutsu, and Ninjutsu. If that is all you wish to know, I will be going to perform my tests now. Irika replied. After the Hokage dismissed him, he bowed as he exited the room. That night was rough on Irika. Not only had every Jinin passed his test, but he had been attacked and very nearly beaten on a few occasions. He tried performing the test on Naruto, just to be sure, but Naruto realized it was him before he could do anything. So, what are we doing today, Ji-san? Weeding, picking up trash, or walking more dogs? Naruto asked in a bored tone, thinking back to the last dog-walking mission. Flashback. Sasuke and Sakura had a couple of small dogs each, while Naruto had one big dog. At first he had trouble keeping the dog from walking him, but he brought the dog in line when he became serious and deactivated the cushion seals on his feet. He almost sunk into the ground with how much he weighed with his weight seal and clothing now. The dog had a hard time from then on. Flashback end. Actually, Naruto-kun, I have a different mission for Team 7 today. You must go to the Mantis village, 10 miles north of here, and apprehend some men that have been causing some trouble. They have been intimidating the villagers, stealing some of their food, and even attacked a few. You are to subdue them, with force if necessary, and hand them over to the Land of Fire's law enforcement patrols. They will take care of them from there. It is a C rank, before you ask. The Hokage explained, puffing away on his pipe. Naruto looked at Sarutobi, a twinkle in his eye. Awesome. We'll sort those guys out, Databeo. He yelled, punching a fist in the air. Naruto, you're handsome and all, but you're way too annoying when you're like this. Sakura thought, a large bead of sweat forming on the back of her head. Cha, he'd be perfect if he wasn't so loud all the time. Her inner persona piped up. Kakashi informed them to gear up for the trip and meet him at the North Gate in a couple of hours. They, of course, knew better and took their time, knowing to take 3 hours instead. Naruto did what he planned to do from now on for missions outside the village. He packed everything he needed into the third scroll he carried and made sure to bring the scroll containing the 3 swords. He'd been practicing with the 3 intensely, the Zanbato more than the others, since the size made it slightly difficult to wield. They met up at the gate and set out. It took them the rest of the day to make it to the Mantis village. Going by trees was much faster, and the absence of a civilian made it that much easier. They arrived under cover of nightfall so the thugs wouldn't run away and set up in another village. They met up with the village head and collected information on the perpetrators. They found out where the thugs stayed when not making trouble and where they usually attacked or threatened. Sakura was slightly alarmed to hear that all of the thugs carried dangerous weapons. After a few seconds of thought, though, she knew she'd be fine. After all, Naruto-senpai had taught her how to disarm an enemy. Naruto, on the other hand, was very interested to learn what kind of weapons they carried. When the village head told him that a few carried swords, he was cheering on the inside. New swords to add to my collection. All right, I'll make sure to go after those guys. Finally, Sasuke just hoped he wouldn't have to come to Sakura's rescue again, like he did in Wave, even if she was the one that had originally saved him. All right, we'll rest tonight. Tomorrow we'll patrol the rooftops and wait for the group to show up. Naruto, I want you to use your clones to take down the weaker members of the group. Once they are out of the way, we will join the fight. Try not to kill any of them unless absolutely necessary. We're only supposed to apprehend them, after all. Finally, be careful. They may not be ninja, but even civilians can be dangerous, especially when weapons are involved. Kakashi informed the 3. He received a firm hi from the 3 and they were escorted to their rooms. Team 7 was well rested. Not all of them wanted to admit it, but a couple of them had been tired after their trip. That was irrelevant now, though, as Kakashi was hiding in a tree reading his book. Sasuke was lying, belly down, resting his head on his crossed arms, on a rooftop, looking out for the group with a look of boredom. Sakura had taken to hiding in plain sight. She had removed her utility pouches, kunai holsters, weights, and her hitayite. She had given them to Naruto for him to keep in a storage scroll. Naruto in turn gave her the kunai holsters that he wore under his jacket, so she would have some hidden weapons if she needed them. Naruto, unlike the other 3, didn't care much for staying in the village to wait for the gang. So he created some earth clones that would take on the weaker members of the group. When they showed up, the clones hid themselves throughout the village using the Kakuremino no Jutsu. He also made a single shadow clone that would disperse itself when the gang showed up, so he would know when he was needed. While the clones were in the village, he decided to find a secluded spot to train with the Zanbato. He found the perfect place. It was a small clearing in the woods near the village. He'd been practicing for the better part of an hour so far, Kyuubi giving him instruction in his head throughout the whole session. He was wielding the Zanbato with just his hands. After all, he wouldn't always be using the foxtails when fighting. Thanks to the training he had done so far, he could wield the sword quite easily, even with the parchment weights around his wrists. He could even handle the sword with just one hand now if he had to. He thought he might need the sword in this fight. Not only would it be very intimidating and hopefully resolve the fight without killing, but because it was so large he could easily use the large flat side of the blade to knock enemies around without killing them. He was still having problems carrying the sword outside the scroll though. Most of the time, he just settled for leaning it on his shoulders. After all the training, he did just that and sat down against a tree. I can't train myself to exhaustion today. I need to be ready to fight, he thought to himself as he took out a canteen and drank from it. Back in the village, Sakura had just sat down outside a tea house for a rest from all the walking. To be honest though, she didn't need it. Since taking her weights off, she felt like she could have done the trip back to Konoha in half the time they had taken to get here. Since coming back from Wave, Naruto had increased her weights again and had given her a couple more medjutsu to work with. The first one she had learned from him was only really used for puncture wounds and small cuts, but these new ones were much stronger, if a bit of a drain on her chakra. Sasuke was still in the same position as was Kakashi. They were both thinking the same thing. Looks like today is going to be quiet. Little did they know that at that moment, some of Naruto's Earth clones were engaging the enemy. When the Shadow clone came across the small battle royal, he sent up a kunai with an explosive note to alert the others and dispersed himself soon after. All three of them had seen the explosion in the air, and all three had arrived to see the last couple of Naruto's Earth clones taking on a group of 10 conscious people with weapons while there were more, scattered, unconscious, and unarmed, on the ground. The group dispatched the last couple of clones and turned to Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke. Sakura had a few Senbon out, ready to hit the pressure points to knock out some of the thugs. Sasuke had his Sharingan blazing, while he slid into a ready stance. Kakashi just kept reading his book. Futiki, it looks like we have more trouble, and these ones look real, and the girl looks like she could be fun. One of the men announced with a sadistic grin. A large, muscled man turned his head to look at the three that had just shown up. He was wearing a green sleeveless shirt, some gray pants, a pair of boots, and was wielding what appeared to be a pair of broadswords. He broke into his own grin as he looked them over. You're right, Guka. She does look fun. Guys, let's get rid of the other two quickly and then have some fun with her. The one known as Futiki ordered the rest. He raised his two swords up as the other men brought up their own weapons, which consisted of some strange-looking weapons, one of which appeared to be a nunchaku, but instead of two bars there were three connected to a single central ring. Sasuke moved slightly closer to Sakura at their looks. They don't seem like much, you two can take them on. If you get into trouble, then I'll step in, but otherwise they're yours. I'm sure Naruto is on his way, so leave some for him. And remember, try not to kill them. Kakashi said as he looked at the group from behind his book. A moment later, he shimmered out of sight. HN, what are you guys waiting for? An invitation? Sasuke taunted them. The group charged at his taunt. One fell straight away, thanks to a Senbon in the neck. Sakura had tried taking down three guys with her Senbon, but the other two had managed to block them. She moved about dodging their blows for the most part. She kept nicking and cutting them when she could. Sasuke was a flurry, dodging attacks while performing his own. Using the Sharingan made it all too easy for the Uchiha. The problem was he got too cocky and forgot to watch his back. Futiki, the one that appeared to be the leader, had come up behind him with a sword raised, ready to take the Uchiha's head clean off. Chapter 15, The Choice. Last time, Sasuke was a flurry, dodging attacks while performing his own. Using the Sharingan made it all too easy for the Uchiha. The problem was he got too cocky and forgot to watch his back. Futiki, the one that appeared to be the leader, had come up behind him with a sword raised, ready to take the Uchiha's head clean off. This chapter, time seemed to slow down as Futiki's sword was rushing towards Sasuke's neck. Sakura looked over from the thug she had just knocked out. Now or never, she thought as she started dashing toward him. There was a loud clang. Sasuke looked over his shoulder when he felt the presences behind him. What he saw shocked him slightly. There was the supposed leader of the thugs, Futiki, and just a few millimeters from his neck was the man's sword. The only thing keeping it at bay was a kunai held by Sakura. She was standing with her back to Sasuke, but her head was turned so she was facing the sword's blade. Sasuke looked over to her face. There was a fire in her eyes, a resolve. She would save him. Futiki, on the other hand, was looking at her with anger in his eyes. You're going to regret that. Futiki shouted as he brought his other sword forward, trying to stab her. Sakura, seeing the sword going for her gut, froze. She couldn't block it. She was doing everything she could to keep the sword from going through Sasuke's neck. She did the only thing that came to mind. She closed her eyes and waited for the blade to skewer her. There was no squelching sound of metal hitting flesh as Sakura had expected. Instead, there was a dull thud of something blunt hitting flesh. Sakura felt the pressure on her kunai disappear. She opened her eyes to see what had happened. There, standing a few feet from her was Naruto, Zanbato in hand, outstretched to his right away from her. Futiki was a few yards away, sprawled on the ground. Sakura-chan, never close your eyes like that again. You gave up before you tried. I expect 100 laps with your weights on when we get back to Konoha for that. Naruto stated calmly as he swung the Zanbato again, knocking another thug back. Sasuke, you forgot an important rule when outnumbered. Always watch your back. Naruto stated calmly again as he struck two thugs this time. Both landed face down unmoving. Sasuke and Sakura still hadn't moved. They were watching Naruto. What are you waiting for? Get back to the fight. He yelled at the two, shocking them from their state of shock. Both went right back to work. The thugs were losing this fight. Futiki knew it, and Naruto knew it. There were only 6 of them left, 5 now after Sakura hit another with her Senbon. 4. Sasuke had just knocked another out with an axe kick. Most of this wasn't registering with Futiki at the moment, though. He was staring at the sword Naruto was wielding. He recognized it. It was the sword of Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 swordsmen from the mist. He knew this because he had tried to be one of those swordsmen. To be recognized as one of the greatest swordsmen used to be his dream. That dream, however, died when he was beaten by Zabuza, who hadn't even drawn his sword during the fight. How did this brat get the sword? He thought as his anger flared, and with it came some killing intent. What can I do for you? Naruto asked sarcastically to Futiki, who had just stood up and was directing as much killing intent as possible toward the blonde. Naruto eyed the 2 broadswords the man was holding. From their design, he could tell they had been made to be used as a pair. The man was only wearing one scabbard, and it looked like it could house the 2 swords very easily. The guards and hilts on both swords only confirmed this since they both had a flat side. The flat side made it so they could both be held side by side in the scabbard. Those are some nice-looking swords. I'll be happy to relieve you of them when this is over, Naruto announced as he brought the Zanbato out in front of him. Don't be so cocky, kid. I don't know how you got Zabuza's Kubikiri Hocho, but you're not getting my swords, Futiki said, the anger evident in his voice. Naruto glanced around quickly, taking in the fight around him. He noticed that Sasuke was fending off a couple of men with his kunai. Both men were attacking with some sort of spears. Decapitating knife? So that's what this sword's called. I always meant to ask Haku about its name. Naruto glanced around quickly again. He saw Sakura leading the final thug away. He was trying to slash her with some sort of multi-bladed weapon. Since I forgot to ask Zabuza before I finished him off, Naruto replied, breaking into a sadistic grin he hoped would intimidate the man. Alas, it didn't work. Bull. I went toe-to-toe with Zabuza for the title as one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. He beat me without even drawing his sword. How did a gaki like you beat him? Futiki shouted at the blonde. Q-sensei, could you send me enough Yuki to activate the fox eyes, please? Naruto asked Kyuubi through the mental link. I'll tell you how, Naruto announced, lowering his head slightly so his face was blocked by shadows and his hair. On its way, Kit Kyuubi announced. Naruto felt the Yuki. He directed it straight to his eyes. His eyes changed, as did some of his features. Unlike him, I'm a real demon, Naruto announced just loud enough, snapping his head back up to show of his new demonic features, his deepened whiskers, and his elongated canines. He saw the fear on Futiki's face, even if it was fleeting. Nice try, kid. You almost had me with that genjutsu, Futiki said as he closed his eyes, calming his nerves. Naruto saw the opening and made his move. He dashed forward, raising the Zanbato, ready to strike with the flat edge. I really thought you were a dash. Futiki didn't get to finish the sentence, though, as the flat edge of the Zanbato collided with the side of his head. He had opened his eyes in time to see Naruto smirking at him, just before he lost consciousness from the blunt trauma. Naruto looked down at the unconscious swordsman. I thought you of all people would know not to close their eyes during a fight, Naruto said. He sighed. And here I was hoping for a good sword fight to test my skills. Oh well, back to the matter at hand, he said as he felt the Yuki leave him and his features returned to normal. Sakura downed her opponent as soon as she had disarmed him of his weapon, landing a spectacular punch to his face followed by a roundhouse kick from the opposite leg. She looked around to see Naruto was finished with the leader and Sasuke was still fighting his opponents. Sasuke, stop playing around and take those guys out. I know you want to train your Sharingan, but not during a mission, please, Kakashi said as he appeared next to Sakura. Thought he was holding back. He still made a mistake earlier, though, Naruto said as he walked over to the 2, Zanbato over his shoulder. Sasuke glanced over to the 3. How could I let that guy almost get me? How did Sakura get that fast? How did Naruto get better than me? I've been training all this time to enact my revenge. How did they get past me? Sasuke thought angrily as he looked back at his opponents. He decided to finish it now. He dodged a spear thrust and grabbed the handle. The next thing the owner of the spear knew, he had a sandal in his face, and he was falling. His friend tried to use this to his advantage as slashed at Sasuke's head with his own spear. Sasuke saw it coming and blocked it with the spear from the other guy. He twirled his way down the shaft, bringing up his foot and planting a twirling kick to the man's face. As the man was recoiling from the hit, Sasuke brought up his other foot and planted another kick into the man's face, knocking him back into a wall and knocking him out. Nice one, team. You could have done that earlier, though. Naruto mocked the Uchiha. Shut it, dope. I took them down, didn't I? Besides, at least I got here on time, he said with a smirk as he walked over to the three, his Sharingan fading. Actually, I arrived just as you were taking them on. I even saw that Sakura-chan was the first to take any of them down. I also see you're having trouble keeping a hold of your Sharingan, Naruto taunted. Sasuke seethed and his Sharingan flared back with a vengeance only to die back down. I don't have to control my Sharingan all the time, dope. I don't need it all the time. I have skill. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Really? Where was that skill when you were about to lose your head to their leader? And if I'm not mistaken, you were also saved by Sakura-chan.